Good morning, my friends. Day 9, folks. The 9th day of trial for Karen Reed. Yeah, man. We're I don't know what to expect today. Cross-examination of Jen McCabe is over. I don't know if they're gonna cross the alcohol blood expert that they had on that was excruciatingly boring. But like, I mean, like, I understand that it's important. I get that, you know what I mean? But like, we know she was drunk. Like, as far as us viewers, those of us who know for a fact that Karen Reed is innocent, let's move this along. You know what I mean? But I mean, if we want justice for Karen Reed, we gotta let the jury sit through that shit. You know what I mean? Jury's got to sit through that shit. We got to be patient. It is what it is. But I'm this is so ridiculous that this is even happening. But hopefully we'll get some testimony from somebody who isn't going to put us to sleep all day. But that's going to happen. That's going to happen throughout this trial. We're going to be subjected to testimony from people who are totally irrelevant, people whose testimony is totally irrelevant. It's just going to happen. Mostly because Hank Brennan is just wasting everyone's fucking time. So that's what that boils down to. So let me get the let me get Canoni's biggest fan on here. All right. Yeah, and I've been like kind of going wild trying to get everything in order, get everything set up. Feeding Clever and getting this set up and making coffee. I was trying to beat the Karen Reed song while I made coffee. I didn't make it. But coffee's on the pot. It's ready to go. Liz gifted a membership. Thank you so much. As always, we're always very grateful for you for that. This guy. What up from 5 houses down from 34 Fairview? Okay. Way to let everybody know where you live, buddy. Yeah, I don't recommend doing that, just for the record. Franco. Oh, the Insomniac stream. Yeah, I'm probably going to do those more often, man. Like, I find that to be pretty good treatment for insomnia. Is going live when I can't sleep or when I don't think I'm going to be able to sleep. Because after I finished, I was like, dude, I slept like a baby. It was beautiful. It was great. But yeah, I'll probably be doing those more often. They seem fun. Are you good, buddy? You finished? Good job. Hold on, let me hook you up with some treats. Hold on, homie. I got you, dog. Hold on. And I didn't mean that literally. I meant that in the growing up in Miami sense. So, here. Sit. Good boy. Good boy. There you go. Yeah, right. That's a great question. Did the flashing lights wake you up, Franco Federico? God, it's so quiet. You can hear my coffee brewing. I want that coffee so fucking bad right now. If I'm being totally honest. I did wake up, man. I feel good because I woke up and I made some bacon and eggs. And yeah. Well, it's not officially my Sox trial hats, Sean McCarthy. I mean, I wear it sometimes I don't. As a matter of fact, trial is less of a reason for me to wear it, only because after so many hours of having these headphones on, the hat, like, it feels uncomfortable around my head. So I try to avoid wearing a hat if I can, like, during trial lately, because I realized it, like, the last couple days I wore a hat. I'm just like, God, man, this sucks. It's really uncomfortable. Dude, those things are good, bro. Yeah, no worries, bro. Thanks for being here. Thanks for watching. Appreciate it. All right. Looks like we're about to get going. Camera's moving. Oh, what's on my shirt? This is my favorite hoodie. It's also the dopest hoodie that's ever been made ever in the history of hoodies and existence, all in one. If any of that makes any sense. It is Travolta and Thurman dancing in Pulp Fiction. All right. Well, I guess that was a false alarm. No, it's not Elvis. I mean, although I would love a Elvis hoodie like this, man. This is pretty cool. Like, I
You
dig
are
Elvis
unmuted.
stuff. Uh-oh, here we go.
Okay. All right, why don't I see counsel at sidebar?
Oh, shocker. Counsel at sidebar. Wonder what this is about. Let's see what we got here. Okay. SD showing up late. Jerry Muhilly? Jerry Muhilly? I feel like that's how you say your name. I don't care. That's how I'm saying it. Jerry Muhilly, let's fucking go. Thank you so much. I agree. Let's fucking go. Absolutely. Wow. Janet and Bill. Hold on. This girl right here with the green looks like somebody I dated a while back. I'm not. That's wow. See what I mean? Muhilly, bro. I got it right. Muhilly. Welcome, Jerry Muhilly. All right. We've got Peggy O'Keefe, and to the right of her, or to her left, would be that lady from Saturday Night Live who used to do impressions of Beyonce. Whatever her name is. Maya Rudolph just came to me. Boom. Maya Rudolph. Oh, and Petty Paralegal just okay. Gotcha. Dude, Clever. Really, bro? Can I get you to not mess with and lay down on my chords, bro? No, dude, I got it right. Lauleen. Lauleen. That's how you say it. I don't care what you say. That's how you say it. Lauleen. Oh shit! Turbulence in the chat, people. If it takes a plea, if she takes a plea, this will end. If not, it will be an episode. That's right. That's right. 4:35 p.m. Just hours after John died. If she takes a plea, this will end. If not, this will be an episode. This wasn't even before they arrested her. I'm saying this is way before they arrested her. This is hours before they arrested her. So it's pretty interesting that Jen McCabe already knew details of this investigation and where they were going to go with this investigation, who they were going to charge before they even charged anybody. That doesn't happen. But it happened in this case because that's normal.
Tony, do you want me to get off?
Nobody puts Paul in the corner. I'm not sure. What's going on with this? I think we got time for, I think.
Oh, here we go. Yeah.
I think we got a super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat. Super cat. Super cat. Super cat. I think we got a super cat.
How dare you?
Captain Skid Marks, thank you so much. They have 2 or 3 seasons of episodes as of now. 2 or 3 seasons of episodes of what? What you talking about, dude? I'm not asking what it's on. I'm asking episodes of what? What are you talking about? 2 or 3 seasons of episodes of what? Dude, what the fuck is going on here? Like, can we get some momentum going here at some point, please?
All rise for the church, please.
Yeah,
Hear
Paul.
ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Right. Good morning again, council. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, juries. I have to ask you those same three questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Friday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Friday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Brennan, your next witness, please.
I understood that the defense informed they were still on cross-examination.
I'm sorry.
I got nervous.
Okay. I thought that we were done with that witness.
No, I had said to cut me off so that we could end early, but no, I have more.
Okay, I didn't know that. I'm glad Mr. Brennan knew that. All right, come back in, Ms. Knowles, please.
Okay, so I guess they're gonna cross the blood alcohol lady.
Ms. Knowles, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Giannetti.
State your name for the record.
Good morning.
Ma'am, on Friday, you testified to this.
My pronouns are-
Mass State Police Crime Lab is accredited as a forensic lab, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you discussed the fact that as a forensic chemist you help to ensure compliance with the lab's administrative policies, quality assurance, and control requirements, and making sure that you're complying with accreditation standards, correct?
Yes, that's one of my job duties and responsibilities.
You also acknowledge that in contrast to the accreditation standards of your forensic lab, the standards of a hospital lab may be different, correct?
I have no direct knowledge of what the standards at a hospital are, and so I can't say whether they're the same or if they're different. I'm just unfamiliar with them.
And you're unfamiliar with the standards at Good Samaritan Hospital, correct?
Correct. I have no direct knowledge of their accreditation status or requirements or body.
And you know that they were the ones to do the blood draw in this case, correct?
That's consistent with the medical records I had available for review prior to preparing my report.
And you cannot vouch for that ethanol testing, correct?
Correct. I have no direct knowledge of the accuracy or reliability. My calculations are solely based on the results of the Good Samaritan lab.
For instance, you don't know how the arm was prepared when the blood was drawn?
Correct. I was not present and I have no knowledge of the policies and procedures of blood draw at Good Samaritan Hospital, or this case specifically.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
She totally has fucking pandemic face resting syndrome.
Correct. I cannot.
Pandemic
Are you aware
resting
that there was
face
a recall
syndrome.
on certain tubes and vials because there was a contamination determined by the manufacturer?
Sustained.
Like,
You
look
can't
at
vouch
look
for
at
how
her
Good
eyes,
Samaritan
dude.
stores
Look at her
preserves and
eyebrows, the
ensures
way
the
they're.
integrity of its equipment, correct?
Correct. I have.
I'm sorry. Do you understand the importance of social distancing? I'd be happy to educate you on the importance of social distancing. Do you know the science behind the masks? I know people say there's no science behind the masks, but I could explain to you the no science behind the masks.
You rerun the same sample again, correct?
Depending on the type of samples that are submitted and the facts of the case, we will either use the same sample that screened positive or that sample as well as another to run duplicate analysis and compare them. It depends on the materials available and the nature of the case.
Understood. So you do that to ensure that there's no error in the testing, correct?
It's part of many of the steps involved to ensure accuracy and reliability of the results that are reported.
And you realize that when you're doing this testing, because you're a forensic lab, you may ultimately be testifying in court, and you want to make sure you get it right, correct?
Yes,
And the confirmatory test acts as a fail-safe against false positives, for example.
correct. The screening and the confirmatory test are typically using different methodologies or different techniques to ensure that a false positive under one technique would not have similar issues with the confirmatory technique.
Okay. In this case, your lab did not.
She has Dr. Fauci underwear on.
My lab did not have samples submitted for this individual to perform testing on.
You know of no confirmatory testing that was done by Good Samaritan, correct?
I don't know what their policies and procedures are, and if the results on the report were the results of confirmatory testing or otherwise.
You just have to assume the accuracy of the testing that they did.
She's got a Greta Thunberg screensaver on her computer.
On the medical records provided to perform calculations.
And you cannot testify that the testing done at Good Samaritan meets your accreditation standards, correct?
Correct.
Now, your lab does whole blood testing, does it not?
If whole blood is submitted for a case, then we will test whole blood. If serum or plasma is the only available sample appropriate for testing, then we will proceed with testing on serum or plasma.
Whole blood testing leads to more accurate readings of the percentage of alcohol in somebody's blood, correct?
Correct. If you would like to know the percentage of alcohol in someone's blood, the best sample to test would be their blood.
And you've learned through your training and experience that many hospitals, including Good Samaritan, use a different method of testing than whole blood testing, correct?
Yes.
Good Samaritan uses serum or plasma testing as opposed to whole blood testing.
I'm not familiar with their specific technique or methodology. I haven't undergone training for their methods, but it is my understanding that this type of sample used for their method is serum or plasma.
Now, whole blood includes plasma, but it also includes white blood cells, platelets, and red blood cells, correct?
Correct. Typically, we describe serum or plasma as the liquid portion of blood, and the other cellular components that you described typically are removed or separated before testing.
Plasma has a higher water content than red blood cells, white blood cells, or platelets, right?
Yes, it is.
Alcohol is highly soluble in water, is it not?
Yes.
So alcohol has a better affinity with water. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
That means that alcohol prefers to distribute into the more watery components of blood, correct?
Yes, that's accurate.
And that also means that alcohol is found in higher concentrations in serum and plasma testing than in whole blood testing, correct?
That's correct. That difference in water content is the basis of the serum conversion that I described on Friday.
Okay. So a lab like Good Samaritans, that in this case did serum or plasma testing, will therefore provide results of blood alcohol concentration that are higher than what the true blood alcohol concentrations are, correct?
The serum alcohol or plasma alcohol concentrations that they report on their medical records would be higher than the corresponding blood alcohol concentration. That's correct.
So to calculate.
Yeah, I mean, like, what's funny is
Good Samaritan
Yanetti's
results to a more
still,
accurate reading
like,
of blood alcohol
destroying
content. You need to
Brendan's witness.
convert the serum and plasma results to what those results would be in whole blood testing, correct?
I'll allow it. Can you answer it as stated?
Yes. The accuracy of the value isn't changed by the reading. It's a different value. It's a serum or plasma alcohol concentration versus an estimated blood alcohol concentration. So if it is helpful or relevant to know what the whole blood analysis would have been if the testing had been performed on whole blood, then that conversion, starting with the serum alcohol or plasma alcohol concentration, is helpful to do.
But to calculate a precise conversion rate, you'd first need to know precisely the amount of water in somebody's blood, correct?
The range of serum factors or serum conversion factors that are used in the preparation of my report and the calculations that I performed accounts for total body water variation from individual to individual. The reason I use between 13 and 19%, and not just one single value, is because I don't know the specific conversion factor that would be appropriate for an individual when I have medical records to review.
I think that was a long way of saying yes to my question, right? My question was to calculate a precise conversion rate for
I
somebody.
love
you
fucking
first
David
need to
Unetti, bro. This guy's
precisely know
amazing.
the amount of water in that person's blood, correct?
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Unetti.
The
Is it
cerebral
scientifically
ninja.
possible to predict with accuracy a precise conversion rate for one individual person?
Yes,
Everybody has a different amount of water in his or her blood, correct?
there is a normal variation between individuals.
I'm sorry, I'm going to do my best to ask yes or no.
Why is she
questions, and
avoiding that
If
answer?
there's an explanation, Mr.
It's
Lally
pretty
can stand
simple.
up
I
afterwards and have
understood
you
what he's
explain,
asking.
but
So,
this will go
no-
more quickly.
No comments, just go ahead and ask a question.
Sure. Everybody has a different amount of water in his or her blood, correct?
Yes,
There
And
you
there are a
go.
number of factors
Easy.
that influence the amount of water in somebody's blood, correct?
yes.
What is hematocrit?
I don't know.
Hematocrit is the percentage of red blood cells in whole blood cells. Do you know that?
Sustained.
Are you
Yeah,
aware
yeah,
that
then he's
individual
like,
hematocrit can vary?
I did a
and that it
paper
affects
for
the water
somebody
content in blood?
for $50 on this subject because they were fucking drunk.
Would somebody's age be a factor?
In college, I did a
determining
paper for
the
somebody.
amount of water in their blood.
I remember this shit.
I don't know.
Could somebody's gender affect the amount of water in their blood?
Yes,
Could when somebody had eaten and what somebody had eaten before the blood was drawn affect the amount of water in their blood?
it's possible, but I'm not aware of those factors being considered when performing total body water calculations.
Would how frequently a person uses the restroom affect the amount of water in their blood?
As it would relate to their state of hydration, it's possible, but again, I'm not familiar with performing precise calculations on individuals. It's not a routine part of my job, and it's not in the scope of my expertise.
Would some medications, potentially affect the amount of water in somebody's blood?
It's possible, yes.
And conversion factors vary significantly between individuals. but they can
Wow, I
also
know
vary
exactly what
within
he's
the
doing
same
here.
Individual over time, can they not?
I believe so, yes.
And all of the
And then he's
factors
like,
that we've discussed. that
Yeah,
we've
I'm a
exhausted
lawyer, but you
can
know,
impact the
I became an
conversion
expert
factor
on
that
blood
is used,
alcohol just for shits and gigs, you know.
Yes,
correct? And there is no one universally agreed upon conversion factor, correct?
correct. There is a range that is agreed upon, but not a singular conversion factor.
Right. And the range that you used was 1.13 to 1.19, correct?
Yes,
You recognize, however, that with all the factors affecting the amount of water in somebody's blood from person to person, and even within one person over time, some people can fall outside the range that you used, correct?
yes,
And you recognize that some studies have shown a conversion rate from serum to whole blood can be higher than 1.19, correct?
yes,
Are you aware of a study by Rainey, R-A-I-N-E-Y, reporting conversion rates as high as 1.59?
yes,
And if the conversion rate is higher, that would mean that the actual blood alcohol concentration would be lower, correct?
yes,
So if you're using a range of conversion factors that does not capture what the conversion factor should be for the individual that you're testing, you can't have confidence in the result, correct?
correct. The range that is utilized is looking at studies of large groups of people to try to capture as accurately as possible most individuals in the population, but it would not cover 100% of scenarios with all the factors that you've described.
Okay, and you'd agree that your conversion of serum to whole blood here is imprecise, correct?
What?
The conversion was performed within the policies and procedures of the laboratory and the best practice recommendations for my field.
But it is imprecise.
Bro, my
Can you
man.
repeat the question?
Let's move on.
My man.
Oh shit, I'm sorry. Did not end the calculations that you needed to do in order to testify here today, correct?
Correct.
The conversion from serum to whole
Oh
blood
my God, this
only
guy's
translated
amazing.
what Ms. Reed's blood alcohol supposedly would have been, or was, I'm sorry, at the hospital at 9:08 a.m. on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
You were asked to try to find out what her blood alcohol level would have been 7 or 8 hours earlier, closer to midnight or sometime between midnight and 1 a.m., correct?
The time utilized for my calculations was 12:45 a.m.
So you started with the results that you obtained from your serum to whole blood conversion, right?
Yes.
I hope the jury's taking
Which,
notes.
Was an imprecise calculation?
Which was intending to cover the majority of
Which
population.
means your ass was
Or
wrong?
Was it imprecise?
It followed the policies and procedures of my
What
laboratory.
was the precise number then?
Boom.
Was there a precise number or was it imprecise?
Bro.
The range,
I'm not talking about a range. I know that you'd like to say that.
All
Was there a precise number, ma'am?
the results of my report was not a single
Just
number.
answer it yes or
It is a
no.
range of numbers.
Let's move on, Ms. Giannini.
Yes. Once you get that range, you have to do an extrapolation on top of that to figure out what the blood alcohol concentration would have been at 12:45, 7 or 8 hours earlier, correct?
Yes.
But in order, excuse me, in order to do that extrapolation, you need to make assumptions about things that you do not know, correct?
Yes.
In terms of processing alcohol, there is an absorption phase, a plateau, and an elimination phase, correct?
Yes, that's accurate and consistent with my understanding.
And during the absorption phase, blood alcohol concentration can be rising, correct?
Yes.
And to determine whether somebody is in the absorption phase or the elimination phase, you need to know when their last drink was, correct?
Oh, shit.
Yes, if you're performing that type of calculation, or if you're trying to determine if they've reached their maximum, that would be helpful information to have.
The longer the time between the last drink and the test, the more variability and potential for error there is in the extrapolation, correct?
Can you ask the question again, please?
In this case, you assumed that Ms. Reed's last drink was at 12:45 a.m., correct?
No. The calculation assumes
Genetti's like, yo,
for
MSP,
the
if you need
maximum calculation that no
somebody to
alcohol
take
had
that
been
job,
consumed
I'm not available,
between 1.5
but I'll
and 2
train
hours
the
prior
barista
to
from
that
Starbucks that
time
just served
interval
my
start at
coffee
12:45
tonight.
a.m.
Okay.
and
And the test
they'll
wasn't until
take over.
9:08 a.m.?
Yes.
The range that you came up with was 0.14 to 0.28%, correct?
Yes, 0.14 to 0.28 grams percent.
And that was a very wide range, was it not?
It certainly is.
0.28 is double 0.14.
Yep.
And that range is so wide because there are a lot of unknowns about the way each person individually processes alcohol, correct?
There's a lot of interpersonal differences. That's correct.
There are a lot of different factors that would impact somebody's blood alcohol content, correct?
Yes.
What somebody has
She's
to
about to
eat
break
can
down
impact
any
their
second,
blood
start screaming
alcohol
about the environment. Watch.
concentration, correct?
Like any second.
The contents of their stomach or what they had eaten recently does not impact the rates of elimination that I use for my calculation, but it can factor into
But the
the
fracking!
absorption part of
The
the curve, and it can
fracking!
impact that maximum amount that's reached.
Okay. Their body weight can impact their blood alcohol concentration, correct?
Correct. Again, it would not necessarily, or it could be included in the rate of elimination range that I used for my calculations. The person's body weight has more to do with, again, the absorption, the maximum concentration, the first parts of the curve, and not the elimination
Stop it,
portion
lady.
um,
Come on.
that we're discussing when we're doing retrograde extrapolation.
And the first word of your answer was correct, right?
Yes,
A person's
just keep this simple, bro.
metabolic rate can impact their blood alcohol concentration because different people metabolize alcohol at different rates, correct?
yes.
In addition, regarding the timing of the last drink, you were not with Ms. Reed on the late
Mr.
evening of
Yannetti, have
January
you
28th
seen
or
what they do to
the
chickens who
early
are
morning
not
of
free
January
range?
29th of 2022, correct?
Correct, I was not.
You have no personal knowledge of when Ms. Reed had her last
Boycott
drink,
the
correct?
eggs.
Correct.
Were you informed that Ms. Reed was upset after 12:45 a.m. when you were doing these calculations?
I don't believe so.
Did you know, were you informed that she went to John O'Keefe's house in Canton and was the only adult in the house at that time after 12:45?
Sistine.
Are you aware of what type of alcohol John O'Keefe had available in his house at that time?
Sistine.
Were you aware that she was waiting for John O'Keefe to come home, but he never did?
Sistine.
Do you have any personal knowledge
This
of
is
whether
the-
Ms. Reed
this is one of the
poured
best
herself a
crosses
drink
of the whole
during the
trial so
hours of
far.
12:45 a.m. and 6 a.m. on January 29th of 2022?
No, I do not.
And do you know whether she had more than one drink during those hours?
No, I do not.
Assume
Boom!
that
There it
Ms. Reed
is.
did have something alcoholic to drink after 12:45 a.m. Would that affect your assumptions about whether she was in the absorption or the elimination phase?
Yes, it would.
And if she did have something to drink after 12:45 a.m., what would that do to your calculations?
The foundation of my calculations would be incorrect. I would need to perform different calculations or factor in the information as it would become available and issue a different report.
Okay. So if your assumption of when she had her last drink was incorrect, you would not have confidence that your conclusions about which you testified Friday and today are accurate, correct?
Correct. There is some parts of the calculation that are intended to accommodate for unknown drinking history, but with over 8 hour time span between.
Confidence that your conclusions about which you testified Friday and today are accurate, correct?
Correct. There is some parts of the calculation that are intended to accommodate for unknown drinking history, but with over 8 hour time span between the time of interest and the time that the blood sample was collected, overshooting the blood alcohol concentration may or may not be enough to address that. And if new, more accurate information was available, then I would need to incorporate that in the discussion and calculations.
Right. So in answer to my question, if your assumption about when the last drink was consumed was incorrect, you would not have confidence that your conclusions are accurate today.
Correct.
I'll allow it.
Now, were you ever asked to determine the blood alcohol level of Brian Albert?
No.
Were you ever asked to determine the blood alcohol level of Brian Higgins?
Sistine.
Were you asked to determine the blood alcohol level of anyone except for Karen Reed in this case?
I'll allow that.
Just
To
yes
the best
or
of my
no?
knowledge, my only involvement with this case in my unit was the request to perform these calculations on this individual.
Thank you.
Boom. Woo!
Mr. Lally.
Yo, the cerebral ninja. This dude is fire, bro.
Morning, Ms.
Like,
Knowles.
Good morning.
This dude is amazing.
Now, again, how many serum conversions have you performed over your years at the lab?
It's hard to know an exact number, but at least over 100.
And the ethanol reading or the alcohol reading within Ms. Reed's medical records that you testified to previously last week. What was that reading again?
93 milligrams per deciliter.
And that reading in milligrams per deciliter, is that typical for how you would see alcohol recorded in hospital records?
Yes, it is.
And specifically hospital records that you would then be asked to perform a serum conversion on?
Yes.
Now, with respect to your calculations in this case, did you perform these calculations consistent with how you have done in each and every prior instance within your work at the lab?
Yes, the serum conversion factors have been adjusted since I first started doing type of math was performed, and I'd used the
That's not me, man. That's
approved
like whatever the fuck
conversion
is going on
factors
with
that are published in our protocols
feed.
with each one that I did.
Now, what is the difference between whole blood and serum?
Whole blood is blood as we think of it, with both the liquid and the cellular components as it exists in our bodies. Serum is the liquid portion of blood after those cellular components have been removed.
And how does the difference between them impact your testing or your calculations?
Because of the different water content in whole blood versus serum, that means that if we would like to compare a serum alcohol concentration and a whole blood alcohol concentration, that we have to apply a conversion factor to be able to compare those two. The serum alcohol concentration is always higher than the whole blood alcohol concentration.
And that difference, is that accounted for within the calculations of the conversion factors that you utilize?
Yes.
And how so?
The conversion factors, by dividing by 1.13 and 1.19, can adjust for the difference between the water content and therefore the serum and whole blood ratio that's observed in studies.
And that change in conversion factors, does that benefit the defendant in this case?
I'll allow
If
it.
you guys need me, I'll be
Ask
studying
you.
for the bar.
Sure. The change in conversion factors recently implemented in your lab and your protocols, who does that benefit?
The question of benefit depends on the context. Speaking to the math, dividing by a larger number means the resulting number would be smaller. So the whole blood alcohol concentration numbers would be smaller when using the current between 13 and 19% factors, as opposed to the previously used between 12 and 18% factors.
Now, these conversion factors, where again do they come from?
The conversion factors come from published studies involving individuals that consumed alcohol, had samples collected from them, and their whole blood and their serum alcohol concentrations were compared. Those conversion factors are present in the protocols in use in the laboratory where I work, and they're also consistent with best practice recommendations or consensus body documents in the field that I work.
Now, you were asked on cross-examination about a number of different factors. Are those factors incorporated within the conversion factors in the published scientific literature supporting those conversion factors?
By basing it on studies with like a large number of people, that's the intention, is to capture the interpersonal differences and different factors within that range that's used.
Now, if you know, how much in the elimination phase, as far as bladders are concerned, how much loss of alcohol is concerned in the elimination phase?
As far as bladders are concerned.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I don't think I understood the
Poor question. Let me
phrase.
rephrase. So you were asked some questions on cross-examination about how frequently someone uses the restroom in the elimination phase, correct?
I believe I was, yes.
Right. And do you have any idea
Is that what that's
from
called?
your training and experience?
The
as far as
elimination
how
phase?
much
I'm never going to forget
alcohol
that.
is
Every time I'm
typically
drunk
lost
and
by an
pissing my
individual
fucking
during
life
the
away, I'm going to be like,
elimination phase?
the elimination phase. Yes.
Do you know that?
I do.
Okay, you can answer it.
Less than 5%. The vast majority of of alcohol is eliminated from the body by an enzyme that breaks it down from alcohol into carbon dioxide and water. I can't remember exactly how much is generally eliminated, but I believe it's less than 5% of the total blood alcohol concentration.
Now, you were asked about whether or not the defendant had a drink after 12:45 a.m. Do you have any evidence that the defendant did in fact have any alcohol to drink after 12:45 a.m.? If there was a drink at approximately 1 a.m., what kind of impact would that have on your calculations?
It would depend on how much had been consumed. If any alcohol had been consumed, then it would adjust the calculations depending on that information.
And what I'm asking, Ms. Knowles, is if there is a slight differential in the time of incident or last drink, how much impact would that have on the range that you're able to calculate?
I'm not sure.
Now, you testified as far as the range being on the retrograde analysis being between a 0.14 and a 0.28, correct?
Yes, I did.
Are you aware of what the legal limit is in Massachusetts?
I'm going to sustain that, actually.
Why is there such a
It was like her
a varying
instinct.
range?
Because there's such variation between individuals with their rates of elimination, the calculation used both a sort of extreme low and extreme high rate of elimination. Because we don't know the individual's rate of elimination, that range is intentionally wide to ensure that the actual blood alcohol concentration lies somewhere between it. It's intending to account for a lot of the factors that we've been discussing. It's intentionally a wide range because there are so many unknown factors, and it was so much time that had elapsed between the time of interest and the time of collection.
And based on your calculations, as far as the 93 milligrams per deciliter, what does that convert to as far as the blood alcohol concentration for the defendant at 9:08 a.m. on January 29th?
93 milligrams per deciliter in serum alcohol concentration would convert to between 0.078 and 0.082 grams percent.
And from your calculations in your retrograde analysis, what was the range that you were able to calculate for the defendant's blood alcohol concentration at 12:45 a.m. on January 29th?
Between 0.14 and 0.28 grams percent.
And 0.14, 0.28, and every number in between is higher than 0.08. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Nothing further.
All right, Ms. Knowles, you are all set. Thank you very much. All right, Carlos, next witness, please, or
Hold on, guys. The elimination phase.
Nagel.
Oh, Ryan Nagel, huh? Elimination phase. Yeah.
You raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence to the court and jury in the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
See, now I'm going to have to compare haircuts to the last trial. Which
Yeah,
haircut
see-
is better? The last trial haircut on Ryan Nagel or this trial haircut
Good morning,
on
sir.
Ryan
Good morning.
Nagel?
Could you please
the last
introduce
trial,
yourself to the jury?
You can set your
My
watch
name's
to that
Ryan
shit.
Nagel.
How old are you?
I'm 32 years old.
What area of the city or the state do you live in?
I live in Canton, Massachusetts.
How long have you lived in Canton for?
32 years, my whole life.
You still live in
I
Canton?
think so
Yes,
too.
I
I
do.
feel like the last trial
Do you
was.
work in the
Maybe I was
area?
just more impressed.
I work
then.
in the city.
What do you do generally?
I do HVAC.
Do Do you have any sisters?
I do. I have one.
What's her name?
Juliana.
Is she older or younger than you?
She is younger.
I want you to take us back to January 29th, 2022. That evening on the 28th, leading into the 29th, do you remember where you were?
Yes, I do.
Where were you?
I was in a vehicle.
Speak
Okay,
up,
Before
please.
you were in the vehicle, were you out earlier that night on the 28th?
Yes, sir. I was at CF McCarthy's.
What's CF McCarthy's?
It is a local restaurant / pub in the
Who-
center of Canton.
Who were you at CF McCarthy's with?
My sister at the time, and then my friend Ricky and my ex-girlfriend Heather.
What were you doing at CF McCarthy's?
Just enjoying a night, having a few drinks.
When you said have a few drinks, did you have a few drinks?
I did, yes.
Do you remember how many drinks you had?
Not off the top of my head.
Do you remember whether the drinks you had, the alcoholic drinks that you had, it affected your ability at all? Were you impaired in any way?
I wouldn't say impaired, but I only drank beer.
Okay.
But
Do you
was-
feel like
you-
you
he
had
wasn't
any type of
driving,
effects
though.
from the alcohol?
I may have.
Were you driving?
No, I was not, sir.
Do you remember the times that you were at McCarthy?
Probably 8, 9 o'clock.
What time did you leave?
Probably right before midnight.
When you left McCarthy's right before midnight, did you have a plan that you were going to do something?
No, I did not.
Tell us, after you leave McCarthy's, where do you go?
I was going to go home, but my sister Julie texted me to be picked up.
Maybe.
When you were going to go home, tell us, when you leave
Thank you,
McCarthy's,
Canton VF.
what kind of vehicle were you in?
I was in my friend Ricky's Ford pickup truck.
Who was driving?
Ricky,
Was anybody else with you too?
my ex-girlfriend Heather.
Heather. You know Heather's last name?
Maxon.
Was she in the front or the back of the truck?
She was in the back seat.
So you three were in the truck and Ricky was driving?
Correct, sir.
You mentioned you were going to go home. Did you start to head towards your home?
That's not my pronoun.
Oh. Pardon me. You mentioned you were going to go home. Did you start heading towards your house?
Yes.
Do you remember what time you got the text from your sister?
Around midnight. I can't remember that far back.
You don't have a firm memory of it?
No, I do not, sir.
After you received the text from your sister, did your plan change?
Yes.
And what was the plan after you received the text from your sister?
To go pick her up.
Did you know where she was?
Yes, I did.
Where was she?
She was at her friend Brian's house.
Did you know the address?
Not off the top of my head, but I knew the street.
Did you know the house?
Yes.
Did you know her friend Brian?
Yes, I did.
What is his last name?
Albert.
Is he a senior or a junior?
He is a junior.
About how old is he?
I think 27, 28 years old.
Were you friends with Brian Albert Jr.?
Just through my sister.
Had you ever been to that house before inside the house?
No, I have not, sir.
Do you have any other purpose of going to that address other than to pick up your sister?
No, sir.
How long did it take you after you left to redirect and get to that address?
Probably roughly 5 to 7 minutes.
Do you know what time specifically you arrived at that address?
Probably a little before 12:30.
Is that a general guess?
Yes.
Did you look at your watch and note the time, or is this an
No.
estimate?
Just an estimate, sir.
The estimate is you arrived around 12:30?
Correct.
When you approach the house, before you approach the house, is there a road that intersects Fairview?
Yes.
And what's the name of that road?
Can you actually, give me a second. I can't think of the name.
Okay.
Are you right now?
Are you familiar with any roads in that area?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the road Cedar Crest?
Yes, sir.
Had you driven on Cedar Crest before?
Yes, I have.
If you're driving on Cedar Crest, can you loop around like a circle on that road?
Yes.
At some point, do the two parts of that circle intersect with another road?
I believe so.
Is Fairview, from your knowledge, attached to Cedar Crest Road?
Yes.
As you were traveling, did you travel on Cedar Crest before you got to Fairview?
Yes.
Okay, I want to ask you some questions about right before you turn on, or Ricky turns on to Fairview. As you're driving down Cedar Crest, before you turn on to Fairview, did you see anything?
I saw a vehicle coming at us. Not directly at us, but obviously traveling on the other side of the road.
And where was that vehicle traveling towards?
Us, and then they put their blinker on to take a right. For
And
them to take a right.
that vehicle is going to take a right onto Fairview,
Correct, sir.
and your vehicle is coming in the opposite direction?
Correct.
Where was your vehicle going?
Taking a left onto Fairview.
Did you both meet at that intersection?
Yes, roughly around the same time.
Who turned onto Fairview first?
The other vehicle.
How did that happen?
I believe Ricky flashed his lights to let them go.
Did you see the other vehicle?
Yes.
Do you remember what kind of vehicle it was?
That was a black SUV.
When that car turned right onto Fairview, how long after did Ricky turn left onto Fairview?
Seconds.
When you came to that intersection and met that car, when Ricky blinked his lights, could you see inside that SUV?
Say that again?
When you came to the intersection at Fairview,
Mhm.
and you said that the driver of your truck, Ricky, blinked his lights, could you see anything inside the SUV?
I wasn't really looking.
After that SUV turned right onto Fairview and Ricky turned left onto Fairview, who was in front of who?
The other vehicle was in front of us.
Was the other vehicle in front of you the entire time you saw it?
Yes, sir.
Did Ricky ever drive and park in front of that vehicle?
No, we were behind them.
Always behind it?
Always.
When Ricky pulled up to Fairview, where did he stop?
Right in front of the driveway of the Albert's house.
You were in the front passenger side of the truck?
Correct, sir.
If you looked directly outside that window, what would you have seen?
The driveway and the house.
The other vehicle, did it stop at the driveway?
No, it was probably like a car length in front of us.
So it was in front of you.
Correct, sir.
Did you ever see that car stop at the driveway?
At the driveway, I don't recall.
Did you wait before you got to Fairview, or did Ricky drive directly to Fairview after he took the left?
Well, he turned the left onto Fairview.
Okay. Did he wait, or did he drive directly to Fairview?
He drove directly there.
The car in front of you, did you ever see it move behind you in front of the driveway?
Behind, it was in front of me the whole time.
And so I'll ask the question again. Did you ever see that SUV stop at the foot of the driveway?
No, but I did see the brake lights. It looked like it moved, but it wasn't. So the brake lights were on, they released them and then stopped again. So probably moved another car length up.
How many times did you see the brake lights on?
Just once, sir.
After you stopped at the foot of the driveway, did you keep your attention on that SUV?
Not really, no. I was more concerned about my sister.
So you weren't studying it?
No.
Were you making any notes or trying to mark its direction of travel?
No.
But you do know, or do you have any doubt that it was in front of you the entire time?
Yes, it was.
When you pulled to the driveway, did you go in to see your sister?
No.
What did you do?
I texted her saying we're here, and she came out, opened up the door. She looks at me and Rick and said, "Hey, do you guys want to come in? For a drink or whatever." And I looked at him, looked in the back seat, asked Heather. We said, "No, we're all set. We're gonna go home." And so she decided to stay.
So the idea was to give her a ride home. You did not give her a ride home?
Correct, we did not.
Let me ask you some questions. Before your sister came out of the house, do you remember how long you waited for her?
For roughly 2 minutes.
In its entirety, how long was that truck parked at the foot of the driveway in front of Fairview?
Like closer to 5 minutes, sir.
Is that an estimate?
Yes, I'm just guessing from what I can remember.
Did you mark the time in any way? Look at your watch in any way?
No, sir.
That's your general memory?
You're just roughly trying to remember.
When you looked up at the house, did you see there were more than one door?
Yes, there were
Do you
two
remember-
doors. Yes.
Do you remember what door your sister came out of?
She came out of the side door, which is to the left of the garage.
Did you watch her?
Yes.
Where did she walk? From where to where?
She walked out of that door down the driveway towards us.
When she reached you, how did you have a conversation with her if you were in the truck?
I opened the door, my passenger door.
As you were speaking with her, were you watching anything else, or was your attention directed to your sister?
Nope, just on my sister.
At some point after your sister turned to go inside, did you wait for her, or did you leave right away? Or did Ricky leave right away?
We waited for her to get back into the house.
At any point before your sister went back in the house, did you see any lights, like dome lighting, come on inside that SUV?
Yes, I did, sir.
Before or after your sister went in the house?
Roughly like as she was getting in the door.
Before you ended your conversation with her, did you see the dome light go on in that SUV?
Say that again, sorry.
Before your sister left the driveway,
Mhm.
did you see any dome light on in the SUV?
No, I wasn't looking.
Your sister began to walk back to the house. What was your direction? What was your attention focused on?
Mainly on her. We were pulling away from the driveway.
This
and
guy
kinda
was
just
fucking
glancing back
prepped.
over at Julie to make sure she got in.
When your sister went back up the driveway to go in the house, when was the next point you had any chance to see the SUV?
When we were passing it.
When you were passing the SUV, where was it located in relation to the house, flagpole?
Directly in front of the house.
Was it anywhere near the flagpole as you drove by?
Probably like a car length from that.
A car length from the flagpole?
Yes, give or take.
Is that the middle, right, or left side of the house?
That would be towards the left side of the house.
As you drove by that SUV, what was your primary focus?
My sister, sir. Like watching her get in.
You were being attentive to her getting in?
Correct, sir.
As you watched her get in, did you glance or see anything else in your vision as you were watching your sister go into the
I
house?
saw that there was a woman in the driver's seat of the black SUV in front of me, sitting there with her hands on the steering wheel at 10 and 2.
Did you get a good enough look that you would remember who that person was, or was it too brief to
It
identify
was
the person?
too brief, sir.
You saw the person in the SUV with their hands on the wheel. How did you see them inside the car?
Their dome light was on.
Do you know how a dome light comes on in a vehicle?
Yes, sir. Either you press it yourself or if there's a door open.
When you had the glance or the glimpse of the woman in that SUV holding the wheel, you said 10 and 2?
Correct, sir.
Could you describe for us what that means?
Just like a clock, just the hands on the clock, like 10 and 2.
I was just waiting for the siren, Your Honor. If I could show Exhibit 3 to Mr. Nagel. Sir, do you recognize that address?
Yes, sir.
And what is that address?
That is 34 Fairview Road.
Do you recognize the flagpole?
Yes, I do, sir.
Thank you. When you drove by and you said you saw a woman sitting in the front and the dome light was on, did you see anybody else in the car?
No, sir.
Were you looking for anybody?
No, sir.
Could there have been somebody else in the vehicle at that time?
It could have been, yes.
Could there have been someone standing outside the door?
Yes, it could have been.
When you saw the person, were you studying the person?
No.
How long of a time did you have to take a glimpse of that person?
5-10 seconds, maybe.
Now, I want to ask you some questions about the entire time you were parked at the foot of the driveway until the point that you left Fairview. From when you first stopped at the driveway at Fairview until the point that you left and were no longer in front of that property, did you ever see any person get out of that SUV that was in front of you?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody, any man, ever cross the front yard towards that home?
No, I did not.
Did you see him laying in the front yard?
Any man ever enter or stand in that front door?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody walk across the front yard to the side door?
I'll allow it.
Of course you will.
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody?
Oh,
enter
Yannetti's gonna
that
cross him.
side door other
I
than
love
your
it.
sister?
Yannetti's
No, I
got
did not,
Nagel.
sir.
As you were parked at the driveway the entire time, that generally 5-minute time, did you ever see anybody get out of the SUV and walk down the street towards the driveway?
I'll allow it.
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see anybody walk past your truck and up the driveway?
No, I did not, sir.
Did you ever see any person other than your sister outside of those vehicles the entire time that you were at Fairview?
I'll allow it.
No, I did not, sir.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Yannetti?
Boom. Here we go.
Right, Charlie? Oh, you popped. You're gonna be famous. Here it is. Here it is. Stop! This is.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You testified about having seen a black SUV before the vehicle that you were in entered Fairview Road at around midnight on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct, sir.
Objection, that is not facts and evidence.
That's okay. The witness's answer is what matters. Is that right?
Yes.
You first saw that black SUV when it was coming toward your vehicle when you were on Cedar Crest, correct? I'm sorry. Let me repeat that because of the siren. You first saw that black SUV when it was coming toward the vehicle that you were in on Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct, sir.
Your friend Ricky D'Antona was driving at that
D'Antano.
time?
D'Antano, sorry.
D'Antano?
Yes.
He was driving at the
Hold on.
time?
Correct, sir.
Mr. Yannetti, thank you.
Yes.
Dude, I got to find out who this guy's barber is.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Ricky doesn't drink, correct?
He does.
He wasn't drinking that night,
I may have had one or two.
but he appeared to be driving safely.
Yes, sir.
And you also had a chance to observe the black SUV at that time as it was facing you, correct?
Yes.
When you saw it on Cedar Crest, you didn't know who was driving it at that time, correct?
No, I couldn't see.
But your observations of the black SUV at that time were that whoever was driving it, that person appeared to be driving safely as well, correct?
Yeah, I would assume so, yes.
One of the first things you noticed about the black SUV was that it was in front of you on Cedar Crest, and both Ricky's F-150
Yeah,
and the black
he's
SUV
definitely
were basically
confident.
converging on Fairview at about the same time.
Like he's
Yes.
very relaxed.
The black SUV appeared to be going at a safe speed.
Yes.
It appeared to be properly staying within its lane.
Yes, I would say, yeah.
And when it was time for Ricky to take a left onto Fairview, he actually put on
Dude,
his
I'm trying to
left
tell y'all,
blinker,
dude. This dude's
or
haircut
not left blinker,
is
but both his blinker, flashed his lights
fucking
to
precise.
signal that it was okay for the black SUV to cut.
I
in
mean,
front
it
of
was
correct?
better in the
Yes.
first
And
trial.
he actually did
but
have his left blinker on at that
shit,
time, correct?
still.
Prior
Yes,
to
sir.
doing that. And the black SUV had its right directional on, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when both cars have their directionals on, indicating they're going down the same street, the black SUV did not suddenly cut in front of Ricky's vehicle until the flashing of the lights, correct?
Correct, sir.
Both cars appeared to be operating
I'll
safely,
talk to you
correct?
guys a little bit
Correct,
about
sir.
this guy
Uh,
when
and
we go to a break. I'll show you guys something. A lot of you guys know where I'm getting
once
at,
the
but
lights were flashed, there was nothing about the operation of that black SUV that told you that the driver appeared to be confused about what the flashing meant, correct?
Correct, sir.
The black SUV didn't hesitate at that time. It just proceeded onto Fairview in front of you, correct?
Correct, sir.
And it did so in a safe manner.
Correct, sir.
And the black SUV in that sense got ahead of Ricky's vehicle, correct?
Correct, sir.
And once you got to the Albert home, you noticed that the black SUV was parked outside the Albert home, correct?
Correct, sir.
And at that time, the snow had not yet started sticking to the pavement, correct?
Correct, sir.
You could see the pavement in both the driveway and the street.
Correct, sir.
You could also see the grass on the lawn.
Yeah, for the most part, yes.
The snow was only just starting to accumulate on the grass, correct?
Correct, sir.
And with that little snow on the ground, you saw no tire marks behind the SUV, correct?
No, sir.
In fact, you saw no tire marks in the street at all.
Correct, sir.
May I have the map displayed, please?
Is it in evidence already, Mr. Yannetti?
May we approach?
bro,
Okay.
you know what? I'm gonna take you up on that, James Jackson. First of all, big shout out to my boy James Jackson that's in the chat right now. James Jackson also has a fantastic lineup. Like his cut is quite precise. I might just hit up James Jackson's barber next time I'm in Boston. I do actually kind of have hair, like kind of, you know. It's white because I'm old. But, you know. But I went gray like really early. But so many of my friends went bald. I was just like, bro, as long as it's all there, I don't give a fuck what color it is. I don't give a shit.
Okay.
Can you
Mr.
enlarge that, please?
Yeah, actually, yeah, you know what? If we could enlarge it, so you don't have to show Chapman, just show Cedar Crest and Fairview and maybe pull it in a little bit to the right now, the other way. See if that works. Okay, that's much better. I don't know how your eyes are, sir, but are you able to read the street names on?
To be honest, no, I can't see that far.
Okay, if I suggested to you that the top street horizontal going down from right to left was Cedar Crest, and that the street where the red arrow is Fairview Road, would that orient you?
Yes, sir.
And would it be fair to say that before you actually were coming down Cedar Crest Road as you look at this map from right to left, correct?
Correct, sir.
And in that sense, you were traveling west on Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes.
You turned south onto Fairview, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you were still facing south when you parked in front of 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct, sir.
And that means that when you're sitting in that vehicle on Fairview Road, if you were going to walk to the house or look to the house, you would be walking or looking in a westerly direction, correct?
From where I was in the vehicle?
Yes.
Yes. So to my right, yes.
Okay, and so when you were looking for Julie to come out, you were looking to the west?
Correct, sir.
All right, Your Honor, I would offer that into evidence. We're going to have a hard copy printed out for the jury after this examination.
Okay, so we need something for the court reporter to.
Sure. All right, we will take care of that. Thank you.
Right.
And you can put the lights back on and you can take that down.
Lally's gonna redirect and be like, what if any barber do you recommend so that my hair
Thank you.
doesn't look like this?
And sir, it took a couple of minutes for Julie to come out after Ricky parked the F-150.
Yes.
When she did come out, you opened the door and you had a conversation with her while she stood between the door and the passenger compartment of the F-150?
Repeat that, please. Sorry.
Sure. When she did come out, she approached the F-150, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you were in the passenger's compartment, right?
Correct, sir.
You opened up the passenger's door, correct?
Correct, sir.
And she sort of, you stayed in the vehicle, right?
Correct. I never left.
And she came sort of into like the crook of the door and the passenger's compartment.
Yes, sir.
All right. You had a chance. How close did she get to you?
I could have walked on her nose if I wanted to.
Okay. And you had a chance to observe her and size her up, correct?
Correct, sir.
You spoke to her for maybe about 5 minutes was your best estimate?
I wouldn't say 5. I'd probably say 2 or 3.
Okay. But in any case, you did have a chance to observe her, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was clear to you that your sister Julie seemed like she had had a few drinks.
He's
correct?
easily the most relaxed witness so
Yeah,
far.
it was 12:30 in the morning, so yes.
Which
And
is
she called
interesting.
you for a ride, right?
Yes, she knew that Ricky was driving.
Right. And when you arrived there, there was a discussion about whether she'd actually take the ride, right?
Correct, sir.
If she was just going to come out and take the ride, there would have been no need for the conversation, correct?
Correct.
But
No, I wouldn't say he's
you recall
medicated.
previously testifying.
I wouldn't
you
say
were
that.
out talking to Julie for over 5 minutes.
I would not say over 5 minutes, no.
Do you deny that it was about 5 minutes?
Right.
I'll allow it. Do you deny it was?
I have theories about Ryan
Could
Nagel.
have been.
We'll discuss those during the
Fair-
break.
Fair enough. And you talked with her about whether she wanted to go in the truck and leave with you, correct?
Correct, sir.
You also talked about whether instead you, Heather, and Ricky would go into the house to join the gathering there.
Correct, sir.
There was a back and forth that
I wouldn't call him
you really
arrogant
felt was
either.
unnecessary, correct?
I really wouldn't call him arrogant.
I wouldn't say it'd be unnecessary. It's just a common question if you want to come in and have a drink.
You have testified in the past that Julie can be kind of a pain in the ass, correct?
I mean, all siblings can be, yeah.
In any case, Julie decides to go back inside and you decide to leave, correct?
Correct, sir.
Ricky did not speed up the street at that time.
No.
He just gradually pulled out.
Correct, sir.
His direction of travel took him right past the black SUV that was now in front of you, correct?
Correct, sir.
He passed the black SUV on the left, correct?
Correct, sir.
And you were in the front passenger seat at that time still, correct?
Correct, sir.
So you were closest to the black SUV of the people that were in your vehicle as you passed it, correct?
Correct, sir. Yes.
And you were closest to the driver's side of the black SUV, correct?
Correct, sir.
You
I
noticed that the
told you
interior
guys
light was on, correct?
the other day
That lit
okay,
up the whole
that
front
I am
compartment of the SUV,
now
did it not?
a self-certified
Lit up the
body
driver's seat
language
and the
expert,
passenger seat, correct?
okay, as well as an attorney.
All I could see was the driver at the time, sir.
Understood.
We're gonna get
But
into that.
The light wasn't just shining just on the driver. It wasn't pointed at the driver.
I would say they were both lights that go down on both seats, correct? They were on.
Yes. Okay. So you could see both seats in the front driver's
I
compartment.
couldn't
correct?
see past the woman.
Well, you only saw one.
I only
person.
saw a woman. Sorry to interrupt you. Yes.
No problem. It allowed you to see into that front compartment.
Yes.
All right. And you saw one person inside the car at that time.
Correct, sir.
It was a woman with long hair in the driver's seat, correct?
Correct, sir.
And she looked like she was alone.
Yes.
You didn't see anybody else.
Dina, I'm
in
gonna
the
put you on a
SUV.
timeout
No, I
if you
did
don't
not.
behave.
You certainly didn't see a 6'1" man in the SUV in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct, sir.
In fact, you saw that the passenger seat was empty.
Correct.
Okay, there you go. You saw that the passenger seat was empty. Correct. There it is.
The woman in the passenger seat was staring straight ahead, correct?
No, the driver's
not
seat.
in the passenger seat. She
I'm
was
sorry,
in the
and
driver's seat.
thank you for catching that.
Nice
The woman in
catch.
the driver's seat was staring straight ahead.
That is correct, sir.
You didn't see her lips moving as if she were talking,
I
correct?
wasn't looking for that. I happened to see a woman figure with her hands like this.
Facing straight.
Correct, sir.
You had no music on in Ricky's truck at that time, correct?
No, sir.
Ricky had turned the music
He's
down
getting
when
frustrated.
Julie came out so that you could actually speak to her, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And when you got close to that SUV while you were passing it, you didn't hear any arguing there, correct?
Correct.
You didn't hear any yelling, correct?
No, I did not.
You didn't hear any screaming.
No, I did not.
You heard no noises within that SUV at all.
No, I did not, sir.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Brennan?
That's it. There's no need to tear this guy apart on the stand because it's strategic to not destroy every single one.
Sir,
of
you
the
mentioned you were
prosecutor's
at
witnesses.
that address around.
You know what I
12:30.
mean? Like
That is correct, sir.
you're not out for blood. You don't want the jury to
And
think
you
you're out
offered
for
us that
blood.
You were there for about 5 minutes.
Yes.
Did you know the exact time you left?
No. Not off the top of my head right now, no.
Was it around that time?
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair to say you don't have certainty whether it was 12:35, 12:32, 12 o'clock?
It's probably before 12:35, roughly between 12:30 and 12:35.
You could still see the ground given the
Yes.
weather.
Yes, sir.
Was there snow starting to
Oh
fall?
my God, bro.
Just starting?
Had you been outside earlier that night?
Yes, sir.
And the ground that you could see, do you know how hard it was? The ground.
Ground, yes.
Do you know if it was soft or hard? The ground, the grass, the lawn.
Oh. It was a cold night, so I mean, it's really hard.
Around that time, around 12:30 when you left, was there inches of snow
No,
On
there's
the
not
ground?
inches of snow, no.
What's up, Liz Reed?
I could still see the grass coming through the snow. I mean, it's just like a coating.
You could still see the bare ground.
Correct, sir.
When you saw that SUV in front of you for the time that you were there, that 5 minutes, did you ever, and you said that you saw brake lights at times, did you ever see at that point missing parts of its taillights?
No, sir, I wasn't observing the vehicle like that.
When the taillights were on, when the brakes were on, what color was the glow?
Red, sir.
Did you ever see a missing piece where it was white instead of red?
No, sir.
Over near the flagpole where you saw this SUV, did you see any human being, any person lying on the ground near the flagpole?
No, sir.
When you drove by the SUV, you said you couldn't see past the woman. Could you see inside the SUV when you drove past?
Repeat yourself.
When you drove past the SUV, you saw a woman in the driver's seat.
Yes, that is correct.
You didn't see anybody else.
No.
Do you know if anybody else was in that SUV?
Could have been.
I'll allow it.
It could have been.
From when you were driving by the SUV and you could see inside the driver's seat and saw the woman, could you see on the other side of the SUV if there was anybody standing on the other side of the SUV?
No, sir.
Was there anything obstructing your view as you drove by and saw the woman to prevent you from seeing on the other side of the SUV?
The woman and the vehicle itself.
You mentioned that there was a dome light on in the SUV.
Yes, sir.
Was the driver's side door open?
No,
when you
sir.
drove by?
No, sir, it was closed.
Can I have Exhibit 16, please? Did you ever see this man at any point
No, sir. I've never
Walking.
seen- Oh, sorry.
walking across
Wow,
the yard,
dude.
going
Wow.
to a door, or entering the house the entire time you were there?
Objection.
System.
Seriously,
No,
objection.
sir, I've never seen
That
that.
means you don't.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Sorry.
Could you take that down, please? And after you left, you never went back that night, did you?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Just briefly, on those issues, sir, you just testified on cross-examination before Mr. Brennan stood up again that you saw that the passenger's seat was empty. Do you remember that?
Yes. I
All right.
said-
You're not changing that testimony?
No,
sir?
I'm not changing that. No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Here you go.
All right, you are all set, Mr. Nagel.
Thank you very much.
That was short and sweet.
Your next witness, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Heather Mason.
Who's Heather Mason again? Is this she the other person that was in the no. No, that's not her.
You solemnly swear the evidence given in court during the case now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Heather Maxon, Maxon.
How old are you?
I'm 31.
Do you live in the area?
I do.
How long have you lived in the area for?
My whole life.
Do you know a person by the name of Ryan Nagel?
Yes.
And how do you know him?
I dated him a few years back.
I want to have you take us back a few years to
Sure.
January 28th, during January 29, 2022. Do you remember that evening?
Yep.
Where were you earlier that evening on January 28, 2022?
We were at Ryan's parents' house, just hanging out.
Whose parents?
Ryan's.
Right. Were you with anybody else besides Ryan and his parents?
Eventually, we met up with friends
Where?
at local restaurants.
Did you end up at one restaurant or bar in particular at the end of the night?
We were first at CF McCarthy's and then we went over to the hillside.
Were you drinking?
Yes.
Do you remember about how many drinks you had?
No.
Did the alcohol affect your perception or your memory at all?
Most likely, yes.
Do you feel like you were impaired in any way?
I believe so, yes.
After you left the establishments, after they closed, did you go somewhere?
We went to pick Ryan's sister up, Julie, from a friend's house. She needed a ride.
Before you went to pick Ryan's sister up, did you have other plans before that?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes. Before the decision was made to go pick up Ryan's sister, was there other plans that you were?
No.
Okay, that was just the plan to go get her?
Yeah.
Do you remember generally or specifically what time that was?
Late midnight?
Okay. Do you remember the time exactly?
No.
Is there any marker in your mind that would help you remember exactly what time it was?
Not necessarily, no.
So is that a generalization or a guess?
Yes.
Okay. When you went to pick up Ryan's sister, do you know where you were going?
No.
Were you driving?
I was not.
Who was
She
driving?
must have a heart of gold because
Where were you sitting?
In the back seat.
I feel like
What kind of vehicle was
Ryan's
it?
a little bit out of
It
her
was a
league.
truck.
You know what I
Are you familiar
mean?
with the area?
Not necessarily, no.
Do you remember at some point taking a turn onto the road?
I feel like Ryan
that
could do a
at
little
the
better.
house where you were
That's all I'm
going to
saying.
arrive?
Yes.
How do you remember that?
Good barber goes a long way.
Just a
You know?
visual bystander, and I'm aware of my surroundings, I'd say.
Did anything happen that made you remember the turn before you got onto that road?
There was another vehicle also on the road coming from the opposite direction, and we had let that other vehicle turn onto the road before us.
Describe in a little detail what happened at that intersection.
So I don't recall the name of the street that we were on before we took the left onto the street that the house was located, but the car coming from the opposite direction was taking
because
a
she
right
was in the
onto
vehicle that
same
Ryan
street,
Nagel
so
was
we
in.
had somewhat yielded to the
So
car
she
coming from the
saw
opposite direction. to
Karen
have
Reed's
let
SUV.
them
She's a
take the
witness.
turn
I
onto
mean,
the street before us.
Did you see if
her testimony is
the
valid.
driver of either vehicle gave any indication to the other vehicle who should go first?
I don't necessarily recall, but I'm assuming maybe
I don't want you to assume. That's
Oh,
okay if you don't
okay.
recall.
Sure.
Who turned first onto the road, Ricky or the other car?
The other vehicle.
The other vehicle, do you know what type of vehicle it was?
It was a big, like a SUV, a bigger car.
The SUV turned before you?
Yes.
Before or when
Yeah,
the SUV turned?
a drunk
did you get
witness
to see
nonetheless, you're
inside
right.
The vehicle?
I did see inside the vehicle,
Could
yes.
you describe to the jury what you remember seeing?
I saw a male and a female inside the car.
Where was
What?
the female?
Female was driving and the male was in the passenger seat.
You're a
Was the
fucking
male in the front passenger
liar.
seat?
Yes.
Oh
Were you
shit.
able to recognize either the female driving or the male in the front passenger seat?
Recognize?
Yes.
I'm not sure if I understand the
Did
question.
you know who they were?
No.
Strangers?
Yeah.
When they turned and then Ricky turned after them, how far ahead of
Dude,
Ricky were they?
get the fuck out. It doesn't matter because Ryan
Um,
Nagel's testimony,
Maybe 100 feet.
Ryan Nagel's
Could you
testimony
see them the
creates
entire
doubt
time?
here.
No.
So
When you drove to Fairview, how long did it take after the turn?
A couple minutes.
It took a couple minutes to get from Cedar Crest to Fairview?
Oh,
That's
Maybe.
okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay. When you arrived at Fairview, where did Ricky stop?
Outside the house on the street.
Do you remember where on the street in relation to the driveway?
No.
The other vehicle, the SUV, was it in front of you or behind you when you stopped?
It was in front of us.
When it was in front of you, did you notice anything about the vehicle?
No.
Did you notice anything about its lights?
oh yeah,
Did you
okay.
see
So
whether
they're
the
talking about when they were
interior
pulling up. Got it.
The dome light was on or off?
I did as we were leaving.
I got it.
Before you left,
No.
Sorry.
did you ever see that dome light come on?
No.
Did you notice anything about the brake lights?
No.
Did you notice anything about the vehicle's tail lights, whether they were intact or broken?
Nope.
When you arrived at that address, do you know the street address?
I do not.
When you arrived at that address, what happened next?
I believe Ryan had reached out to Julie saying, we're here, time to go. And so she had come outside and we had a short conversation and she decided that she was actually going to stay at the house. She had invited us in, but I had said that I didn't want to go inside. I just wanted to go back to the house.
From the time you first arrived at that address and until the time you left, did you ever see anybody get out of the SUV that was in front of the truck?
I did not.
Did you ever see anybody travel across the front yard to the doorway from that SUV?
Nope.
Did anybody ever walk by on the street, walk by the truck?
You
in
guys
front of you,
notice the
behind your
weirdest
truck,
shit.
and
man.
walk on
Like
the
I didn't
driveway?
notice
No.
none of this that you're talking
Besides
about.
Julie, sorry.
So Julie is the only person that you saw in the driveway that night,
Yes.
and then you left?
Yes,
Now I
When you left,
can't
did you
unhear
drive
it.
by the SUV?
we did.
When you drove by, what were you
Yes.
looking at?
Yes.
My surroundings.
Okay. What did you see?
My surroundings.
I saw the female that I saw beforehand, also still in the car,
Where did you see her?
in the driver's side.
Was there at that point any lights on inside the car?
There was, yes.
Which
The
light?
dome lights,
Was the driver's side door open?
not to my knowledge.
Did you see anybody else
fuckers.
inside the SUV?
I did not.
A bunch of
Was there
motherfuckers.
anybody else inside the SUV?
You didn't see anybody inside the car?
Besides the
Cunts.
driver, no.
Okay, next question.
Do you know whether there was anybody else inside the SUV at that time other than the driver?
No.
Did you look in and study the interior of the SUV?
No.
How long did you look inside the SUV for when you passed?
It was just passing, so I don't know, a couple seconds.
Did you see if there was anybody or a man standing outside the door of the SUV?
I did not.
Outside the door?
No,
Did you see anybody lying on the front lawn?
no.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
What are you smiling about?
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Before Ricky turned onto Fairview Road, you saw the SUV in front of Ricky's truck, facing it, taking a right-hand turn in front of you, correct?
Correct.
And at that point, you had an unobstructed, good look at the driver and the front passenger, correct?
Correct.
And you could see that there was a female driving and a male in the front passenger seat at that time.
At that time, yes.
Now, ultimately, Ricky's car took a left after the other SUV took a right, correct?
Correct.
And eventually, when you reached the house where Julie was, you saw that that SUV was in front of that house, parked now further down ahead of you, correct?
Correct.
And it took Julie a couple of minutes to come out of the house?
I'd say so, yeah.
Do you recall whether there was any conversation at that time between you, Ricky, and Ryan?
Possibly. I don't recall or remember what, but most likely, yes.
And you don't remember whether you were participating in a conversation or what was discussed?
Not necessarily, no.
You had your cell phone with you that night?
I did.
Like many of us, is your cell phone something that you tend to check when you're bored or there's a break in a conversation or you're not actively engaged in a discussion?
For sure.
And while you were waiting for Julie to come out of the house, do you recall whether you were checking out any web page or Instagram or text message or app on your cell phone?
I don't recall.
Can you testify with certainty that you were not checking your cell phone during that period of time?
Not with certainty, no.
And so you can't say for sure how long, if you did check your cell phone, you would have been looking at it while waiting for Julie, correct?
Correct.
And no one's asked you for your phone so that they can analyze what you were doing during that period of time outside 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
All right. Well, you testified that you didn't see anybody get out of the SUV or approach the house, correct?
Correct.
You obviously don't know what did or didn't happen before you, Ricky, and Ryan arrived there, correct?
Correct.
While you were parked near the driveway,
Just checking to see if you guys are
weren't
still awake.
thinking that you had to watch the SUV every second in case you were later asked to describe what was going on with that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And that SUV was the same vehicle that you recognize as previously having a female driving and a male in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
And as far as you know, you didn't know either of them at that time?
No.
Fair to say that what they were doing was their business and you weren't particularly interested in what they were doing, correct?
Correct.
You were there to pick up your boyfriend's sister, correct?
Yes.
It was late and you were tired.
Very much so. Yes.
You'd had a good amount to drink.
Hmm.
You did not
There
want
we
to
go.
continue to drink and socialize, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say you were looking forward to ending the night at that point?
Yes.
Fair to say you
And so
thought you
were
had
more
enough to drink.
Focused on hopefully getting Julie in the car so you could leave than anything that was going on in the SUV, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Then Julie came out and it wasn't as simple as her just jumping in the vehicle and leaving, correct?
Correct.
There had to be a discussion,
Right.
right? And she came out to speak to the three of you for about 5 minutes or so,
I'd say.
like a back and forth about who's going where.
Yeah.
And when Ricky was pulling away, you looked over to the SUV and you saw that the interior light was lighting up the front compartment, correct?
Correct.
And it was then that you looked over and you saw a female in the driver's seat, correct?
Yes.
You did not see any person in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
And you certainly did not see a 6-foot-tall off-duty police officer in the SUV at any point on Fairview Road.
Interesting how he worded that.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Anything, Mr. Brennan?
Oh my God, this fucking guy.
When Ricky was speaking to Julie and you were in the back cabin of the truck, what direction were you facing?
I don't recall.
Were you paying attention to the conversation with Julie?
I was probably in and out of the conversation. Yes.
Were you facing the direction of the house in the SUV, or were you facing the opposite direction?
I don't think I was facing the opposite.
When you were in the cabin of the car and Ricky was having a conversation with Julie, did you ever see anybody other than Julie come in or out of the house?
No.
I'll allow it.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right, so what now? So I don't know if they're like going on break now or what. So
Ms. Maxon, you are all set. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Brennan, your next witness.
there we go. Next witness.
Calls Katie Mclofflin.
Ooh, Katie Mclofflin. She's gonna get wrecked on cross. What's up, Britt Happens? Britt Happens is in Boston right now.
Why don't we take our morning recess, James?
There you go. Take
All
the
rise, please.
morning recess.
Close your notebooks and follow me.
All right. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go over something real quick. We just watched the cross-examination, the testimony and cross-examination of Ryan Nagel. Ryan Nagel, who when I first started following this case and I was reviewing all of the statements, and Ryan Nagel's statement actually stood out to me the most and first, because he testified, or he, in his statement, even before the first trial, he stated in his statement exactly what he testified to, which was that they pulled into Fairview from another intersection, and they were behind Karen Reed's SUV, and Karen Reed's SUV parks. So they're there the whole time that Karen Reed is there, pretty much. And at some point, now Ryan never saw John get out of the vehicle, but when they're talking to Julie Nagel, at some point we have to assume that John got out of the vehicle and went inside the house. Now, the reason why we have to assume that is because by the time that Ryan and his girlfriend at the time and Ricky pull past Karen Reed's SUV, Ryan Nagel and his girlfriend do not see John O'Keefe in the passenger seat of the vehicle, even though they see Karen Reed in the driver's seat. Now, Ryan Nagel even makes it a point to say that he did not see any visible damage to the back of Karen Reed's vehicle. So she must have already hit him, but they didn't witness anything. They didn't witness anything like that. But John O'Keefe wasn't in the vehicle. He wasn't lying out on the lawn. He wasn't standing outside of the vehicle. He had to have been inside the house. Period. He had to have been inside the house. He had to have gone inside the house while Julie Nagel was talking to Ryan outside. So now let's talk about Ryan Nagel a little bit here. A lot of you are aware of this, but for you newbies who are new to this case, so let me give you guys a little side story here. So there was during the first trial, when Trooper Paul testified, or I think it was Guarino, I think, testified that the Apple Health data that shows that John O'Keefe went up 3 flights of stairs, up and or down 3 flights of stairs, showed up as that because of the hills that he went up and down. Now, Turtle Boy, of course, instinctively, what he's going to do is get into his vehicle and test this theory. He's going to go, okay, hills do that. Let's go. So he went and he backtracked on the entire route, saw no hills, filmed it. So while he's in Canton, him and Meredith, they decide they're going to go get something to eat at C.F. McCarthy's. Turtle Boy is a big fan of the, I think it's the Southwest chicken wrap that they have or something like that. So they had a hankering for this. They go to C.F. McCarthy's. C.F. McCarthy's is next door to D&E Pizza. This happens while they're there. And we're going to see another side to Ryan Nagel. Now, Ryan Nagel had already testified in the first trial, but the first trial was still going on when this was taken.
We're just going to dinner. We're going to C.F. McCarthy's. What's the big deal? Oh, God, what's happening here? We're just going to C.F. McCarthy's. Call the police.
We're just going to dinner.
So there's Colin Albert filming, saying, call the police.
Touch her, bro?
Now
You touch her?
this is very important. This goes into my assessment of what I see of Ryan Nagel as a person. To explain my a lot of you guys are fuck Ryan Nagel, he's a piece of shit. And I'm not saying I completely disagree with you. I'm saying it's a little bit more complicated than that from this footage. And I'll explain why, in my opinion, anyway, my assessment. Now, this lovely young man right here is Ryan Nagel's younger brother, Ryan and Julie Nagel's younger brother, Sam Nagel. Sam Nagel is fucking retarded. And you're going to see why. Now, standing next to him there is Meredith, Turtle Boy's girlfriend. Very sweet, kind, and intelligent, amazing person. Now, the behavior of Sam Nagel here is going to appall you.
She doesn't want you to touch her. What's wrong with you?
He's touching her. This is Ryan and Julie Nagel's younger brother, Sam, touching Meredith.
We had a nice conversation. I just didn't
Why are you touching her?
I don't know why I'm
Talking to her?
You just touched her, bro.
Asking her why she's with a fucking loser like you.
Why are you touching her?
She's not a loser.
Touch
She's
like
a good
that?
person.
Yeah,
Ask her
I
why
don't think it's
she's
such a loser.
fucking hooking up with like a loser like
my
you.
brother like that. Get the fuck out of here.
What?
Leave. You don't like Canton. No one wants you.
Okay. Now you hear what he says when he's walking up. Something about you talking to my fucking brother like that. He's coming to defend his brother. Okay. Now pay close attention.
Fucking
hooking up with like
Yeah,
a loser
fucking
like
my
you.
brother like that. Get the fuck out of here.
What?
Leave. You don't like Canton. No one wants you here. Get the fuck out of here. Leave. Fucking loser guy. You're a loser guy. You and all your fans are big fucking losers.
Now, what just happened there comes off to the average person as Ryan Nagel's just jumping into this situation to give Turtle Boy a hard time. That's not how I assess that. This guy just naturally, instinctively came to the defense of his brother because he saw what his brother just did. Any man who sees someone touch their girlfriend is going to have the urge to physically destroy that person. Now, it doesn't mean that they're any less of a man because they do not. Because thank goodness, because Turtle Boy had charges pending already. He's out on bail. He had already done 2 months in jail when this happened. He had already done 2 months in jail. So he's in a real tight spot here. And anybody only has so much of a threshold where they go, fuck jail. You know what I mean? Fuck jail. Now, Turtle Boy he kept his cool, but he was getting there. It was clear that he was getting there. And what just happened was Ryan Nagel saw that he was getting there and came up to defend his brother, to bail his brother out of a situation because his brother's an idiot. And I have the feeling, based on that right there, that this is a regular thing since their childhood that Ryan Nagel had to do. Ryan Nagel constantly has to bail his brother out of shit, most likely because his brother is a big mouth fucking idiot. Amy McCabe, thank you so much. Happy Monday. Thanks for all y'all do. Thank you, Amy McCabe. I appreciate that so much. I know this because Ryan Nagel kind of reminds me of my own brother. Like, I don't know what happened in the DNA pool in that family. Okay. I don't know what happened, but Ryan Nagel's the good one. I guarantee you that he's the favorite of the family, right? I guarantee you that he got all the good cards in that hand in DNA. And Julie and Sam just got the fucking leftovers. Like the shit from the sperm milkshake. Like from twins. Like that's what happened here. And this guy is always having to defend them. At least Sam. At least Sam. And what he did here, it was smart because he's defending his brother, but the truth is he's bailing his brother out of some shit. That's why he's grabbing him. He didn't come over there to confront Turtle Boy. He came over there to, I'm not going to give Turtle Boy, because I don't like Turtle Boy. I'm not going to give him the satisfaction of just being like, hey, come on, and grabbing my brother. I'm going to give him a piece of my mind as I bail my brother out of this situation. That's what he's doing. But his mindset is not to confront Turtle Boy. His mindset there is to bail his brother out of a possible and likely ass whooping that was coming at any second. Because I guarantee you Ryan Nagel was sitting there listening and watching and going, dude, why in the fuck? Like listening to Turtle Boy go, why you touching her? Why the fuck are you touching her? I guarantee you. And that's what made him get up and walk over there and be like, all right. Yeah, this dude's about to get fucking pummeled. My brother's about to get fucking pummeled. I'm going to have to kill somebody. And I don't want to have to fucking do that.
Fucking loser. Loves the town of Canton so much he has to come hang out here. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Fucking loser. Loves the town.
Because he also has to show his friends at D&E Pizza that he threw in his piece. Right there, he just earned the respect of his peers in that situation because he got in Turtle Boy's face and was like, hey, you fucking love it here so much. Get the fuck out of here. Nobody fucking wants you here. You don't want to fucking be here. You fucking hate us so much here in Canton. Why are you here? That kind of shit. Loves the town of Canton so much. Can't stay away. And look, he gets the, let's watch this one more time. You have the retard sibling, and then you have the sibling who is like in the habit of bailing his retard sibling out.
Bro, chill out. Chill out, bro. You just touch her, bro? You just touch her?
A little fucking soft.
She doesn't want you to touch her.
Right, and then he goes to do it again.
Why are you touching her?
You see how Turtle Boy is getting heated more and more and more. Like you can hear in Turtle Boy's voice his blood pressure escalating.
You just touch her?
A little fucking soft.
She doesn't want
you touching her. Watch.
you touching her? What the fuck's wrong with you?
What the fuck's wrong with you?
Why are you touching her?
Why are you touching her?
You just touched her, bro.
Ask her why she's with the fucking loser.
See that? Like Turtle Boy is escalating. Like it's there's only a point where a man is going to go, fuck jail. Fuck jail. It does. This isn't, I mean, I'll fucking deal with it when it happens. Fuck it.
Loser like you?
Why are you touching her?
He's not a loser.
Touch
He's a
like
good
that?
person.
And here comes Ryan.
Fucking hooking up with a guy.
Here comes Ryan. Ryan's coming up like, oh shit. My brother's about to get fucking his ass whooped.
Fucking look at my brother like that. Get the fuck out of here. What? You don't like Canton. No one wants you here. Get the fuck out of here. Leave. Fucking loser guy. You're a loser guy.
And then he gets so brave. This idiot gets so brave because his brother shows up, and this is the habit. You can tell that Sam Nagel is of the habit of his brother bailing his big fucking mouth out of shit on a constant basis since they were kids. Guaranteed. You know how I know? Because I was that big mouth fucking idiot, and my brother would bail me out of that shit when I was a kid. Now, we grew out of that shit. We didn't go into this shit in our fucking 20s and 30s like these fucking morons. Because it got to a point at some point in my childhood where my brother was like, the next time your mouth gets me into trouble, I'm going to let him whoop your ass, and then I'm going to whoop your ass. That's what a good big brother does. That's what a truly protective big brother does. If you don't have the shit to back your mouth up, keep your fucking mouth shut. Because I'm not trying to get into a fight every time you fucking feel brave.
You know, your fans are big fucking losers. Let's go. Guy's a fucking loser. Loves the town of Canton so much, he has to come hang out here. Get the fuck out of here, dude. You're a fucking loser. You're gonna loser. You loser. Keep going. Have fun. Have another beer in there. What are you in charge of? You're obsessed with us. What do you mean you heard of that? You're obsessed. It's fucking loser. You're a loser too, by the way. I'm sorry.
Now, what you've got here is, and he's still running his mouth, right? Still running his fucking mouth. His brother doesn't check him at all, which is ridiculous. But here you have, I'm not sure which Albert is this guy right here. He's the one that fucking, yeah. He's the one that won the Albert pool, I think. That's Chris Jr. Yeah, he won the Albert pool of DNA. That's between him and Colin. Come on. And then you've got Julie Nagel over here. She'll testify later. And then you've got Chris Albert right here. Now, he is the owner of this establishment. You guys hear me talk about this all the time. While we got some time, we're going to get into that. Okay. You've got Chris Albert right here. Okay.
All right, you're beautiful.
And Turtle Boy just went to go have a meal of food at CF McCarthy's with his girlfriend, Meredith. That's all he wanted.
But you're a fucking loser. You're not as big a loser as this fucking. I wonder if he's gonna beat you too, like the other one.
And here you have fucking Jim Ferris chain smoking over here. This guy, at the time, was Chris Albert's right hand, like his goon, basically, right? And you're gonna see why. This video is a perfect example of Jim Ferris being a fucking goon. And here,
look at this. Look.
Here we go. Watch this guy right here. Fucking goon right there. Like, watch him. Look at that. Look at it. Look. Let's watch. Hold on. Let's do this right. Let's do this right. Pay close attention to Jim Ferris right here. That's assault. So, of course, Turtle Boy pressed charges. He knocked the phone out of his hand. He assaulted Turtle Boy. Turtle Boy has not crossed the property of CF McCarthy's over to the property of D&E Pizza. Sam Nagel did, but
That's gonna stink. That baby won't have a dad. All the time you had your fucking camera on your phone. Look at this. Look.
Wow, we were just trying to leave and go to our car, and they're all coming up to us. Well, please. Oh my god.
You fucking maggot.
Oh my god.
You're a fucking maggot. Put down on your fucking
Oh shit. Oh, we have all of this on for the blog.
We're gonna call the Canton police right now. Let's see what happens. We got that on video.
Oh my god,
right?
he just not.
We got that on video, right? We got that on video, Jimmy.
Thank you. What's your name in case we need another witness to this?
Smart, Jimmy boy.
Okay. Oh my
Calm
god.
down, young man.
Just like,
Let's see what happens. Maybe we'll get Kevin on the line. We'll see what happens. Canton Police Department.
Yeah, you make fun of everyone for calling the
tough guy crew.
well, this was actual assault.
Yeah. You getting this off? They seem really intimidated.
That daddy's gonna be in jail when that
They
baby
seem
comes
really
out.
intimidated.
now anybody in this situation, anybody hanging out at D&E Pizza who's on the witness list, which was Julie Nagel, Ryan Nagel, Chris Albert, Colin Albert, all of these people were on the witness list. And so he got charged for witness intimidation. All of these people are supposedly intimidated by Turtle Boy Aiden Carney, according to his charges. So all of these people are supposedly intimidated. And do they seem intimidated to you?
And you beat women. I don't know, you beat women, dude.
Meredith, what are you doing with a guy like this?
Huh?
What are you doing with like an asshole like this?
He actually was
You're
just
like
standing
such a
out here.
sweet, beautiful girl. What are you doing?
I mean, you molested your own
You
children.
just touch her, bro?
What do you see?
You just touch her? Maybe a little fucking soft.
She doesn't want you to touch her.
Yeah, I don't.
What's wrong with you?
We had a nice conversation. I just introduced myself to him. I don't know why everybody has to be so
You just
like.
touched her,
I'm
bro.
asking her why she's with a fucking loser like you.
Why are you touching her?
He's not a
Little
loser.
touch
He's a
like
good
that.
person. And
Asked her why she's fucking hooking up with like a loser like you.
Like that, get the fuck out of here. Leave. You don't like Canton. No one wants you here. Get the fuck out of here. You're a fucking loser.
now that he was assaulted, we have to wait for.
Let's go. Let's go.
I actually had a really nice conversation with him. He's nice.
Guy's a fucking loser. Loves the town of Canton so much he has to come hang out here. Get the fuck out of here. You're a fucking loser. You're a loser. You loser. Have fun. Have another beer. You go home. What are you doing? You're just
Now this video is
fucking
gold.
loser. You're a loser too, by the way. I'm sorry. You're beautiful, but you're a fucking loser.
I'm actually
Not
not.
as big a loser as this one. Put down the phone though and have a conversation.
Hold on.
Yeah, nothing about your cell phone.
We just wanted to.
Said a word about your phone. Take a walk down here. Take a 10-foot walk down here, buddy. Take a little
I
walk.
thought you guys were
Take a little
intimidated.
walk. You got balls, right? Little fucking 5'9" man. You got balls.
You see what I'm talking about right here? You see what I'm talking about right here? This dude, and look, Ryan is watching closely, but this dude is so brave when it comes to his brother and all of these fucking thugs hanging out back there. These townies of Canton, these are powerful people in Canton who get away with whatever the fuck they want. So far, they've gotten away with murder. So, or at least covering one up.
Take a walk. Come walk.
Really happening.
Well, they're intimidated by me. I don't want them to be scared. Well, they're not intimidated? Well, then why
Don't you look intimidated?
They're telling the cops. Put your face in front of me again. Put your phone in front of me again.
Put your phone down. You're a big fucking man.
You will not. You absolutely will not, Jimmy.
Like, now look at this guy right here. He's got a fucking thing of food right here. Now this is going to another point that I would make quite often. Jim Ferris, this guy is the face of D&E Pizza. Not Chris Albert. Jim Ferris, well, not anymore. I think he got fired. I don't know. But he's the face of D&E Pizza at the time and has been for a long time prior. And this guy stinks of BO, ass, and parliaments, reportedly. I've never met him. Stained clothing. Now, there's one thing I know. It's really funny because people will make fun of me on Twitter about it, but it's, you know, it's not something that I've ever been ashamed of. But I know running a pizza business pretty damn well. Okay? And everything that I see from D&E Pizza is the poorest business model that a pizza place could adopt. Having someone like Jim Ferris showing up to your customers' homes is a sure way to make sure that nobody orders from there again. I cannot see D&E Pizza turning enough profit to provide the means of living to Colin Albert alone, much less Chris, his wife, the other kids. I just don't see it because you know these kids don't work. I seriously doubt Colin Albert has a job. So there is no way, because this video tells you everything that you need to know. This video, it is dinner time. This is the time where there should be a dinner rush. This is after the trial ended for the day. This is after the trial ended for the day. Turtle Boy decided he's going to go he's going to get in his car. He's going to go and find out how these hills could have read as stairs in John O'Keefe's Apple Health data. So once he's done with that, he goes, he eats. They're done. This is the dinner rush. This is dinner rush time. Okay? It's not dark.
You will not. You absolutely will not, Jimmy. You absolutely will
in
not.
front of his hand so I get a better view of it this time I'm doing it.
I'll go wherever I please. Wherever I please.
We were just trying to leave here and like you literally got assaulted. Better than
Now, this is the site that tells you everything that you need to know. You have the owner of the restaurant, okay? Well, we'll get to that in a second, but this right here tells you that there's no business coming in or out of this restaurant. There's clearly no business coming in or out of this restaurant. Where's the revenue? Where's the revenue? That's what I want to know.
the jail you were in for killing a man in 1994.
Oh, what a deep
You gotta use your eyes, people.
fucking hit.
How are your how'd you pay your tax bill?
All right, so
I don't have a million small claims like you.
You talked all that shit about me. Put down your phone and have a conversation.
who are you?
Who am I? You know who the fuck I am.
Listen,
Who am I? Who are you? You don't know who I am? Who are you?
what? I think
Put down your fucking phone.
he's the older Albert, Chris Albert Jr.
Mustache?
I think, right?
Oh, Albert Jr. Oh, gotcha. I didn't. The mustache. You guys seem really intimidated. You guys seem really intimidated. You guys seem really
Take a walk.
intimidated.
Take a 5-step walk.
And do what? I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to
Do
scare.
it, you little puss.
I don't want to intimidate.
Do it, you little
For the
fuck.
record,
Now-
I'm not pregnant, but
This is Chris Albert right here. All right, court's back. We'll come back to this. Okay, they're going to call Sarah Levinson instead now.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case of hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I'm sorry. I don't know what happened with Katie Mclofflin. I have no idea. Maybe she got sick.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Sarah Levinson.
For the court reporter, would you mind spelling your last name?
So it's Sarah with an H and then Levinson.
Ms. Levinson, do you mind if I ask how old you are?
I'm 26. I'll be 27 next month.
Do you work?
Yes,
What do you do?
I'm a nurse.
How long have you been a nurse for?
About 4 years.
Before you became a nurse, did you go to school?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about your educational background, please.
I got my bachelor's at Regis College.
Right.
Do you know a person by the name of Ryan Nagel?
Yes.
How do you know him?
He's one of my good friend Julie's older brothers.
You mentioned Julie. What's Julie's name?
Juliana Nagel.
Are you friends with Julie Nagel
Yes.
to this day?
Yes.
Were you with Miss Nagel back on January 28, 2022?
Yes.
I want you to take us back to that day, the earlier evening hours of January 28, 2022, maybe around 5 or 6 p.m. Did you have a plan that day?
Yes, we as in myself and Julie were going to
Thank you so much,
Albert
Scottish one.
Jr.'s
Appreciate you.
house, to celebrate
awesome.
his birthday, which was the next day.
Who was Brian Albert Jr. to you at that time?
One of my good friends.
How long had you known Brian Albert Jr. for?
At that point, probably 8 or 9 years, I would say.
Did you attend school with him?
Yes, high school.
Is that when you met Brian Albert Jr. in high school?
Yes.
Who was going to Brian Albert Jr.'s house with you?
Just myself and Julie.
Did you have a general plan for that evening other than to visit your friend and celebrate his birthday?
It was kind of up in the air if we were going to stay there or go somewhere. But we were definitely going and celebrating with him.
Do you know the address where Brian Albert Jr. lived?
Yes,
Could you share that with us?
34 Fairview Road, I believe. Road.
Had you been to 34 Fairview Road before?
Yes.
Did you know Brian Albert Jr.'s family?
Yes.
Had you met them in the past?
Yes.
How often had you met with them before?
Well, I was friends with him for, like I said, about 8 years. So I knew his older sister, Caitlin, pretty well. We went to high school together, but the younger siblings,
Yo, I'm such a dick.
I don't believe we overlapped in school. And then his mother,
Y'all ever
I
see?
had met,
Y'all ever see that movie Explorers?
I mean, a good amount of times. And then his father
From the
too,
80s?
I would say.
How many times would you estimate
A
you
rolls
had been
Canardly.
over
It rolls down
34
one hill,
Fairview
Canardly get
prior
up
to
the
the
next.
night of January 28, 2022?
Over the years, maybe like 20. I don't know.
Do you remember what time you arrived at 34 Fairview Road on that evening?
It was between 7 and 8 o'clock at night.
Who did you go with?
Myself and Julie Nagel.
Could you tell us how both you and Julie Nagel got from where you were living, your home, to 34 Fairview?
Yes, Julie's dad drove us.
When you first get to 34 Fairview Road, before you
I
walk in
can't
the front
unsee
door,
it now.
what's the weather like outside?
I can't unsee it now.
It was cold, but it wasn't raining or snowing
Oh
or
my
anything.
god, I feel like such a dick.
No snow on the ground?
No,
When you walked in the door, did you go in the side door or the front door?
the side door.
Take us through walking into the house. What do you see?
So we walked through the side door, and then it's their like family room, they call it, with like the TV and everything. And then at the back of the family room is like a sliding glass door out into their porch. And then if you turn left, it's like the kitchen / dining room.
I wonder if she's ever smiled.
And then
like ever.
there's a back door. There's like a small bathroom over like near the back door. And then if you walk straight through, it's the front door, the stairs, the door to the basement. And then they called it like the library is like their formal living room.
If you walked in the front door, would the stairs leading to the next floor upstairs be right in front of you?
Yes.
If you were going to go downstairs, would you walk around that staircase to the back side of it?
I don't believe
She was at the
back
party,
side.
people. She was in the
You
house.
mentioned you walked in the side door.
She's
near
a
the
friend of
garage.
Brian Jr.
When
They
you
were
walked in
celebrating
the
his
side
birthday.
door, you were in a living room.
For those of
did
you
say?
who don't know,
Yeah, their family room, they call it. Yeah.
she's a
Can
high
you
school friend of
walk
Brian
into the
Jr.'s.
garage from the family room, or do you need to go back outside to get into the garage?
No, you would
Sarah
have to go back
Levinson.
outside.
Her name is
So
Sarah
there's no
Levinson.
door in that family room that leads directly to the garage.
No.
After you walked into the family room, did you stay there or did you go somewhere?
We stayed there for a little bit, like 10, 15 minutes probably.
Tell me who's in the house when you get there.
It's Brian Jr., his mother, Nicole, his sister, Caitlin, and then his aunt, Julie.
What do you do?
I think we were just sitting on the couch, hanging out, waiting to see what the plan was, to see like when other people were going to show up.
Did other people arrive or did people leave before other people arrived?
Brian's mom, sister, and aunt left before anyone else arrived.
Do you know generally around what time his aunt and mother and sister left?
We got there, like I said, between 7 and 8, and they probably left within 20 minutes of us getting there.
Okay.
So I can't say for sure.
When his sister and mother and aunt left, was it just a time when it was you, Julie, and Brian Albert Jr. alone?
Yes.
Were you doing anything other than watching TV? Were you eating, drinking?
I don't think we were eating yet because we ordered later on food, but we might have been drinking.
What do you mean you
Tell
might
us
have?
what happens over the course of the next couple hours.
Either you or you weren't. What are you talking about?
So at some point, probably between like 8 and 9, 4 other girls showed up. So Courtney Alba came, by herself, and then Catherine Duty, Emily Fabiano, and Mary Kent all came together.
Are those friends of Brian Jr.'s?
Yes.
Did you know who all of them were?
Yes.
Were you friendly with them?
Some of them, yes. We were all friendly, but not friends. That makes sense.
So what's the atmosphere like when the visitors come?
Celebratory, light.
I don't know,
Joyful.
but my
It's
guess
fine.
is
Were people
my
drinking
guess is
alcohol?
Ryan.
Yes.
My
At
guess
some
is
point,
Ryan.
Did you order food?
Yes.
And did anybody else come at that point? Any other friends or family?
No.
Did one of Brian Jr.'s cousins come at some point?
Yes.
Is that later?
Yes.
So over the course of the next couple hours, eating and drinking, anything significant happen?
No.
Any arguments, any tension, any problems?
No.
Was it a positive night?
Yes.
At some point, did anybody else come to the house?
Later on, yes.
Okay, about
Bro.
what time?
Around midnight.
Every time
So
this girl
before
talks,
midnight,
I
it's
just
a
want to
group
be
of
like,
young people having a party.
No.
Did the friends of Brian Albert Jr., the four women, did they leave before midnight?
Yes.
What time did they leave?
Between, I would say, 11 and 11:30.
Did they arrive and leave as a group, or did they arrive and leave separately?
The three girls that I mentioned that came together, Catherine, Emily, and Mary, all left together. And then Courtney left, I believe, before them separately.
I want you to tell us generally where you're spending most of your time that night, the eating and the drinking and the party.
In the kitchen/dining room area.
Is there a table in the kitchen?
Yes.
Were you sitting at a seat at that table?
At that point, we were more around the island, but
Jesus, man.
later on, yes, I had a seat at
Lighten up.
the kitchen table.
If you're in the kitchen seated at the table, can you see outside?
Not really. If I looked through the windows above the sink of the kitchen, I guess I could if it was light out. And then the windows to the front of the house had a little half curtain. I don't know what it's called. So I could see above that, but not.
If you were to walk to the windows in the living room area, what area was it? Did you say the half windows were?
The dining room.
If you were to walk to those windows, could you see outside?
Yes.
Would you be able to see the driveway,
Yes.
flagpole,
Yes.
street?
Yes.
The door, do you remember the front door, if it was solid or glass?
They have a storm door that's glass and then a solid regular door.
If you opened up the solid door and looked, could you see through the glass door to the front yard?
Yes.
At any point, did you have a chance to look outside that night?
No.
If you're in the living room, the kitchen, can you see where the basement access is?
Yes.
Can you see the backyard door?
Yes.
You mentioned that the visitors, the young woman that came to see Brian Jr. left. After they left, did somebody else come to or arrive at Fairview?
After they left, yes.
And who was that?
It was Brian's father. His name is also Brian. Mr. Higgins. Brian's mother came back, his sister Caitlin, and then his aunt Jennifer and his uncle Matt.
If I can just step back. Time before the adult group showed up.
Yes.
Or did any other of Brian Jr.'s cousins come to Fairview?
Yes.
And who was that?
Colin, but he showed up before the girls left.
He showed up before the group of young women left.
Yes.
How long did you see him stay for?
Probably half an hour, 45 minutes.
Did you get a chance to speak to him?
Yes.
Did the mood change at all in the house?
No.
When the adults came to the house, do you know about what time that was?
Around midnight.
You mentioned that you saw Brian Albert. Is that Brian Albert Jr.'s father?
Correct.
And his mother's name?
Nicole.
You also mentioned a person by the name of Brian Higgins. Did you know him from before that night?
No.
Did you meet him that night?
Yes.
Are you now familiar with who he is and what he looks like from that night?
Yes.
There was somebody else you said, Brian Jr.'s aunt and uncle?
Yes. And then his sister,
His aunt and uncle, what are their names?
Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
Did you know Mrs. McCabe from before that night?
Somewhat.
Had you ever socialized with her?
I don't believe so. I knew who she was. I don't know if she knew my name, but I think she knew I was Brian's friend.
Had you seen her before?
Yes.
Was that in relation to spending time with Brian Jr.?
Yes, I believe so.
Had you ever seen her or spent time with her outside of Brian Jr.'s presence?
No.
How about her husband, Matt McCabe? Did you know
No.
who he was?
I knew who he was, but I don't believe I had ever met him in person before. No.
Anybody else, any other adults come with that group?
No.
Do you remember who came into Fairview first as far as the adult group?
Yes.
Who?
Mr. Albert, Brian's dad, and Mr. Higgins.
And who came next?
Next, I think they all kind of walked in together. Caitlin.
I don't think she was
Nicole,
coached.
Jennifer and Matt.
Other than you,
If she was coached,
Julie,
she would be
and
saying
Brian Albert Jr.,
Agent
had the
Higgins
young group left at that
to make
point?
him seem more
Yes.
credible.
After that group arrived, what happens? Tell us what's happening inside the house.
At least I think so.
So it then was Brian Jr.'s actual birthday. So again, we were celebrating. Caitlin, his sister, was playing music on one of the speakers. And we were all pretty much sitting or standing around the kitchen table, talking, socializing.
Do you remember what was being played for music?
Like 70s, 80s type of music. I don't want to overstate it, but
Were you drinking?
I don't believe I was anymore at that point. No.
Did you feel impaired at all?
No.
As the night grew on, was there any problems in the house?
No.
Any argument?
No.
Any fighting?
No.
Anything exciting or controversy in any way?
No.
Did you have a plan that you were going to leave with?
Yes.
What was the plan?
She said that her oldest brother, Ryan, would pick us up and drive us home when he was done wherever he was.
Did you see at any point before you ultimately left Fairview, did you see your sister leave the house? Did you see Julie Nagel leave the house?
Yes.
Did you actually see her go and leave?
Yes.
About how long did she leave for?
5 minutes or less.
Did you see her come back?
Yes.
After she went out of the house and came back in, did the plan change about a ride home with her brother?
Yes.
What was the new plan?
So a little bit before she went out to talk to Ryan, we were talking, myself, her, and then Jen, we're talking about how we were leaving and Julie's older brother was going to come pick us up. And we were the only ones that weren't like related to the Alberts there. So like Brian's friends left. So Jen was like, oh, like, don't leave just yet, because like we were celebrating Brian's birthday. If you want, myself and Matt can drive you home a little bit later. So we agreed to that. And then Jen said, feel free to invite Ryan inside because he was already on his way. So Julie went out to tell Ryan, like, hey, we're not coming with you. But
You weren't outside for the conversation, so you just heard this secondhand from Julie.
Yeah.
So from what you saw, Julie went in and out
Yes.
for about 5 minutes?
Yes.
Why did you decide to stay? Did you want to stay?
Yeah, I didn't mind.
Did the night continue after Julie came back in and spoke to her brother?
Yes.
Was the mood any different than it had been the entire night?
No.
Anything extraordinary or remarkable happen inside that house?
No.
After Julie went out and spoke to her brother and came back in the house, did anybody else come inside the house other than everybody who's already there celebrating Brian Jr.'s birthday?
No,
Did you ever see another man or woman you didn't know come into that house?
no.
At some point, there was a decision that you would leave, I suppose?
Yes.
What time do you think you left generally?
Between 1:30 and 2 in the morning.
Do you have a specific time? Did you look at your watch? Did you know a certain time you left?
No, I believe it was closer to 1:30 because I believe I was home by 2, but I can't say for sure.
When you left, tell us what the weather was like when you went outside. Was it the same as when you came in?
No, it was snowing.
What was the conditions like? Had they changed, the wind or temperature?
Yes. Yeah, it was colder.
How much snow was on the ground at that point when you left?
Like, I don't know, a dusting, or I could still see like some little pieces of grass like sticking out of it. But it was pretty much like the walkway and everything was white.
Did you leave by the front door or the
So
side
how
door?
could you not see
Do you
John
remember that?
O'Keefe laying in
Was there any
the
type of
lawn?
hazard or difficulty
A
with you
6'2", 200-pound man.
Julie and I walked out together down like the front stoop stairs. And I remember we were arm in arm. I was wearing shoes that didn't really have traction, so I was looking at my feet, so I didn't slip. And other than that, no real hazard, I wouldn't say.
Whose car or vehicle did you walk to?
Jennifer and Matt's.
Did you get in?
Yes.
What
So
seat
the
did you
snow
get in?
did not cover John
The
O'Keefe. No way it
back
could have
seat
covered John
behind
O'Keefe.
the passenger.
And where did Julie?
This is at
stay?
1:30 a.m.
The back seat behind the driver.
Did the McCabe's get into the car?
Yes.
Who was driving?
Matt. And then Jen was in the passenger seat.
Front passenger?
Yes.
As you were leaving, was there any conversation or joking going on?
Yes. So Matt actually forgot his jacket inside, so he went back in. And then
That's
I
new,
believe
I think.
myself and or Julie turned around just kind of looking, and we saw a lone loaf of bread in the third row. So one of us said something to Jen about the loaf of bread, which she had gotten because of the storm. And I believe Jen just turned around looking at us and said something along the lines of, "Does anyone want a peanut butter and jelly?" Joking around.
Do you remember that moment having the conversation about the bread?
Yes.
It stands out.
Yes.
As you drove out of Fairview, you were in the McCabe vehicle was in the
Let's
driveway?
hear what happens when
Yes.
Julie
Did it back out or go
mentions
out
that she saw
forward?
somebody in the
No,
lawn.
backed out.
When it backed out and began
You're
to
a
drive
nurse, aren't
away,
you?
What side of the vehicle was closest to Fairview?
You mean the house?
Yes. Was it
Okay.
I'm sorry. Was the
okay.
passenger side of the McCabe vehicle closest to 34 Fairview, the house, or was it the driver's side?
The passenger.
When you drove, did you drive towards the flagpole?
Yes.
And during those moments when you were, or Mr. McCabe was driving towards the flagpole, was that the time you were having conversations about the bread, or was that a different time?
That was a different time.
What was happening as you were driving past that area in front of the house?
I believe maybe I was on my phone, and then Julie said something.
Did you ever look out the window near the front yard, near the flagpole area?
Not like at the front yard, but a little ways up the street. Yes.
Next to 34 Fairview, up the street is 32 Fairview.
I believe so, yes.
When you looked out the window, the first time you looked out the window, what were you facing in relation to 32, 34 Fairview? What could you see?
There's like a little bit of woods in between the two houses, so it was the trees.
Did you notice anything that stood out?
No.
Ultimately, did you get home that night?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mm-hmm.
Is this Yannetti again? Yeah, the Matt McCabe forgetting his jacket. That's the first time I've heard that, I think.
Good morning, Miss Levinson.
Good morning.
Oh, we got Alan Jackson, y'all.
You've been longtime friends, as you've described, with Brian Albert Jr., going all the way back to high school.
Yes.
And that high school friendship has percolated into a friendship into adulthood.
Percolated.
Yes. You obviously know much of the entire immediate family, Brian Albert Sr., his wife, Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes.
You know his uncle, Chris Albert.
Yes.
You're familiar with his wife, Julie Albert.
Yes.
Obviously, Brian Albert and his cousins, which cousins are they? Last names?
Do I know?
Right.
There's the Alberts, and then there's the Galvins, the Reardons, and the McCabes.
Okay. You indicated that you've been to the Albert home probably at 34 Fairview. That's the home I'm talking about.
Yes.
Probably you estimated at least 20 times, correct?
Over the years, yes.
Over the years.
Thank you for
and you've
your
known
home entertainment
Brian Albert
update.
for,
I'd rather be
since high
wrong than
school.
right.
I mean, in the
Appreciate
last
that.
8, 10, 12 years, you've been to the house to and from.
Yes.
You've never met, or you had never met, going into January 29th, 2022. You had never met their dog, had you?
Their dog?
Their dog.
I'm not completely sure.
Didn't you testify about a year ago in another proceeding that although you had been to the Albert home many times, you had never actually met the dog?
If that's what it says I said, then yes.
Is that because the dog was not really good with strangers?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know why you hadn't met Chloe? By the way, did you know the dog's name was Chloe?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know why you hadn't met Chloe in all those trips to 34 Fairview?
No.
Just wasn't out and about among the folks that were in the house when you were there.
Yes.
When you left 34 Fairview, I want to follow up very briefly on a couple of things that you said just before Mr. Brennan sat down under questioning by him. When you left 34 Fairview to join Jen McCabe at her invitation to take you home, you left through the front door, correct?
Yes.
As opposed to the side door. It's a little confusing. The front door has the brick stoop and the stairs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the door that you normally would leave through, or did you normally leave through the side door, come and go through the side door? What was your more ready habit and practice?
Probably the side door.
Okay. When you left through that front door, there was nothing obstructing your view as you walked out, correct?
Correct.
You could see to the left, the driveway. You could see to the right, over toward the flagpole. Nothing obstructing anything, correct?
Correct.
There was a light dusting of snow at that time when you left just after, what time was it? 12:45, 1?
Probably 1:30,
1:30.
1:45. Yeah.
Got it. So you leave at 1:30. There's still just a light dusting of snow on the ground.
Yes.
And you could still see the
The
grass.
yard is flat.
Yes.
You could see all the way out to the flagpole.
Yes.
You didn't notice anything unusual at that time when you looked out toward the flagpole walking out of that front door?
I didn't notice anything. I wasn't looking out at the flagpole, but yes.
You were looking in that direction. When you walk out of the door, obviously you're standing, walking out of the door toward the front yard, correct?
Correct. But as I stated, I was looking down at my shoes in front of me.
Okay. Obviously, then you have to, at some point, you have to look up to see where you're going. You have to turn left to go to the driveway. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Then you walk over and walk parallel to the yard again to walk over to the car.
Yes.
And as soon as you walked out of the stoop, you had to figure out where the stairs were, so make sure you don't fall down the stairs, right?
Yes.
But you're still looking up like normal, correct? At some point.
Most likely.
My question is, you didn't see anything unusual in the yard, did you?
No.
There you go. It's because he wasn't out there.
The front yard was at least relatively, I know it was dark out, Ms. Levinson, it was relatively lit by the interior windows as well as lights on the outside of the house.
Yes.
You indicated that you did, in fact, get the ride home with Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe. Who brought up giving you a ride home? Was it Jen?
Yes.
Okay. And she also mentioned it, or did she mention it in your presence to Julie as well?
About the ride home?
About the ride home?
Yes, in my presence.
Okay. You said that Matt McCabe was driving, but before he got in the car, he realized he had forgotten his jacket and went back in, correct?
Yes, I don't know if he had gotten in the car and then got out, or he just opened the door, but yes.
He was at the car at least.
Yes.
So he had exited, by definition, he had to have exited, pardon me, the house through the front door as you did to go out to the car the first time?
Yes.
And then he got to the car, then realized he forgot his jacket, walked back toward the front door, went back in the main door?
Correct, yes.
And you saw that?
Yes.
Then once he retrieved or fetched his jacket, he then walked back out that same front door down the stoop, looking out over the lawn and then over to the car, correct?
I didn't see him walk back out, but I mean, probably. I don't want to say yes for sure because I wasn't watching him at that point.
Understood. No reason to believe that he would have used a different door.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Your Honor, may I have just a moment?
Okay.
Play with the Queen of Hearts. Bring the winners on the stars. Bring the balloon the boo to rapaping the vatumbatus. Yeah, that's how it goes. You know how I know? Because I just fucking sang it. That's why.
You were contacted ultimately by law enforcement to provide an interview, correct?
Yes.
That was not until October of 2022. Is that right?
Yes.
A couple of quick questions about that. Nobody contacted you on January 30th, the day after the incident that you left the house, correct?
No.
And when I say nobody, I mean from law enforcement. Nobody contacted you the next week?
No.
The next month?
No.
It was 9 months later.
Yes.
When you were finally approached, who was it that conducted the interview?
State Trooper Michael Proctor.
Did Mr. Proctor indicate to you why he waited 9 months to contact you?
9 months.
Let me ask you a different question. Were you confused about the fact that you weren't contacted? Objection. May we approach?
We had a fresh pot. Fresh pot. Fresh pots. She's made a fresh pot. She's made fresh pot. Fresh pot. So what in the shit is going on now? Yeah, so I mean, like, the fuck. I mean, like, she's saying now. Some people in the chat are saying that they remember the whole Matt McCabe forgetting his jacket thing. I don't remember that, but whatever. I don't even really think it's that significant anyway. But, or at least I don't see why it would be yet. But then, I mean, she's pulling that same bullshit. Like, I wasn't looking. Jackson's like, dude, like, because she is the first to say that you could still see grass. Like, she specified you could still see grass. Like, it was a light snow and you could still see grass. Like, there's no way. Now, again, I think it's actually harder to see John O'Keefe in the dark, but the problem is that the street is illuminated pretty well, and he was pretty close to the street. So I don't see how you could miss John O'Keefe. But there's more of a chance of missing him laying there when there's less snow than if there's more snow considering. Now, but if you could still see grass, but there's still a surrounding of white around him, like she's saying, you're gonna see a 6'2" dark figure man, a 6'2" dressed in dark clothing, 200-pound man laying in the snow. So, I mean, what that tells me is that there was enough snow on the ground to make it mostly white, but not nearly enough to cover him. So why the fuck didn't she see him? Why did nobody see him? It makes no sense that nobody saw him. What makes sense is that every single person was told to say that they didn't see him. Or he just simply wasn't there. But everybody was told that they weren't looking in that direction. Everybody was told to say, oh, I was looking down at my feet, or I wasn't looking there. It was, there was snow on the ground, so I was afraid of slipping and falling, so I just kept my eyes right in front of me. Like, get the fuck out of here with that. That's just not possible. Not everybody. Not every single person. Fresh pots.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. When you were finally interviewed, let me ask you a different question. When you were ultimately interviewed in October of 2022, was that telephonically or was that in person?
In person.
Were you alone or was there anybody else with you?
I was alone. You mean like besides the troopers?
Besides the troopers?
Yeah, I was alone.
And had you prepared for that interview with any person or persons before that interview?
No.
Had you spoken to anybody, Julie or anybody else, about the potential for being interviewed?
I believe Julie called me to tell me.
If I may, don't tell me what was said. Okay. Did you speak with Julie before the interview? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. And one more question, without telling me any of the words that were used, was the subject matter the interview? In other words, I'm not asking if you talked to Julie about going and getting the dry cleaning picked up or something like that. Did you talk about the subject of the interview with Julie before you were interviewed?
Somewhat.
Okay.
Oh, that's shit.
Thank you.
Anything, Mr. Brennan?
So that means that she had a heads up about the interview. It was before the interview. Before her interview, 9 months later, Julie Nagel contacted her and they talked about her interview. Explain that shit.
Do you see the windows on that house?
Yes.
Do you recognize that house as 34 Fairview?
Yes.
You were asked whether there was light coming out of the house illuminating. Remember that?
When I was asked that?
Yes.
Yes.
Was the lights inside the house, from your memory, illuminating the ground near the flagpole and that fire hydrant?
No.
When you came out of the house and went to the car, were you looking at or studying the flagpole area or the bushes or the fire hydrant in that area?
No.
Do you have any reason to be looking over there and studying anything?
No.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Levinson, you are all set. Thank you.
And your next witness, please, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Katie Mclofflin.
Oh, here we go. Katie Mclofflin. So the story with Katie Mclofflin, as you guys, many of you already know, for those of you who don't, Katie Mclofflin is one of the EMTs that showed up, one of the first responders EMTs that showed up in 34 Fairview to help John O'Keefe. Now, she is one of the 3 people to claim to have heard Karen Reed say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. The interesting thing about Katie Mclofflin, though, is according to Turtle Boy's investigations and the receipts that he brought, this girl was best friends with
Whenever
Caitlin
you're ready,
Albert
Mr. Brennan.
Thank you.
during
Ma'am,
high
could
school.
you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Katie Mclofflin. I'm 29 years old. I work for the town of Canton as a firefighter paramedic.
Did you study to become a paramedic firefighter?
Yes.
Why did you become interested in becoming a paramedic firefighter?
I enjoy helping people. I have some family members who work in the healthcare field, and I just always thought it was interesting, and I wanted to do something meaningful with my life.
Did you have to have any special training or education to become a firefighter and paramedic?
Yes, you do about 2 years of schooling. It's divided in between a didactic portion and then a clinical portion in the hospital and ambulance. So it takes about 2 years to finish.
You completed that?
Yes.
Did you become a firefighter at the same time you became a paramedic, or were those separate educations?
They're separate. I became a paramedic first before I became a firefighter.
Did you work as a paramedic before you became a firefighter actively in the field?
Yes, for a few years.
Do you remember about when you first started working as a paramedic?
2016 or 17.
And when did you first become a firefighter?
2017.
Do you remember when you first began working for the Canton Fire Department?
I believe it was May of 2017.
Are you still employed by the Canton Fire Department?
Yes.
In your paramedic training, did you learn how to provide care for people who are in need?
Yes.
Had you, before 2022, responded to different events or people's homes or public locations to help people?
Yes.
About how many calls? Could you estimate how many different calls you had been on as a paramedic or firefighter leading into the beginning of 2022?
Probably hundreds.
I want to ask you some background as a paramedic firefighter, your role as you see it. As a paramedic firefighter, are you part of law enforcement?
No.
Do you investigate crimes?
No.
Do you write police reports?
No.
When you're going to a scene and using your skills to help somebody, are you interested in whether or not somebody was involved or responsible for an event?
No.
What is your focus when you go to a scene to help somebody? What's your priority?
To help the patient, to save someone's life.
Do you have a chance, or do you try to assess the patient, speak to them if they can speak to you?
If we can, yep.
Are there times when the person can't speak?
Yes.
If a person can't speak to you, is there a role that you take to try to get information to help assist the person?
Yes, you would go to a bystander and you try to gather as much information as you can to help the patient. More information for us helps the patient in their treatment, and it helps the hospital when we bring them there.
Is that responsibility or role separate and apart from police work?
Yes.
As a paramedic firefighter, are you involved in police work at all?
No.
Sometimes when you go to a scene and you try to help somebody, you write a report.
If you're in a particular role, you would write the report.
So when you go and arrive at a scene, is it fair to say you don't always write a report?
Correct.
And the purpose of the report, is that to try to help law enforcement?
No.
What's the purpose of it?
I only need 100 more subs to hit 44,000, y'all.
Depending on the call, there would be a
Make sure to share this
report
out.
written
I
by
want to
the
hit
officer on the
50,000
call.
by the end of this trial. You guys think I can do it?
Just for logistics and dispatch information, what we responded to, and that's kind of simple. But the other report would be a medical report that the lead paramedic would write.
Were you working?
I need
on
your help, though.
January
Share this out.
29th, 2022.
Yes.
Was that an assigned shift for you?
Yes.
Did you volunteer or ask to work specially that night, or was that already assigned?
Ask it differently.
Was that assignment already set before that night?
Yes.
When you get a shift assigned to you, is it night by night, week by week, month by month?
It's just we rotate through it. You're on a group and you rotate through a schedule. It's set that you work 124, you have 1 day off, you work another 24, you have 5 off, and then the rotation begins again. So it's just a set schedule essentially, but it rotates through the weeks.
Was January 29, 2022 part of your set schedule?
Yes.
When you have a set schedule, are you assigned a specific role in the department that might change from shift to shift?
Yes.
What was your specific role on January 29, 2022?
For that shift, I was on the engine. I was the back step. So there's an engine driver, there's an engine lieutenant, and then there's one person in the back who's just a firefighter status. And we call that the back step.
As
So-
the back step that night, did you have any specific
The
or general
the
responsibilities
useless
if there was a
one.
call?
Generally, if it's a fire related call, you deal with that. If it's a medical call, you're there to assist the paramedics that are on the ambulance, and you take directive from them, whatever they ask you to do or need you to do. You're just there to assist them so that they can best focus on the patient.
When you arrive at a scene and you're on the
So
back
you're a
step,
do boy.
are you basically at the directive of the leader of the group?
You're a gopher.
Yes.
That morning, around a little after 6 in the morning on January 29, 2022, do you remember a call or a tone coming in?
Yes.
Do you remember what it was for?
It was for a man down in the snow or a man unresponsive in the snow.
Do you remember leaving the fire department that night?
I do.
Tell us as you're leaving what's happening.
So I'm in the engine, the command car with the captain who runs the shift, started to 34 Fairview Road first. The ambulance was in front of us, and then we were behind the ambulance.
Did you know the address you were going to was 34 Fairview Road?
Yes.
And when you left the police station, or the fire station, when you got on the back of the truck, did you know at that time who lived at 34 Fairview Road?
No.
Tell us a little bit about the conditions outside as you rode to 34 Fairview Road.
It was raining. I'm sorry, not raining. It was snowing pretty heavily. There was definitely snow on the ground at that point. It was windy. It was very cold.
Was there a storm?
Yes.
How long do you think it took to get from the fire station to Fairview Road?
Probably within 5 or 6 minutes.
When you first started pulling up towards Fairview Road, did you see anything?
Police cruisers and a civilian vehicle. And then we pulled up all kind of in front of that.
How many police cruisers did you see as you pulled up to Fairview Road?
I remember seeing one.
There was an ambulance in front of you?
Yes.
Did the police cruiser have their lights on?
Yes.
Not just their headlights, did they have the lights that are often referred to as blue lights or overhead lights?
Yes.
Did you hear any sirens?
No.
How about the ambulance? Did the ambulance have emergency lights?
Why would they have sirens on
you
while
hear
they're
any
parked?
sirens?
No.
The
Fucking
fire truck.
dummy.
Does the fire truck have emergency lights?
Yes.
Do you remember if those were activated?
Yep.
Does the fire engine have a siren?
Yes.
Was the siren activated?
No.
Why not?
We only use the sirens to kind of clear cars out of the road. So there's no need to use a siren when there's no cars on the road. So
What?
we're not just doing it in the middle of the morning to wake everybody up. It's just unnecessary.
When you first arrived at Fairview Road and you saw
You
the
big
vehicle,
dummy.
did you see any people?
Yes.
While you were still in the fire truck or after you got out of the fire truck?
Probably after I got out.
After you got out of the fire truck, where do you go?
So I knew that they were working on a patient. So I knew they're going to need the stretcher. So myself and firefighter Walsh went right to the ambulance and retrieved the stretcher and brought it as close to the patient as we could.
At some point, did you see the patient?
Yes.
Was it he or she?
It was a man.
Where was he when you first saw him?
He was lying supine on the side of the road, off the curb, like into a lawn.
How close to him were you when you first saw him?
Well, I only made it to the curb where I brought the stretcher. He was maybe from here to that table, maybe.
When you stood on the curb and you saw that man lying, was his feet closest to you, his head, or his side?
His head would be closer to me.
Did you lift the man from the ground?
No.
Did some of your colleagues?
Yes.
After you brought the stretcher or the bed to the side of the road, did you remain there on the side of the road?
They lifted him on the backboard, they put him on the stretcher, and then they pretty much immediately started moving to bring him in the back of the ambulance.
Around the area where you first saw this man lying supine on the ground, was there anything other than ground? Were there any objects in that
I'm
area?
sorry?
Was there any objects near him?
I remember seeing a fire hydrant. And that's all I can really remember.
When you mentioned that he was lying about as close to that table as you, would 8 to 10 feet be a fair estimate?
I don't know that I could say.
Okay.
Wow.
At some point, did you receive further directions from anybody on the team asking you to do something?
Yes. Firefighter Flamati I was at the head of the stretcher with firefighter Flamati, and he asked me to try to gather more information and kind of see what happened and what's going on.
Did you have someone that you wanted to gather information from?
Yes. There was a woman who seemed to be really concerned and involved with the patient's status. And so I just kind of assumed that this would be the person that I could try to get more information from.
Did you take a guess?
Yeah,
The person that you try to get more information from, do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you point that person out and describe an article of clothing
Black
they
suit.
wear?
Black suit.
And do you see where that person's sitting in between?
I do. Her attorneys.
Did you approach that person?
I did.
Now, you mentioned you're not a police officer or a criminal investigator. What type of information are you hoping to get generally in these circumstances?
Some basic demographic info. You can answer a lot of questions by just asking a few very simple ones. So obviously you're trying to get his name and his date of birth. And then you ask questions if the patient has a medical history, if the patient takes daily medications, if the patient has any allergies. And that's all things that can help to sort of maybe explain why this person is in the position that he's in. For example, if someone reported that he had a heart condition or a seizure disorder or he was a diabetic, that would help us sort of, that's relevant information for us for his treatment and to pass on to the hospital.
Did you have a chance to speak with the person that you had pointed out?
I did.
When you spoke to that person, did you get a chance to ask any of those questions you would typically ask?
I did.
When you spoke to the person, what did they tell you?
She gave me his name, his date of birth, She denied him having any medical history or daily medications or allergies. I was kind of moving around. She was moving around the scene. So I was kind of moving around, trying to gather the information with her.
Did she say anything to you in addition to the typical background information that you would try to obtain from somebody?
Yes.
What did she say?
Well, I asked another question. Once we had come to a stop, I asked if there had been any significant trauma that happened that preceded this. And she answered with a series of statements that she repeated. I hit him. I hit him. There was a woman next to us who told her to calm down, stop talking, calm down, you're hysterical. So she repeated, I hit him. And a police officer asked her, said, you what? And she repeated it again, I hit him. And the officer then signaled for his sergeant to come down to the scene or down to where he was.
When she first told you that she had hit him, you said there was another woman next to her. Did you know who that woman was?
Not at the time.
Do you now know who that woman was?
I do.
And who was that?
Miss Jen McCabe.
Did you know Miss McCabe at that time?
No.
Do you know her personally now?
No.
Are you friendly or friends with her in any way?
No.
You mentioned that when the defendant said, I hit him. Miss McCabe was trying to intervene?
Yes, it appeared that way.
Fascinating how it
What did
was
it appear she
met
was
Jen
trying to do?
McCabe.
Trying to get her to calm down, to stop talking. It appeared that she was.
Sustained. Jurors disregard that comment.
Did Miss McCabe interject verbally?
Yes.
After Miss McCabe interjected and the defendant made those statements about hitting him, did you persist in getting more information, asking to clarify what she meant by I hit him?
No, I did not.
Why not?
A few reasons. I felt at that point, given the situation and how disturbing, and it was a very emotional situation. The woman was very upset. I didn't feel comfortable pushing and asking for more. I just didn't think that it was the right time for that. And it was also really not my place at that point. And I feel like that was something that the police that's more their role.
Asking follow-up questions about what she meant by I hit him, would that have helped your diagnosis and treatment of the man in any way?
It could have.
But you made the decision to stop asking her questions?
I did.
Did you ask her any more questions after she said I hit him?
I decided not to.
At some point after you spoke to the defendant, did you go back to the ambulance and tell anybody, any of your colleagues?
I did.
And why would you do that?
That's the whole point of me trying to get more information, is that I get the information and I bring it back to the people who are treating the patient. So.
Did you go back to the ambulance and repeat that information to your colleagues?
I did.
Did you have any other further role at the scene as far as helping the man or doing anything else?
No, other than I drove the ambulance to the hospital.
With the gentleman in the ambulance?
Yes.
Did you learn who that person was?
Yes.
Did you know at the time who it was?
No.
When you got to 34 Fairview, did you recognize the home when you got there?
No.
Did you later learn who lived at that home?
Yes.
Did you know somebody who had lived at that home?
Yes.
Did you know that person lived there prior to that night?
I learned that she lived there.
Okay. And that person that you knew lived there, what is their name?
Caitlin Albert.
How did you know Caitlin Albert?
We went to high school together. We're in the same grade. We have
Here we go.
mutual friends, and growing up, we had different friend groups, but those groups would often get together in bigger groups and hang out.
Post for pictures together.
I see her in group settings. I socialize with her occasionally. I don't have a personal relationship with her. I wouldn't consider her to be a friend of mine.
Lies.
But, I do see her occasionally because of social events. I don't have a one-on-one. I don't have a close personal relationship with her.
Shit. Was she a friend on social media back at the time?
Yeah.
Since this event, have you been on any outings or trips with friends of hers, or in a group setting where she was present?
I don't remember ever seeing her since then.
Had you ever talked to her about your role that night?
Never.
Did the fact that somebody you knew lived in that house, it had anything to do with your treatment and care that morning?
Not at all.
When you saw the man in the back of the ambulance, did you make note whether he was missing any clothing items?
He was missing a shoe, a sneaker.
I'd like, with the court's permission, to play Exhibit 4, part of it.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you can start at 6:13:45. Stop, please. Do you recognize whether or not you're in that video, ma'am?
Yes.
What color jacket are you wearing?
I'm in the red and yellow jacket.
Okay, continue, please. Stop, please. There are two yellow jackets, one on the left, one in the middle of the screen. Do you know which one is you?
I'm now in the middle of the screen.
Continue, please. Stop, please. Do you know who that is on the left of the screen at the flagpole?
Which one?
To the left. If you could play a few more seconds, Ms. Gilman.
It's two officers and a civilian woman.
Okay. How about on the left? Do you know who that is?
Oh, no.
Med time is 6:15:12. If you could continue, please. Stop, please. Is that you, ma'am, in the yellow?
Yes.
Okay, continue, please. Stop, please. Do you see yourself on that screen?
Yes,
What color jacket?
the red and yellow.
And who's to your left?
Miss Reed.
And across from you, with the blue or black jacket with the hood. Do you know who that is at this time?
Miss McCabe.
And you didn't know her at the time?
No.
You see the officer that's turned away from you?
Yes.
Do you know who he's speaking to?
No.
Do you know the exact moment that the defendant told you, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
I think it was just prior to that.
Continue. Stop, please. Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, Mr. Jackson?
Here we go.
Popped, right, Charlie? Oh, you popped. You're gonna be famous. Here it is. Here it is. Stop! This is.
Good morning, Ms. Mclofflin.
Good morning.
You indicated that one of the things that is paramount to the life-saving effort or the medical assistance that you and your colleagues provide is to determine what the cause is of the injury, correct?
To determine, just to gather as much information as we can about his history and like recent events that could have precipitated how we found the patient.
What you said on direct examination was, quote, what happened and what's going on, end quote, correct?
Yes.
So for instance, the what happened, you want to find out and differentiate what happened. Is it a gunshot? Sure. When you're asking what happened or trying to determine what happened, for instance, one of the things you're trying to do is differentiate between a gunshot and a knife wound, correct?
Yes.
Or poison or ingestion of a poisonous substance or a heart attack.
Yeah, in this particular,
I'm
this
not asking about
scenario,
this
it's,
instance.
Next question.
Thank you. I'm asking about in general, when you're taking on information, trying to download information at a scene, you're trying to determine, as you said, quote, what happened, correct?
yeah,
That's important to determine, correct?
yeah,
You want to get the person's age, you want to get the person's date of birth, you want to get the person's allergies, for instance.
Yep.
But you also, paramount among those, you want to find out what happened? Why are we here? Correct?
yes,
Did a person fall out of a tree? Or
right,
stumble down a stair step? Correct?
right.
In doing so, it's important to relay that information to others as well. You would agree with that, correct?
Yes,
That's the whole point, Ms. Mclofflin. You want to gather the information and then let others know exactly what happened and document that as best you possibly can so that the life-saving efforts or the medical assistance can continue for the patient, correct?
yeah, you have to share the information that you got with the people who are providing care.
And one of the ways you do that is by writing it down, correct?
No,
Can I ask you, who did you speak with before your testimony today, in anticipation of your testimony today?
I met with the DA's office a few times.
Who at the DA's office?
Mr. Brennan, a witness advocate, and there were different troopers there at different meetings.
What did you and Mr. Brennan discuss at these? Well, let me ask you, first of all, foundationally, how many meetings were there?
3.
3. When were they?
One in maybe January was just a meeting. One a few weeks ago, we reviewed the testimony from the last proceeding. And then yesterday, briefly to say that I'm getting called and I'm going today, and if I had any questions.
Let's talk about the one a couple of weeks ago. Where was that meeting held?
At the DA's office.
And you said you reviewed testimony with whom?
I watched the testimony from the first trial. It was Mr. Brennan, myself, a witness advocate, and perhaps Trooper Tully.
And
at
you
that
and Mr.
point.
Brennan went over your testimony at the last proceeding, correct?
We just watched it.
Okay.
Yeah.
There obviously were questions about that testimony once you finished watching it, I'm guessing, correct?
I guess so.
Discussed certain aspects of the testimony, is that right?
Yeah.
Mr. Brennan told you that, for instance, he was going to bring out on direct examination, his examination, your relationship with Caitlin Albert, correct?
He said, I will ask you about the relationship.
And that was in anticipation of me asking about that relationship, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did Mr. Brennan tell you that he wanted to make sure that he brought out that information so that it wasn't brought out on cross-examination by me?
Objection.
Sustained.
What did Mr. Brennan say about the reason he wanted to bring out the relationship with Caitlin Albert on direct examination?
There was no reason that he gave.
But he did tell you that he wanted to make sure that y'all covered that on direct examination during his examination, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did he say something like that?
No.
Did you say something like
Lies.
that? Information brought out, so it's not brought out on cross-examination?
No.
At the last hearing, when you testified about a year ago, that wasn't brought out on direct examination, was it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let me approach.
Okay.
Yo, this girl is lying. Lying. People, come on now. Do y'all remember how this all started? Y'all remember how this happened last trial? Last trial, Lally direct examined her. Then they called it a day. And then Turtle Boy writes an article posting a whole bunch of pictures exposing this girl as Caitlin Albert's bestie. And then the defense posted all of these pictures in their cross-examination of her the next day. Very, very beautiful stuff. And that's going to happen here. I promise. Well, I don't know if I promise. I don't know if they'll show the pictures, but I would imagine that they would. So, but clearly Alan Jackson, what he's getting at here is showing that why, if it's not an issue, why would the prosecution, why would Hank Brennan feel the need to bring up your relationship with Caitlin Albert? If it's not even relevant, if it's not even a thing, then why would he feel the need? Because he wanted to get in front of it. And he wants to prove to the jury that that's exactly what was going on here. He wants the jury to see that Brennan is playing defense with his prosecution, that he's trying to get in front of this.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Mclofflin, we were talking about very briefly your testimony about a year ago. In your testimony a year ago, you did not disclose in your initial conversation the fact of your relationship with Ms. Albert, did you?
I object. I move for an instruction.
So the objection sustained. Next question.
Who was it that asked the question about Ms. Albert a year ago?
Objection.
Sustained.
Dude. Yeah, it was me.
Did you tell anyone, Trooper Proctor, any investigator, anybody from the DA's office last year about your relationship with Caitlin Albert? Objection.
I'll allow that.
No, only when there started to be a lot of harassment and
Oh,
things.
God, come on.
Insinuations and stuff that started coming out.
Oh, God.
I had said maybe once to them that I was concerned I was being harassed.
My question, Ms. Mclofflin, was before the information was disclosed, which was during the first proceeding. Objection.
Let's hear the question.
Before that information was disclosed during the first proceeding, in any of your interviews, Michael Proctor or anybody else from the DA's office, did you disclose, from the Massachusetts State Police or anybody from the DA's office, did you disclose, did you volunteer that you had a relationship with Caitlin Albert before the first proceeding?
Yeah, I'm saying I told the DA about the harassment and the insinuations. That was before the first trial when I met with them.
Bullshit. That's a goddamn lie because nobody knew about it.
Because it's out there everywhere on the internet.
It is
and has
now.
been.
Before the first proceeding, Ms. McLaughlin, before you ever testified. That's my question. Do you understand my question?
It's been going on
she's lying.
since before the first proceeding.
Bullshit.
You hadn't testified at the first proceeding, at which point it was revealed. How could you have ever suffered any harassment for it? It wasn't disclosed yet, Ms. McLaughlin. You understand?
I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
Who did you tell at the DA's office?
The relationship that I had with Caitlin Albert had been out there. It had been published and proliferated on the internet. And so that was before the first proceeding.
And who did you tell at the DA's office about this before the first proceeding?
I don't remember who it was or the meeting, but
Was it Mr. Lowry?
it could have been.
Do you have a memory of that?
Not specifically. I don't remember who it was.
Was it Ms. McLaughlin?
Like I said, I don't
Yeah,
remember
not you,
specifically.
obviously, Miss Laura McLaughlin, no relationship.
Like I said, not specifically.
Let's talk about that initial call to 34 Fairview. You responded to the call of an unresponsive male in the snow. That was early morning hours of January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Once you were there, Mr. O'Keefe had been placed on a gurney and moved to the ambulance. You were instructed to go get information about the victim.
Yes.
You've described in a video the basic scene where you claim that this statement was made by my client, correct?
Yes.
That was a situation in which you're standing there, Ms. Reed is standing there, the cave is standing across from you, and
Miss Reed was on the right, Miss McCabe was on the left, and then there was a officer kind of diagonal across from me.
Yes.
Thank you. McLaughlin, can you tell me if you recognize the still shot depicted in that photograph?
I recognize me in it, yes.
And when is that approximately, is that approximate what you're describing? Is that time in which you're standing there, I'm guessing in the yellow jacket, Ms. Reed's to your right, Ms. McCabe's to your left, and there's an officer standing directly across from you?
Yes.
Is this the time that you indicate that that statement was made?
Around this time.
I'd like to have that marked as next in order, Your Honor.
Any objections, Mr. Brennan?
None, thank you.
May I retrieve?
Yeah. 50?
you remember the name of the officer that was standing directly across from you when you indicate that this statement was made?
I didn't know, but I am aware now.
But, and by the way, that officer's name is what?
Officer Sarif.
You're describing a situation in which you're standing there, Miss Reed is next to you, within earshot is a uniformed police officer, and she said, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
Then he said, what? Is that right?
So it's, I hit him. Miss McCabe interjected, and then she said, I hit him. And then the officer said, you what? And then she said, I hit him. And he said, go get Goody down here.
Okay, so is that 3 times or 4 times that you indicate she said I hit him?
4 times.
And you, according to you, you indicate that at the time that Ms. Reed made these statements, she was hysterical and somewhat out of control. Is that right?
She was upset. I would say hysterical. Yeah.
Did you describe her last year as obviously upset, overly frantic, and almost hysterical?
Yeah, I believe it. I remember that.
Okay. If we could play Exhibit 4.
Okay.
Starting at 9, court submission, starting at 9:15.
Yeah, she fucked up. Like, there's no. She fucked up. It wasn't revealed until after her direct examination that she had a relationship with Caitlin Albert.
Two people enter
She's
from
lying.
right.
No
Yes.
harassment
Who is
took
that?
place before that
That would
because
be
nobody
myself
knew.
And Miss Reed.
Okay, this is the first point at which you and Miss Reed begin to converge with the other 2 individuals, Miss McCabe and the officer, correct?
I had started trying to gather the information prior to this, and then she was moving around, so I had kind of was following her.
Exactly,
asking the
Kelly.
questions.
It
and
happened that
then,
night.
We
And then the next day,
eventually came
the defense
here
used
to this
it.
point and came to a stop.
So my answer.
They even tried to
your answer
impeach
is
her
yes,
testimony,
this
if
is
I
the
remember
point at which you
correctly.
Converged with Miss McCabe and the
Yes.
officer.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, if I remember.
Pause it.
I
You
don't.
see yourself sort of in the foreground in the bright jacket.
Oh,
Yep.
okay.
Miss Reed's just on the other side of you, correct?
Yes.
Standing there.
Yes.
Okay, what are your thoughts on? Ms. Mclofflin, during that video, that's the time in which you say, or you claimed last year that Ms. Reed was, in your words, obviously upset, overly frantic, and almost hysterical, correct?
Yes.
Did she look almost hysterical in that video?
She was, well, in that video, that could not explain what that scene was like.
Did she look overly frantic in that video?
She was frantic throughout the whole scene. I think that was me describing the entire scene.
I see.
Yeah.
So she did not look overly frantic in that video.
She was upset for sure.
Was she overly frantic and almost hysterical in that video. Just now.
I don't know that you could really see from that video.
Did you see anything that appeared to be overly frantic and almost hysterical?
Like I said, that video is not really you can't hear anything, so it's hard to.
Was she running around?
She had been.
I didn't ask you if she had been.
Yeah.
There are a lot of things that happened. When she's standing there with you, was she running around?
No, she had just stopped running around.
Was she gesticulating?
I don't know.
Do you know what that means?
I don't.
Was she using her arms and going crazy? With the hands and arms and running in circles?
She had been, but like I said.
Right.
Yeah, but I think
you about what happened before you got there. I'm asking you what happened.
Right. Nobody's asking you what she did before you even fucking saw her. What the fuck are you talking about?
Before we got to that video. Right? I'm asking you about the video in which you described her previously as being overly frantic and almost hysterical. Did she look like she was just gesticulating and moving her arms and spinning in circles?
Which tells us all that you were told to say that shit. She's not even a good liar.
That's the point at which Ms. McCabe said, I think you need to calm down. Right?
yes.
And according to you, that's the point at which Ms. McCabe said, you're hysterical. Correct?
Yes.
Just so I'm clear, who in that video, Ms. Reed or Ms. McCabe, appeared to be doing most of the talking?
You cannot see from that video.
Who in that video
I don't know.
appeared to be gesticulating with her arms? My client or Ms. McCabe?
I think Miss McCabe was doing that, saying you need to calm down. You're hysterical.
Oh, the whole time she's gesticulating, she's saying, calm down, Karen. You're being hysterical. Calm down. You're hysterical. And just repeating that?
She was trying to get her to stop and to calm down because of the statement she was
Tax is
making.
about to wreck her.
And she was trying to get her to stop, calm down.
I see. Okay. So during that entire video, that was probably
barbecue.
Maybe it's a minute. That's when you're saying now that Ms. McCabe was gesticulating and saying, calm down, Karen. You need to stop making statements. Calm down. Right? That's what she was doing.
Yes.
Okay. Well, you'll agree that Ms. Reed was standing relatively quietly to your right, not saying much of anything.
No, what she had just said, she had seemed upset when she said that. And what she said was,
you suck at this,
obviously,
lady.
Miss McCabe was trying to convince her that that was
You
not.
suck at this.
You need to calm down.
And
Stop
at this,
saying
I
that.
mean lying.
Of a police officer who never said he heard her say it.
Objection.
Sustained.
You were standing 18 inches, 2 feet from Officer Seraph, correct?
I don't know exactly.
Well, give me an idea. I mean, 2 feet, 3 feet, whatever.
He was standing near me.
And he was standing even closer to my client, wasn't he?
Yes.
At this moment, when you claim to have heard the I hit him repeated 4 times, where was Officer Flamati? I'm sorry, where's Firefighter Flamati and Firefighter Nuttall?
In the ambulance.
With the doors closed.
Yes.
This is my ignorance. I'm assuming the engine was running.
Yep.
I'm assuming that there's some sort of heating system inside that ambulance to keep it nice and
Guess who lied?
That was running as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
So with that door closed, those doors closed. How many feet away, by the way, from where we're looking? How many feet away? How many yards away?
I don't know. We were fairly close to the ambulance.
Further than you and I are from each other right now, or closer?
I think closer.
Okay. How about now?
I'm not sure. The ambulance was behind us. I'm not sure how close we were.
Right. At least a few yards.
Sure.
Okay. And those doors are pretty thick, secure metal doors that lock. Is that right?
Yes.
Obviously, when you saw them, I mean, I know you don't know what was happening inside the ambulance, but when you saw them, firefighter Nuttall and firefighter Flamati were engaged in life-saving measures with Mr. O'Keefe, one doing the bag, one doing chest compressions as they entered into the ambulance, which you did see, correct?
Yes.
When those doors closed, would you presume, from your experience, that those life-saving measures and their focus was on John O'Keefe, that continued?
Yes.
You testified that you went back to the ambulance at some point and you told firefighter Flamati and firefighter Nuttall what you claimed to have heard. You told this jury, correct?
I went back to the ambulance after that and I told them what was said and gave them the demographic information that I got.
Okay. So in other words, firefighter Flamati and firefighter Nuttall heard it from you. You didn't say it to somebody else and they reported it to you. They heard it directly from you, correct?
From you.
I went back and I said, I gave the demographics and I said, she's saying I hit him.
Right. So in other words, they heard that from you.
From
I
you.
gave them.
Objection.
Is that yes or no?
Objection.
She answered the question. Next question.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about your relationship with Caitlin Albert. You were asked at a hearing about a year ago, back in May last year, May 3rd, as a matter of fact, 2024, about that relationship. Do you remember what your answer was?
No, not specifically.
You remember saying in response to the question, who's Caitlin Albert? Asked by me.
I don't remember specifically what I said.
Did you say, I went to high school with someone named Caitlin Albert?
Have the page number in line, please.
May 3rd transcript, 10-24, lines 2 and 3. Did you say, I went to high school with someone named Caitlin Albert?
I believe so.
Refresh your recollection, take a look at your transcript.
Sure.
Liar. You are a liar. Capital L, small I, small a, small r.
I have May 3.
You're lying. And you're a piece of shit.
Let me wait for you to
No,
go.
no.
You see that?
Yeah.
May I?
Yes.
May I?
Did that refresh your recollection as to what your answer was to the question, who's Caitlin Albert?
Yes.
Did you say, quote, I went to high school with somebody named Caitlin Albert?
Yes.
Ms. Mclofflin, that was not a full and accurate statement of your relationship with Caitlin Albert, correct?
I object.
Was that accurate?
I mean, that's a fact. That's
Okay, next question.
All right, I'd like to be seen.
All right. Jackson, why don't you do
Yeah. She was not in any way. Nobody knew that she was a friend of Caitlin Albert until the trial. There was no reason to. So nobody knew until the trial, the first trial, that she was friends with Caitlin Albert, and it was Turtle Boy who revealed it.
Go ahead.
In answer to that question, the open-ended question, who's Caitlin Albert, You didn't offer up in that first initial response. You didn't offer up. You didn't say we're friends, did you?
We're not.
You didn't say that we are in the same friend group, did you?
No.
2023.
Been friends since high school.
No.
You said I went to high school with someone named Caitlin Albert, correct?
Yes.
Almost as if you just saw her name in a yearbook. Correct?
No, I don't agree with that.
That's not true, is it? I mean, that wouldn't be true, correct? Because you did know Caitlin Albert.
That is true. And you asked me if I knew her, and I said yes. And you asked me if I'm friends with her, and I said I wouldn't say friends.
You wouldn't say friends.
Right.
Even as you sit here today, you would not say that you're friends with Caitlin Albert.
No.
You wouldn't say that you've been friends for years.
We've known each other for years.
That wasn't my question.
We've known each other for years, but we are not close friends. We don't have a relationship just for one-on-one. It's just group settings.
You grew up in the same town together, correct?
We did.
Went to the same middle school together.
Correct.
Went to the same high school together.
Yes.
You socialized with her.
Yes.
You've taken day trips with her and others.
Yes.
You've taken beach trips with her and others.
Yes.
Taken
Bro.
4th of July weekend getaways with her and others.
I don't remember that, but
The answer is yes, because there's pictures of you.
Michaela actually lived with Caitlin Albert at college, didn't she?
yes.
And you visited your best friend at that residence where she lived with Caitlin Albert on more than one occasion, didn't you?
Yeah, occasionally I would go to visit the friends that I had there.
At Caitlin Albert's house. Get the fuck out of here. This is a major conflict of
maybe
interest.
a handful of times, yes.
You've taken photographs with Caitlin Albert, correct?
I'm in pictures with her, yes.
You've been to baby showers with Caitlin Albert over the years.
I have attended a baby shower with her,
Had
yes.
celebrations with her over the years. Correct?
Yeah, we socialize, like I said, group settings, social events. I will see her.
Literally the definition of what a friend is. All of those things make you a fucking friend. Stop it.
Your Honor, may I approach?
All right, briefly.
Like, do you find it suspicious that all three people that have testified that they heard Karen Reed say, I hit him, all have some sort of conflict of interest, all have turned out to be caught as liars in this trial alone, much less the last trial? But all three people have been destroyed on cross. All three people's credibility have been fucked on cross. I mean, they probably want to publish the photos to the jury, but I mean, but there's really no need to, but it helps. Definitely helps because they're pretty intimate photos. And I don't mean intimate like they're, in a sexual or romantic way. I mean, they're intimate in the sense that like they clearly know each other. They're clearly more than just acquaintances. Like, yeah, who hangs out in a fucking hot tub hugging on somebody with a drink in their hand if they're not fucking homies, dude? Stop. No, that's the best well, actually, no, I can actually. Maybe it's better to now. Hold on, let me refresh this. Yeah, showing the pics definitely helps. But I mean, yeah, I'm looking at some tweets and some people are like, it doesn't even matter if she said I hit him. Yeah, you're right. Like to us, it doesn't. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't make any fucking difference to me if she said I hit him, because the science and data dictates that she didn't. So it doesn't matter. Like, I mean, yeah, hysterical utterance. Exactly. Oh, I love you guys so much. Fun stuff. Fun stuff, y'all.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are these pictures about to get posted?
May I approach briefly?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Great news.
Stay by the witness stand just so I can take the photographs back. Can you describe, first of all, take a quick glance through that series of.
Great news. Excellent.
What's depicted in those pictures?
Yeah, he's gonna post them. She's looking at the pictures.
How do you recognize, generally, how do you recognize those documents? What are they?
Objection.
Are those photographs?
Yes. Oh.
Are those photographs?
Who's depicted in the first photograph?
Myself.
Do you see, if every one of those photographs include you?
Objection.
Every one of
Bro.
those photographs include Caitlin Albert.
Objection. I'd like a curative.
What the fuck?
No offense, but you are a stupid
Your
asshole.
relationship with Caitlin Albert goes back not just weeks or months or years, it goes back a decade or more. Matter of fact, more than a decade.
I mean, I grew up we live in the same town, so we went through all the same school systems.
She
and
almost
everything.
said I grew up with her. She almost said I grew up with her.
The reality is you did more with Caitlin Albert than simply go to the same school system. Is that right?
Yes.
One of these photographs has you on vacation with Caitlin Albert drinking, correct?
Sustained.
What the fuck? All he did, he objected right when he said photographs. Did he not just show her photographs?
Miss Albert on many occasions at many celebrations with your girlfriends, correct?
Take a sidebar, please.
I'm going to allow that.
Is that right?
Been photographed on occasions.
On occasions, yes.
That wasn't my question, Your Honor.
Go ahead, ask
My
it.
question was, you've been photographed on many occasions and many celebrations with Caitlin Albert and your girlfriends, that group of girls that we just looked at.
Yeah.
There you go. Many.
And those include, as we went over just a second ago, 4th of July vacations, correct?
I'm not sure the dates on them.
I didn't ask you about the dates. I don't know the dates either.
Well, I don't know that was a 4th of July celebration. I'm not sure.
Do you see a beach photo with American flags in the background?
I guess is he posting them
So
or
you
what?
had- those photographs represent some of the celebrations that you have had with Caitlin Albert and others in your friend group, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You've gone on overnight vacations with Caitlin Albert, isn't that right?
There was one that I can remember, one overnight that I can remember with a big group of people.
Who was that? Where was that?
That was in Maine.
It was in Bethel, Maine, wasn't it?
Could have been. It was in Maine.
Have you been to more than one vacation
Dude,
in Maine with?
all you people
No, I
who
don't know
keep
that's the name of the
saying
town.
that every
I
person
don't
on
remember.
here is drugged when they testify, like you sound crazy. You make us all sound crazy. Stop it.
Where you've attended with Caitlin Albert, correct?
I was invited to a baby shower, not Caitlin Albert's, but she was also invited to the baby shower.
Right, and the two of you posed for a photograph together, correct?
We posed around the girl that was having the baby.
Right, you and who else?
A bunch of other girls, her friends.
Right, was one of them Caitlin Albert?
She was in the photo, yeah.
She's standing right next to you in the photo?
She could have been. Is that in there?
Next question, Mr. Jackson.
First of all, there hasn't been a lewd in existence since 1984.
No.
Okay, so stop it with the lewds, please.
I just glanced through them. Sorry.
The objection is sustained.
Fucking lewds.
The reality is, Ms. Mclofflin, your relationship with Caitlin Albert is far more than simply somebody that you went to high school with. Isn't that true?
I described what it is.
Do you stand by your testimony that Caitlin Albert is, quote, somebody I went to high school with somebody by that name?
No, y'all sound
I
crazy,
said
man.
that, and I described.
And they're all
the relationship
swingers,
numerous
too.
Times throughout
Like,
that testimony.
shut up.
To clarify it.
And you clarified it under questioning by me, correct?
Yes, and Mr. Lally, he asked follow-ups.
And in fact, you were shown some of these photographs last year too.
Objection.
Sustained.
The reason you clarified it is because you were confronted with photos of yourself last year, correct?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. The reason you clarified it, as you just testified, your relationship, is because you were confronted with photographs of you and Caitlin Albert last year, correct?
I just answered the questions that you had.
Right, and you were shown photographs last year.
I was, yes.
There's also another member of the Albert family that you've spoken to about this case, isn't that right?
No.
January 30th, 2022. You were
Another
contacted by
quello
the Canton
should
Police
love me in the morning.
Set up an interview, weren't you?
No, I was not.
You remember being contacted by anybody to set up an interview with Michael Proctor?
The state police called me and I met with two state troopers. I don't know which one of the troopers called me to set up the interview.
Isn't it true that it was actually a Canton
Look at a
police
pelican.
officer
Look at a pelican. Fly pelican.
I have no
Fly,
knowledge of
pelican.
that at all.
Isn't it true that the Canton police officer who set up the interview with Massachusetts State Police and coordinated that interview was a detective named Kevin? Do you remember that?
I have no knowledge of that.
Isn't it true that Brian Albert has a brother named Kevin Albert on Canton Police Department?
I know that now.
Isn't that who coordinated your interview with Michael Proctor?
I've never spoken to Kevin Albert ever.
Wrong movie, Sean Thompson. The fuck is wrong with you, bro?
Meeting, how can you say with such specificity?
Because it was the state police called me. The state police called me. It was a state trooper.
Can you wait till I'm
Just
finished with my
hold on
question?
1 second.
Oh,
please.
sorry.
Yeah,
I
relax.
can't remember who it was that called you specifically. How can you say with such specificity that you've never spoken to Kevin Albert?
Because I have only ever talked about this case with a state police trooper. So there were two of them there when I went for the interview. I don't remember which one called me, but I've never been contacted by anyone in the Canton Police about an interview or about the case. So I know it's not. I just don't know which state trooper it was that called me.
Did you talk to Mr. Brennan about this issue when y'all met?
No, I did not.
This issue never came up?
Fly
No,
pelican.
About Kevin Albert or the Massachusetts State Police or your first interview?
no.
You remember testifying about this last year?
I remember you asking me about who coordinated the interview.
And now as you sit here, you're saying it was absolutely 100% Massachusetts State Police that coordinated that interview.
It was I only ever spoke to the state police about that interview. I wasn't contacted by anyone else to go in for that interview.
Are you saying that you now have a specific memory of how that interview was set up? And that it was Massachusetts State Police?
My only memory
Do
is
you have a memory or do
Can
you
she
not?
answer the question, please?
I don't really get the question.
Can you answer that question?
I don't understand the question.
Ask it again.
Sure. Are you saying as you sit here now that you have a memory of how that interview was set up? And it was by a Massachusetts State Police officer?
I always had a memory that it was a state police officer.
Okay.
I don't know which one. That's why I said I don't know.
Isn't it true that last year you were asked that very similar question? This is at 10-56, lines 10 through 15. Question, do you recall being contacted by a completely different officer to say, hey, Trooper Proctor wants to talk to you. Come on to Canton PD. He wants to have an interview. Answer, I don't remember exactly how the interview was set up. Remember that?
Right.
So as you sit here, you now have a specific memory that that interview was set up by Massachusetts police officers.
That's the only memory I have of it. And when I said I don't know, you said somebody other than Proctor, and I didn't know if you were referring to the other state trooper that was there, because I didn't remember specifically who called me to come in for the interview. But I've never spoken to anybody in the Canton Police about that interview or the setup.
In fact, Kevin Albert is Brian Albert's brother.
I'm aware of that now.
You're aware that Kevin Albert is Caitlin Albert's uncle.
I guess so.
How many conversations did you have with anybody before you actually sat down with Michael Proctor? Either in anticipation of setting up the interview or otherwise?
None. I think once I got the call, I just called my chief that they're asking me to come in. And that was that.
And you got the call from whom?
I don't know which state trooper called me.
But as you sit here now, you're very
Asked and answer, Mr. Jackson.
I only ever met with state troopers, and no one from the Canton Police ever contacted me about an interview, setting up an interview.
During your interview with Michael Proctor, did you disclose to Trooper Proctor that you had a pre-existing relationship with any member of the Albert family?
No.
Did Michael Proctor disclose to you during that interview that he had any kind of relationship with the Albert family?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to talk to you for a second about your role when you did, in fact, arrive at 34 Fairview, Mr. Mclofflin. How long had you been a firefighter paramedic at that time, January 29th, 2022?
Probably about 5 years.
You said that you'd responded to hundreds, you believe it's possibly hundreds of calls. Is that right?
Possibly.
How many were homicides or potential homicides?
None that I know of.
So this would be the first one on January 29th, 2022. Is that right?
Yes.
And obviously, if you had never responded to a homicide before, you certainly had never responded to a homicide of a police officer before, correct?
Correct.
I think you indicated as much on direct examination that you are not and are not now a trained detective. Is that right?
Right.
You never conducted any sort of a formal investigation, formal criminal investigation, had you?
No.
You hadn't been trained, you had no advanced training on how to preserve or interpret statements or memorialize statements for evidentiary purposes?
No.
Or for the use in trial, things of that nature?
No.
In fact, your role that morning was just to provide medical assistance and pretty much nothing else. Is that right?
Yes.
And you'll agree that it was a somewhat chaotic scene, right?
Yes.
Lots of first responders on scene. Right?
Yes.
Everybody working furiously, or at least people working furiously to provide life-saving measures to John O'Keefe. Is that right?
Yes.
People were talking over each other. There was a cacophony of engine sounds and noises coming from people talking and trying to speak over the wind and the howling, the driving snow and wind that was coming down, snow that was coming down. Is that right?
Yes.
You hear people in the background, in the foreground, people talking over each other.
Yes.
Emotions, your emotions, everybody else's emotions were on high alert. Is that right?
Yes.
So you were trying to do your job under pretty intense pressure.
Dude, there's a child actor that she looks just like.
Yes.
And I'm trying to think of the movie that he was in.
Recorder with you when you were asking my client any questions, did you?
No, of course not.
So audio recording of that conversation you claim took place between you and Miss Reed, is that right?
Not that I know of.
And you've already indicated that you didn't even follow up with a single question when she responded in the way that you've indicated she responded, correct?
Yes.
The words you claim you heard were, "I hit him."
Ice Age. What the fuck are
Correct.
you talking about? Ice Age.
It's your experience that people under pressure.
No, a child actor, man, not a fucking cartoon.
All the time as a firefighter
People.
paramedic, correct?
Correct.
People in those kind of situations speak in broken sentences or rhetorical questions, correct? Not uncommon.
People react differently at different scenes.
But you
Yeah.
certainly wouldn't say that that's uncommon. Oh my God, what happened? What happened? Things of that nature.
No.
Did you hear my client ask the question of confusion or a series of questions of confusion? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
I did not hear that.
You never heard her say anything close to, did I hit him or could I have hit him?
I did not.
Ms. Mclofflin, where are your notes regarding this statement?
Go fuck
I don't
yourself,
have
GB.
any.
Where'd they go?
It's not my,
Fuck
in the
you,
role that I was
GB.
in, I'm not in a position to write a report on this type of call. It would be the lead paramedic or the officer on scene.
Hey,
So
fuck
didn't
you,
write
buddy.
it down, you didn't have any opportunity to write it.
I didn't.
You're just going by your memory.
Yes.
I'd like to play exhibit 4, starting at runtime 8:50.
Okay.
Positive. Just to orient us, can you tell me where you are in that video?
I might be in the middle there, although I didn't get a good look.
With the yellow and the red.
Yes.
She does kind of look like Pee Wee Herman.
I'd like you to pay special attention, Mr. Mclofflin, to your right and your left hands.
I just watched that shit again last night. Pee Wee's Big Adventure. Great Tim Burton movie. Best musical score too, like out of all Tim Burton's movies.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I would write like stuff on my glove. That's something I'll do as I'm getting the information. Was that your question about notes?
So you were taking notes.
That's just me jotting down the demographics.
Let's keep playing.
Why would you put that on your fucking glove? Like, I feel like that's really unsanitary. Like, don't you know anything about cross-contamination? Shouldn't you just fucking change your gloves like every fucking time you touch something? If you're going to be dealing with patients with open wounds, fuck is wrong with you, lady? They don't teach cross-contamination at ambulance school. They didn't give a course on cross-contamination at ambulance school, lady. Fuck out of my face with that. Because I'm serious. That all that tells me is that she just keeps the same fucking gloves on the whole time she's on a call. That's fucking gross.
Overly frantic and almost hysterical.
That's the point where your client started to make the statements.
Was she overly frantic and almost hysterical?
She was distraught.
Overly frantic and almost hysterical. We're using different words. I'm asking you about your words. Does this describe her as overly
I think the overly frantic and hysterical, I was describing the entire scene.
So you'll agree that she doesn't look overly frantic or hysterical?
Again, hard to say from a video, but.
And according to you, well, that's actually, Ms. Mclofflin, it's easiest.
That's just not funny, man. Cross-contamination's no joke, dude.
Yeah, I mean, she's kind
This
of
is nasty.
she's not totally in
Change
view.
your fucking
and,
gloves.
I mean, she wasn't standing there calmly, I guess.
Right, she was hysterical to you.
She was upset. She was very upset.
Hysterical?
I might say hysterical. She was extremely upset.
Okay, and this is the point which Ms.
Dude, I sit here and sanitize my hands
Calm down,
all
you're being
fucking
hysterical.
day, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and let it.
All day.
Pause it. So you indicated that this is the point at which, and we can leave the lights down for a second.
Tim Blanche, thank you so much, buddy.
You said my client had just said, I hit him. I
It
hit
looks
him.
like it.
Basically confessing to having hit John O'Keefe, correct?
Those are the statements she'd made.
No, that shit ain't OCD. It's just called not being a fucking disgusting fuck. It's not OCD.
I know he turned and told somebody to go get the sergeant. I don't know if that already played. I'm sorry.
All right, so I guess she did leave the photos out.
He responded, "You what?" And she repeated it again, and then he told someone to get the sergeant.
I know that's what your statement is. I know that's your testimony. I'm asking about the video. Do you see him reacting right here?
Enthusiastic hand
You'd
jobs.
have to play
What?
it again. I
What?
wasn't looking at that part.
Where are you
Do see
getting that
him
from?
handcuff my client?
Oh no.
You see him call anybody over to handcuff my client?
He turned to signal to get Goody down here. Is what?
So they handcuffed her.
No.
They didn't handcuff
No.
her, even though she just confessed in front of a police officer, according to you.
That's what she said.
I hit him. It's my fault. I did it. That's a confession, correct?
She said, "I hit him. I hit him. I hit him."
In
I
front
hit
of a
him."
cop.
And Officer Seraph just stands there, and my client walks away, correct?
You'd have to talk to Officer Seraph about that.
Wow.
You should.
So let's move on. Mr. Jackson, I'm not rushing you, but how much longer do you think we'll be?
Not long.
Okay, so,
I can wrap it in a couple of minutes.
okay.
Toward the end of this video. It says-
Are you playing it again or should we put the lights on?
If we can play it again.
Okay.
Continue.
Mike B from the 413. Thank you, buddy.
Pause it. You appear to be writing something down,
I could be.
and according to you, you're writing on your glove.
Yes.
Okay. What kind of glove?
Just a regular latex glove that we use on the ambulance.
You didn't have a notepad?
I probably did.
Y'all are
Sometimes
a
it's
bunch of
easier to just
nasty,
write it down on your glove.
cross-contaminating motherfuckers, bro.
No, I did not.
Go ahead and play it. still appear to be writing something down, looking down at your glove?
I might be looking at it.
Pause it. Is this also an example of my client being overly hysterical and frantic?
Oh, I wasn't paying attention to her.
Can have the lights up.
I wasn't paying attention to her, but I heard her confess in front of a cop.
Whatever it
that
was
never reported it.
that you were talking
Cool.
to Miss Reed about, it was important enough that you had a pin out. You were writing things down, correct?
Well, I was still finishing writing down some of the other.
It was important enough.
Yeah.
You write things down. Yes, or no?
Yes, I wrote down things that were some of the things that were said.
Some of the things that were important, correct?
Yes.
For instance, you'd write down John O'Keefe. That's his name, right?
Right.
You might write down a circle with a slash through it. Allergies. No allergies, right?
Right.
That's none of my
You might
business.
write down 46 for his age.
Right.
You might write down how he was injured, hit by a car, correct?
I did not know that was, well, I didn't know what those statements meant.
You might write down 3 little syllables. It was just told to you. I hit him, especially if it had been repeated 4 times as you climbed, correct?
Yeah, I had that in my head and I was going to go tell them that.
And you had a pen right in your right hand, writing things, correct?
Yeah.
You never wrote that down, did you?
I wasn't going to write that statement down on the glove. I remembered that and I went back to the ambulance and told them.
You did memorialize that statement on any note that we have, correct?
No.
You didn't memorialize that statement on any glove that you were wearing, correct?
No.
Whatever you wrote down on that glove, where is that now?
Yeah, I don't have it, obviously.
I don't know how obvious it is. What'd you do with it?
You just scratch everything out and you throw out the glove.
Just threw it away.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Is
Yes.
that yes?
Yes.
You scratch it out. Why do you scratch it out?
On or not on that glove?
You're throwing the glove away. Why are you scratching it out?
I didn't write those words down on that glove.
As we stand here, we don't know what was or wasn't on that glove.
Name, date of birth, no meds, no history, no allergies. And then I wasn't writing that statement down on the glove. I went back to the ambulance and just reported it.
And importantly, it was important enough, as you say, to go back and report the statement, but not important enough to write it.
Sarah Saka, I need you to relax, okay?
Correct?
It's
Take
not
that
about
fucking
importance.
Soros
It was-
shit somewhere else.
I was relaying that information to the ambulance verbally. I didn't need to write it down.
And you, in fact, didn't write it down, did you?
No, I didn't make a report about it.
And you're also aware that not a single police officer out at the scene wrote that down either.
Objection.
Sustained.
That's all I have.
Mr. Brennan, can you do a redirect in 5 minutes?
I can.
Okay.
Don't put alcohol on your hands. It's the worst thing for you. What?
Ma'am, when Mr. Jackson would show you part of your testimony from a prior.
Don't
proceeding,
clean
he
your
didn't help
hands.
you showing you that, asking you questions.
Sustained.
When he asked you about whether you knew Caitlin Albert, and you said.
It's made in
you
China.
were in high school with her, did you immediately then answer questions describing that relationship?
Correct.
Watch the phone.
Were you asked immediately other questions about the relationship?
I explained the relationship over and over again throughout the testimony.
In fact, you described the relationship over 12
Uh-oh.
times, didn't you?
Oh my
I'm sure
God.
it was that many.
You didn't simply
She's
just
right.
say somebody.
There
named
it
Caitlin.
is.
I went to high school with somebody named Caitlin Albert. You didn't leave it at
Made
that,
in
did you?
China.
No, I didn't.
Oh
Remember
my
saying-
God.
Say more acquaintances, not close friends.
Right.
You remember
Let me
immediately
put this
saying after that, I
China
would say we had mutual
China
friends. We
virus
might
all
see
over my
each
hands,
other
bro. Hold on.
occasionally because of mutual friends.
Yeah.
We don't have a one-on-one friendship or hang out regularly.
Right.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow
You remember many more statements after that initial answer where you describe.
Why do I have a hankering for fried rice all of a sudden? Oh no.
Similarly, you were asked about a meeting with the state troopers,
Yes.
and the attorney asked you a question about your memory or suggesting that Mr. Albert set up the meeting. Remember those questions?
Yes.
You were asked questions just like that before at the last hearing, weren't you?
Yes.
Remember being asked about who set up the meeting and you saying that you didn't recall?
Yes.
And then you remember being asked about whether a completely
Wuhan
different
rice, I
officer
love it.
set up the meeting, and you said, I don't remember exactly how it was set up,
Yes.
followed by, so that was my next question. You may have told me this. Do you have any recollection who set that interview up? And you said you didn't?
Right.
And you were specifically asked, does the name Kevin Albert sound familiar?
Objection.
Do you remember saying no?
The objection sustained.
Do you remember when you were asked at the last hearing, does the name Kevin Albert sound familiar? Do you remember what you told Attorney Jackson?
I told him no.
And then you were then asked, do you know Kevin Albert? Do you remember your response?
I said no.
When you were there trying to help the gentleman that was on the ground, did you know this would become a homicide investigation?
No.
Did anybody tell you this was a homicide?
No.
Germs. Germs that cause cold, bad breath, diarrhea. Now you can get the safest advanced hand sanitizer out there. The Wuhan hand sanitizer.
Did you know whether it was with a fist or a foot
No.
or a Lexus?
No.
You mentioned this was not part of your role to investigate. Why didn't you persist? Why didn't you follow up and ask more questions about that statement? What about the situation and the dynamics caused you not to ask questions?
Sustained is to the.
Why didn't you?
They're not sanitized until you're Wuhan
From
sanitized.
the defendant when she said, I hit him, I hit him.
I felt bad for her at the time. It was a very disturbing scene, and I did not want to push further down that road. It's not my job, and I didn't feel comfortable doing it.
Did you write those statements down on your glove?
No.
Then how do you remember she made those statements?
I won't
I'll
ever
sit in the
forget
corner for
those
30
statements.
minutes, Jen's horrid headlights. You forgot where you were at.
Anything?
Don't
Mr.
ever
Jackson?
me.
That was a disturbing.
Go sit in the corner. Sit
Yes.
your ass in the corner.
Yes. Yes.
It was upsetting.
Yes.
A lot of people,
Yes.
For a lot of reasons, right?
Yes.
And that's when things start getting missed, when emotion starts playing a role, correct? That's when details start getting missed.
I guess it depends on the situation.
Right, but this was a disturbing, emotional, upsetting scene even for you, correct?
I felt that for a civilian to see it, it was very disturbing for them.
Probably wasn't great for you either, was it?
It's not.
Yeah. And your testimony is you never heard my client say, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Correct? You never heard that.
I didn't hear those questions. No.
What you heard was, I hit him. Is that right?
I heard him. I hit him repeatedly.
And changing gears for a quick second, I'm almost finished, Your Honor.
So here's what you're going to say on the stand.
You did.
Or I'm going to tell your dad about the time you got gangbanged.
In more detail with Caitlin Allen, under my questioning.
Kind of how I figure the conversation happened with Caitlin.
Yes.
That's when I started showing you photographs.
Remember that time you got railed and they ran a train on you right after the hot tub pick?
I don't know.
Remember
I've
that?
described it so many times.
I'm telling
I
your
don't
dad.
remember.
But you knew I had information that I was going to ask you about.
Objection.
No.
Objection.
Finally, with regard to Kevin Albert, did Trooper Proctor tell you during that interview that he had texted with with Officer Kevin Albert about setting up your interview? Did he tell you that?
I have no knowledge of that.
Did Trooper Proctor tell you that the reason we're here, the reason we set this up is because Kevin Albert texted me that he had already coordinated with you?
Never. No.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, Ms. Mclofflin, you are all set. Jurors, I appreciate you going a little later until lunch to just finish the witness. So why don't we do that? We'll give you 45 minutes, come back in 5 minutes.
All rise for the court, please.
All right, for the court, please. Joe, is follow me. Follow me. Oh my God. What now? Oh my God. What now? Did they just end this? Oh no, they didn't. Okay. I was like, huh? Hold on, bro. Let's see what we got here. Dude, we ain't got like what? Hold on. What? Hold on. I got something for your asses. I got your best buddy. Your best buddy. Oh.
That a lot of people would like to see this case solved, and she deserves justice.
We are finally one step closer to getting justice for Aliza Sherman. More than a decade, either one of the prosecutors or one of the long name for a case, but basically following that trial for Commonwealth case continuing at 9 a.m. We'll go in there live together when it does. Friday, we saw key witness Jennifer McCabe continuing her testimony after 3 days on the stand. Prosecutors were hoping that she would appear as a trustworthy.
I'm going to take Clover to the restroom real quick. I will be back.
Credible witness. The defense was trying to accuse her of colluding with others in what only the defense team is claiming was an alleged cover-up scheme. Let's look back at some key moments of the case.
Describe her demeanor.
Miss Reed's.
Yes.
Jen! And then she's screaming that John didn't come home. She left him at the waterfall. She was hysterical. It was very hard to follow what she was saying. She started saying, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? And then she just was just all over the place, like screaming my name, screaming so many different things. She was hard to follow or understand.
You had no reason to believe they weren't okay. A man was dead or dying on their lawn, and your sister's not answering the phone. And nobody is coming out to the chaos of Karen Reed screaming on the front lawn. You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
I didn't, because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight. She was crying she hit him. I didn't, but my focus. Can I finish, please?
You had solved the crime right then and there. You solved the whole case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
All right, and then there was a forensic scientist who took the stand, testifying that Karen Reed's blood alcohol level at 12:45 a.m. was over the legal limit. We know it was over the legal limit in the morning at 9:30 or whenever it was drawn again. So how damaging is that retrograde analysis? Going back all those hours, 9 drinks in a 3-hour period. Let's bring in our guests and talk about this, and also talk about the impression that Jennifer McCabe might have left with the jury. Let's welcome in attorneys Tommy Pope and Mario Gallucci right now. Good morning to you both.
Morning.
All right.
Morning.
So let's tackle both of these things in turn. So let's start with Jennifer McCabe. The impression that you both think that she left with the jury. Tommy, would you start us off, please?
Julie, you've only heard me say this about 1,000 times. I always wish we could see the faces of the jury. I know why we don't, but I think she handled herself well. The one counter to that, I'd say, is, kind of the histrionics of the cross. And, he was cutting her off a lot. He was not letting her finish. He was not letting her explain. I know the prosecution had objected a certain amount, but, maybe less than they could. But again, maybe they're reading the jury. Some jurors like that. They watch TV and they expect an attorney to be kind of rude and snappy, and so they may like that. But I thought factually, she held up extremely well, was extremely patient, and I think it showed.
Right. I agree, Tommy. I thought she was an excellent witness. Mario, your thoughts on Jennifer McCabe, please.
I couldn't agree more. I thought that she did a very good job. I agree with Tommy that the defense attorney was all over her, but that's his job, but sometimes you could go too far. Sometimes that turns a jury off. They're not always wanting for you to go that far. So the defense attorney's job in this case is to say, what kind of skin does she have in the game to go against her friend? And the argument is that she's colluding with other people. Well, show that. Try to bring that out in the cross-examination. And I don't think they were very successful in doing that at all.
I'm with you, Mario. Thank you both for your assessment there. Let's turn to the blood alcohol content. I have some numbers for you both, and you both have.
She was an excellent witness. She was an excellent witness, and sometimes defense attorneys, they can go too far. It's not too far when you show that somebody's a fucking liar. It's too far for you. Too far for your little echo chamber that you're trying to create there on court TV. But bottom line is, he asked the necessary questions and he showed that she was a fucking liar.
Have tried a lot of DUI cases. So we know that at 9 a.m. on January 29th, 2020, 9 a.m. when Karen Reed was at the hospital, she was over the legal limit then. She was a 0.092%, 9 a.m. So this is so many hours after her drinking. The retrograde analysis said that she was somewhere between 0.14 and 0.28 when at 12:45 a.m. That night. Okay, so 0.14 and 0.28% at 12:45 a.m. Tommy Pope, we know that this accident is alleged to have occurred shortly before then. We know it was at 12:32 a.m. that John O'Keefe's phone stops moving forever and ever. Your thoughts?
The answer to your question is yes, Julie Grant. That bitch is dumb.
On whether the Commonwealth has established that Karen Reed was drunk at the time of the incident in question?
I think they have, scientifically, to the extent that we're allowed to, the only answer that kind of rebuts that is if suddenly she went home that night and she was so upset she started drinking then, or she got up nervous,
Right.
He wasn't home and she drank then.
And Court TV knows this, dude. Court TV fucking knows this, Jessica. They know that. Everyone knows that. It's not relevant what her blood alcohol level was at 9 a.m. You can't determine what her blood alcohol level was at 12:30 because you don't know how much she had to drink at John O'Keefe's house while she was waiting and while she was sending voicemails, right? So therefore, the only way you could charge her with being drunk and driving is based on how many drinks that she admitted to having, because she did admit this is being used against her. She talked about this stuff during interviews, but she admitted to have been drinking a lot. And there's evidence that she was served a certain amount of drinks, but you can't tell what her blood alcohol level was at 12:30 at night. There's no way to tell what her blood alcohol level was at 12:30 at night. It's impossible to know what her blood alcohol level was at 12:30 at night, the prior night.
And that's what we used to hear, the DUI guy that would run from the police, and he would go in his house and get out the car and then claim that he didn't start drinking until he was at the house because the police were after him. So I think they've established it, Julie. I would say that kind of anecdotally or commonsensically, the fact that she's drunk the next morning, that she has an alcohol content the next morning, I think most jurors would extrapolate, man, she must have really tied one on last night. So I think that they
see, it amazes me. Like, this is what you get from court TV, dude, especially when Julie Grant is the host of whatever's going on at that moment on court TV, because you're going to get lies and bullshit, because no lawyer worth a shit would say these things without pointing out the fact that, I mean, nobody tested her at 12:30 to know what her blood alcohol was. They're saying that she allegedly hit John O'Keefe with her vehicle somewhere around 12:30 the prior evening, and now her blood alcohol content is 2-3 times above the legal limit at 9 a.m. She already went home. She went back to John's house. It's pretty safe to say, considering John had been drinking all day, that there's probably alcohol in John's house. No? So why can't an expert, a legal expert on court TV, point out this simple fact? Because it doesn't take a fucking lawyer such as myself to point this out. Alyssa Jet, thank you so much. How does Jen know John didn't go in the house after she left? Right, that's a great point. That's where she slips too.
they've proven up, but I'm not sure that that was in question based on just the basic facts.
That's a good point. We have her own statements admitting it. I've got a clip for you both. Let's take a look at this one where she's talking about how buzzed she was.
And is the level of intoxication pretty high here for everybody? It's happy. Yeah. It's you had a lot to drink, right?
How long before Julie Grant is exposed as a paid mouthpiece for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts? How long?
I wouldn't say I have like a normal amount. Like a vodka tonic every 40 minutes. Okay. And so are you feeling like buzzed? I'm not judging. I'm just trying to get buzzed.
A vodka tonic every 40 minutes, Mario. I don't know what's worse, her statements or the blood draw. Which do you think's more damaging for this woman?
The statements.
So there's no question in my mind that she was bombed. I think that the prosecution has proved without any doubt that she was bombed at the time that this occurred, and she had alcohol in the system. And Tommy's right. That's the classic defense to a DWI. You know, at the time I was intoxicated. I was not operating a motor vehicle. You know, you got those people that drive around with sealed bottles in the car. They get pulled over. They turn the car off, throw the keys out the window, start guzzling the bottle. So, you know, there's no question in my mind she was drunk. But what effect did that intoxication have on the events that led to the death? And that's what they're trying to determine. You know, was she so drunk that she did not remember running him over? Was she so drunk that everything she said, it can't be, you know, taken as being credible? It's a big question here is the intoxication level.
Definitely. Great points, Mario. Thank you. I want to direct both of your attention to the clip that was introduced in the testimony on Friday before they concluded for the day. This was introduced in between Jennifer McCabe's testimony and the scientist who talked about the retrograde blood analysis. This was one from the documentary that aired on ID Discovery, A Body in the Snow, but we know that not all the footage made air. So many of us saw this clip and thought, oh my, didn't know she said that. Let's take a look.
And in the back, leaning over the front two seats, Carrie's driving and Jen's in the passenger seat. And I've described this to everyone, so you've probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him.
I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I would find him. What in the world? And this woman wants to convince the world that this didn't happen, that this didn't happen. Mario, your thoughts when you hear her say that?
Let's go back to Jen McCabe's testimony when they arrived at
This woman wants the world to believe.
Look for the body. That to me has been telling from the get-go in this case. Karen Reed knew exactly where any incident that occurred, she knew exactly where it was. She knew exactly where the body was. She knew exactly where to go. And immediately upon arriving at the scene, she said, there he is, there he is.
Let me tell you guys a little story, okay? Caught somebody cheating one time, right? Caught somebody cheating one time. I remember there were kids to be taken care of, and this person was like, well, you know, I never get to go out and just hang out. Your friends are my friends, blah blah blah. And I'm like, yeah, that's bullshit, but okay. And so this person went out. I stayed home with the kids. And then I went to sleep. 6 a.m. comes around. This person's nowhere to be found. I'm worried, but my instincts know better, right? My instincts know better. She could be anywhere. And I had no evidence to indicate where she would be. I just had instincts. And maybe it was a lucky guess, but I don't believe that. Now, the time I got in my car, 6 a.m., I said, I woke up the oldest child came to me and said, where's so-and-so? I said, I'm going to go look. Stay with your brother. I'm going to go look. I think I know where she might be. Drove straight over there. Sure enough, I find her car in the driveway. I happen to have a key to this house. Not my house, but I happen to have a key to it. Yeah. Sure enough, I walk in and there she is with someone who I really was hoping she wasn't with, but she was. And all I did was just kick the bed and go, listen, wake the fuck up. You got kids waiting for you. Get up, get dressed. I'll be waiting for you outside. Now, I may or may not have kicked the shit out of her car in anger and left severe damage along the side of it. Needless to say, I was quite upset. Heartbroken, to say the least, on many levels. But the fact is I knew exactly where this person was. My instincts told me where this person was. First place I looked. Now, that's why I don't find her going to 34 Fairview and wanting to go to 34 Fairview suspicious at all, because I think that things were indicating to her that John was cheating and whatever happened. Now, that all tracks. But here's the thing that shuts all of that down and makes that none of anything that I just said matter. Okay? This is the one thing. Because you have idiots like this asshole right here going, that's the thing that stuck out to me the most. It was so strange that she knew exactly where to go. How did Karen Reed know to go to 34 Fairview? Well, I'll enlighten you there, Sherlock. She knew where to go because that was the last place she saw him. Because anybody with common fucking sense who's out looking for somebody is going to go to the last place that they saw that person. Wouldn't they? The last place she saw John O'Keefe was at 34 Fairview. Why in the fuck wouldn't she trace her steps back to 34 Fairview? Which is exactly what she did. So it doesn't fucking matter what her instincts were. Doesn't matter what she suspected. Doesn't matter if she thought he was dead or if she thought he was cheating. Simple explanation is anyone with fucking common sense is going to look for the person they're looking for at the last place that they saw them, which was 34 Fairview. It's not rocket science, and it sure as fuck isn't suspicious.
So yes, that is very telling. And there's another
No, it's
reason why
not.
you should never, ever, ever, ever have your client do any type of TV show prior to a trial or even after a trial when there are still appellate things that could proceed.
Amen, Mario. Great points. We've got to leave it there for now. Tommy, you're going to be.
She's a dumb C word. A C word. I don't know what C word you're talking about.
You're a little cunt.
I still no. What are you sure?
Boy, cunt.
Oh, okay, maybe that one. You think? Okay, just checking, just making sure.
Going to be doing more analysis with us in our 9 o'clock hour on this one. And my friends, what a week it will be as the Commonwealth is still cooking with gas, presenting their case. They've got the burden. Karen Reed cloaked in the presumption of innocence. Still ahead here on opening statements.
You see, like, it's like her producers told her she had to say that. Like, yeah, if you're going to fucking spin this bullshit rhetoric of her being guilty, then you have to fucking try to hold up the reputation and credibility of our network and point out the fact that she's innocent until proven guilty. You fucking idiot. Watch.
Wealth is still cooking with gas, presenting their case. They've got the burden. Karen Reed cloaked in the presumption of innocence. Still,
see how she says that, like all dismissive, like it's a problem, like it's not okay that you actually presume someone innocent before labeling them guilty in the court of public opinion. Like there's something wrong with the presumption of innocence here.
Still ahead here on opening statements.
I take the gun out, and as I take it, like as it clears, as the barrel clears, all carrying the cock.
So I'm tempted to watch that movie because it's released now. the movie that Alec Baldwin, what was it, Rust? That movie's out now. Like I'm tempted to buy it or rent it and watch it. All right, yeah, all of this Diddy bullshit. No more Karen Reed stuff. All right. So we got about 15 minutes before we come back to oh snap.
criminal defense attorney Joseph Krowski Jr.,
Boo.
longtime Massachusetts attorney, prosecutor for 20 years, including homicide chief in that courthouse in Norfolk County, Rick Grundy, and Karen Reed supporter Nick Rocco with us as well, who knows the facts of this case inside and out. Okay, Nick, let me just start with you before I get to the lawyers. From your perspective, why do you think that Jennifer McCabe didn't go inside to get Brian Albert, who is a police officer, who is a first responder, who would know a lot more than Kerry Roberts or her about how to potentially save a life?
Well, just like you said, kind of in the beginning, because if John O'Keefe survived, then he lives to tell his story of what actually happened. And what we found out today was Jennifer McCabe, after Karen Reed had called her, she called her sister at 5:07 in the morning, and there was something happened within 38 seconds. Now, Jen claims the phone wasn't answered. She never spoke to her, and she doesn't remember that phone call, but it shows that there was a 38-second phone call. She also called Jen and Brian after she called 911, and those show a 9-second and I believe an 8-second phone call. When Kerry and Karen were trying to basically give CPR to John and bring him back to life, she easily could have went in that house. It would have taken 10 seconds for her to run inside that house, wake up Brian to come outside and help. Allegedly. But she didn't do that. And I find it very hard to believe that a seasoned veteran police officer like Brian Albert himself just had his door unlocked that night. I mean, you know, there's no cameras on the house, and he's got, I'm assuming he has weapons inside the house. I don't believe that door was unlocked by an accident. I believe that there was a phone call made. They knew at some point Jen was going to have to go inside that house. It's amazing that the only time she went in the house was when Officer Lank sent her into a house that was not cleared by police officers, not knowing what happened to John at the time. I believe it was on purpose why she didn't go in that house, because it could have potentially saved John's life.
Joseph Krowski Jr., why doesn't she just go in and get Brian Albert?
So, just to add to your comments on Kerry Roberts, remember, she was not friends with Jen McCabe before this incident. As a matter of fact, she had only been in her company on one prior occasion. She wasn't out with them that night. And her testimony was Karen called her at 5 o'clock in the morning and said, John is dead. It is ludicrous to believe that Kerry Roberts would join a conspiracy to cover up the murder of John O'Keefe, who was one of her nearest and dearest friends.
It's not ludicrous at all, as a matter of fact. If you have somebody as manipulative as Jen McCabe, who shares a disdain for Karen Reed for whatever reason, whether it be jealousy, what the fuck ever, but you have somebody like Kerry Roberts who has a motive to want Karen Reed to be the person who killed John, since John is dead, and there's somebody to blame. There's always got to be somebody to fucking blame, right? So Kerry Roberts thinks Karen Reed is the most convenient person based on her feelings, and therefore it's not difficult for Jen McCabe to manipulate this and go, hey, listen, there's a chance that Karen Reed might walk away from this. And, you know, we know she did it. You know she did it, right? Right, Carrie? Right, Carrie? You know she did it, right? Right? So, I mean, you're going to have to say, because it might not be enough to convict her, but you're going to have to say that you heard her admit to hitting him. But I didn't hear it, but I know, I don't want to lie. Well, I mean, you got to understand why it's bad to lie on a case, because you don't want to put somebody in jail for no reason. It's not like we're lying to get her in trouble and get her to get her in trouble for something she didn't do. We know she did it, but sometimes lies are necessary in order to get justice done. And if we're going to get John justice because we love him, then the best thing for us to do is to say what we have to say to make sure that the right person who's responsible for John's death pay the price. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. We could be heroes, Carrie. That's Jen talking to fucking Carrie. We could be heroes. Because it's not like you're lying to convince the cops of something that's not true. You're just stretching the truth a little bit. Yeah, that's why it's not absurd, you fucking idiot. So, all right, yeah, let me hold on. Is this for real? Is she? So let's see. Let's see real quick. See what we got here. Oh, she's not even fucking doing nothing. Jesus Christ, how many people? She's got 39 people watching her, bro. And she's got the wrong fucking day. She's got it as day 10. Isn't it day 9? Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But she's got 39 people in her chat, bro. Nobody gives a fuck about Twattendorfer or what she has to say. Yeah, it's day 9. It's definitely day 9. And here she's got day 10 because Twattendorfer's retarded. All right, let's see what this idiot is saying. Let's see.
And not to mention 1.8.
Anyway, because I have a.
Yeah.
Start talking about first dates.
Never.
The notebook to follow me.
One thing that really bothers me about that whole line of questioning, and that I wish she could have stated more clearly, although I thought she did a great job, was
I thought you did a great job.
all of us, when we're on the box, when we go to a call, we write down blood pressure, pulse, we do it on a glove like that. So we have it written down right there when we're in a supportive role. Second, our job or their job when you're an EMT or a medic responding to call is strictly the medical condition of that individual. That's what your focus is. Do you want to find out what we call the mechanism of injury? Yeah. Was he shot? Was he hit by a car? Of course. But that is so secondary. First of all, what's their LOC, their level of consciousness? Do they have an airway? Do they have any circulatory issues? What are their vitals? What do they look like? What's your initial impression? That is what a medic or EMT focuses on. And for him to say that you're going to spend any time on, finding out exactly what happened, that's just absolutely false. I just wanted to make that clear.
Wow. Moron.
No, it makes sense. And
No, it
yeah,
doesn't.
I mean, again, I don't understand why they're going so hard at this when everybody agrees that she said it.
No, they don't.
Yeah, Karen can't even forget it. She's been trying to forget it for years.
Say that again, Matt. Sorry, I stepped on you.
People are.
Oh, I'm just saying, like, I think Jen
People are
McCabe
all
and
idiots.
this witness both said they will never forget those statements. And Karen also can't forget those statements because she keeps repeating it in all these documentaries. So apparently she said it, and I don't understand what they're trying to accomplish here.
Yeah, no, I agree. And at the end, Katie Mclofflin got that in, and I thought that was powerful. I will never forget it. And I also thought it looked good that she was sympathetic to Karen.
All right.
It wasn't that she was after it.
Oh, and saying
Absolutely false. On I want to find out what we call the mechanism of injury. Yeah, was he shot? Was he hit by a car? Of course. But that is so secondary. First of all, what's their LOC, their level of consciousness? Do they have an airway? Do they have any circulatory issues? What are their vitals? What do they look like? What's your initial impression? That is what a medic or EMT focuses on.
You know what's really funny is like she's talking way more highbrow than any. She's the biggest fucking idiot, and she's even like talking over the heads of everybody that she's talking to. It's really funny.
For him to say
watch
that you're going to spend any time on, finding out exactly what happened, that's just absolutely false. I just wanted to make that clear.
Look, nobody heard a fucking thing she just said.
That makes sense. And
that makes sense. Let me break the silence here. Makes sense. Okay, let's see you make sense of everything she just said, Krusty.
yeah, I mean, again, I don't understand why they're going so hard at this when everybody agrees that she said it.
Okay, so she wasn't even talking about that. She wasn't even talking about that.
Yeah, Karen can't.
These two idiots are so lost at whatever Twattendorfer just talked about. They're like, wow, okay, she's talking about things that nobody fucking has any fucking knowledge of. Okay.
Then forget it. She's been trying to forget it for years.
She's been trying to forget it for years. She's been trying to forget it for years.
Say that again, Matt. Sorry, I stepped on you.
Yeah, Matt doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about.
Oh, I'm just saying, like, I think Jen McCabe and this witness both said they will never forget those statements. And Karen also can't forget those statements because she keeps repeating it in all these documentaries.
She keeps repeating it.
So apparently she said it.
Like, they don't understand. Like, they're acting. This is how you know these are mouthpieces for the McAlberts, because they're just trying to make shit up and say things happened when they didn't happen. They're like, everybody heard it. No, 3 people claim that they heard it, and all 3 people were discredited.
Said it, and I don't understand what they're trying to accomplish here. These documentaries. So apparently she said it, and I don't understand what they're trying to accomplish here.
Okay, I'll explain what they're trying to accomplish. Jen Dogos, thank you so much. Dogos, hey Will, you are awesome. How can I get my merch? I brought help. I want Clever Drago Pillow help, please. I don't know. I've already explained while you were in the chat that I have no control over Teespring and what they do. They are an independent distributor. We are switching distributors. I'm not going through Teespring anymore once we get new merch up on the new site, but Cherry has been sharing the new site. I'm just not really crazy about the merch that we have there right now. I want to go over it and retweak it some, but yeah, that's why we're switching, is because people have had problems with Teespring. So I don't know what to tell you. You're just gonna have to contact Teespring. Gifted 1 Glare membership. Thank you, Kat Randall. I appreciate you. Very, very kind. Very kind. And yeah, so this guy's like, I don't know what they're trying to accomplish. Dude, what they're trying to accomplish is convincing the jury of the fact that Caitlin Albert was friends with Katie Mclofflin, who's on the stand right now, who is one of only 3 people that supposedly heard Karen Reed say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And yet the video footage shows that she's lying about when she heard her say it. The video footage shows that Nuttall was lying about when he heard she said it. And the video footage shows that Jen McCabe was lying about when she claims that she heard her say it. All of which were shut down by dash cam footage, by Canton PD dash cam footage. All of this was shut down by all 3 of these idiots. And what they're trying to accomplish with Katie McLaughlin's testimony is to prove that there's a conflict of interest. She was clearly enticed to say that she heard Karen Reed say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And even if she wasn't, the fact that you would have a question is called reasonable doubt. So what they're trying to establish here, my friend, Wolfgang, or whatever fucking fucking wolf douche, whatever the fuck your name is. This is what they're trying to accomplish here, and what they're trying to establish is a lack of credibility on Katie Mclofflin's part. There's a conflict of interest. All right, we should be coming back soon to court. Yeah, I mean, that's why nobody watches those idiots. Dude, I'm about to make my third pot of coffee. And I feel like I shouldn't, but I'm gonna. We got 2 more hours, folks. Mark, if I do a recap stream tonight, I'll open the phone lines. I'm gonna try to make that a regular thing. Like, it's just tough because I want to be able to squeeze in gym time and pet time and all that stuff. Spending all day doing this. But I want to try to squeeze in a recap show at least every couple of days. And try to make it a regular thing to have you guys call in, because I know you guys want to share thoughts, because I want to hear your guys' thoughts on all this too, Yeah, that Francis dude, that dude's too much. Yeah, I hope he gets through one of these days. Francis. I hope Francis comes through. He gets through the phone lines. Yeah, I mean, you got to understand that I'm not going to do too many late night shows during the week, at least, because like, I got to wake up early and stream this live. So, I mean, I got to sleep sometimes, guys. Oh, Francis is just some idiot that trolls me on Twitter. Like, he's begging for attention from me, and he wants to debate me, but he's retarded. He's retarded, and so what he wants to do is, like, basically use me to, like, build himself up. So right, he's just a clout chaser, that's all he is. He has absolutely no valuable insight whatsoever. And he's trying to leech off of my notoriety to build his own instead of just building his own because he's completely and totally uninteresting. Yeah, like if I brought this guy on and actually tried to actually have a serious debate with the guy, you guys in the chat would be like, dude, get rid of this fucking asshole. Like, why are you wasting time with this? You wouldn't even find it entertaining. That's why I haven't even done it. Here, hold on, man. Let me see if I can. Let me see if. Let me see if I can show you guys what I'm talking about. I feel like you guys will like appreciate it. All right. We got a couple minutes before court comes back. Probably just a minute or so. But as soon as it comes back off, I'll cut this idiot off. Listen to this. Look at this fucking guy.
What's up, William? How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're not getting yourself in any trouble. Hey, my man, listen up. I'm gonna do this special shout out video for you because I think you deserve every single second. Dude, it is already really known that you don't pay any child support, that you wife, and you avoid literally everything that is negative towards you. You know, fair enough.
I do avoid negativity. Yes, that's a great observation, my friend.
And William, to be honest, you are the least of my concern, but I think that you are completely.
I'm the least of his concerns, but if you go to his Twitter, it is all me. It is all me.
Certain aspects about the Tanner Reed case. And dude, I do not know you. I do not want to know you. But dude,
But
I'm
you
wanting to know you for one single thing. For one single thing.
but
Because this tiny dude is gonna fucking wipe the floor with you.
but you keep making these videos.
Fucking debate me, you goddamn pussy. Because that is what you are, William. You are a pussy. Nothing else with your Chewbacca teeth. You are nothing else, my man.
I love this guy, dude.
Let this fucking foreigner kick your ass because every single time that you go live and you have your phone line open, I will call so many times. I will call so many times.
It's a bunch of line cook and a vegan guy.
Dude, I'm not intimidated by the likes of you.
Awesome.
Not at all, because I know I'm smart, my man.
Well, good for you, man. I'm glad you think you're
I will
smart.
fucking
Aw.
kick your ass, and I don't need to use any violence. I do not need to use any violence.
Dude, what are you gonna do? Swim over here from the
I will
Netherlands?
show you how.
All right, shut up. Court's back. Oh my God, come on. No, there's no sound right now. Just waiting. I know I'm smart. I know I'm smart. William, I know I'm smart. Bro, the dude sounds like a fucking drunk lesbian that's like totally in love with a bisexual girl who's not even bisexual. She just likes to fuck everybody. Doesn't matter. She just doesn't discriminate on sexes, but she's actually straight. But this dumb lesbian's totally in love with her. Like, I'm smart and I'm a good person. And you need to treat me better. I'm smart. Yeah, I'm a good person. I'm a good person. I have a good heart. I have a good heart. Jesus fucking Christ. What the fuck is going on here, dude? Let's go. Yeah, looking stupid. This guy right here. Dude, what is going on with his hair, bro? Dude, what's happening with this guy, bro? Like, I'd love to know what the fuck is wrong with this guy. Did he not? Okay, you know what happened here was the dude put his comb over on, and then before his Aquanet fucking took effect, the wind blew it back, and then the Aquanet took effect. You know, like the Aquanet didn't dry yet, and it blew his fucking hair back, his comb over, and left his fucking like. Here's my impression of John DePietro right now, bro. Are you ready? John fucking DePietro. Fucking love that guy. Dude, these sidebars are killing me, bro.
Send you back to the jury room. We'll see you in 10 minutes.
Oh my
All right,
God. Now they're
please.
going back to the jury
Close your
room.
notebook, follow me.
What is this going to be now? I mean, they're going to call their next witness. So I wonder who the next witness is going to be. It's probably like, this is probably some stink over who the next witness is going to be, or whatever evidence they're allowed to whatever questions they're allowed to ask or whatever. Yeah, no, yeah, that is great news. So the judge is not going to revoke Aiden's bail. That's a great decision on his part. All right, I vaguely heard you may be seated. Free my boy Billy Tibbetts. Sidebar. Sidebar. What you doing, buddy? What you doing, baby boy? Good boy. Dude, I can't with y'all, dude. Dude, anybody who coughs in a quiet setting of a courtroom is going to get somebody's attention. Like, it's not uncommon for somebody to cough and then somebody to react and actually look and see who coughed. Like, I'm sorry, I just don't overthink shit like that, dude. Like, I feel like it's a waste of fucking time to focus on shit like that. Seriously, like, it's just like I'm not gonna sit here because I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna rewind it to that point, and then he's gonna look, and then you guys are gonna make something out of a look. You know what I mean? Like, it's like when Brennan nodded at Judge Cannoni. That didn't mean shit. People need to calm down with that shit. It didn't mean anything. And even if it did, there's no evidence that it did mean anything. There's none. Like, it seemed like the person was testifying. Judge Beverly Cannoni was looking to see where they were. And then she looked at Brennan like, is this the right page? And he was like, yeah, that's what it seemed like to me. Like, we don't, it's bad enough that we get a rap for fucking overthinking conspiracy theories here, folks. And so far, I take pride in the fact that I haven't overthought shit. That, like, I've come to the conclusion that there is a conspiracy to cover up this murder because the evidence dictates that there's a conspiracy amongst the people at that party to cover this fucking murder up. There is evidence there's evidence of a conspiracy to frame Karen Reed amongst the Commonwealth and the Massachusetts State Police and even some members of the Canton Police Department. Yes, there is evidence to indicate this stuff, but it doesn't necessarily mean that that is the case. It means there's evidence to indicate it. It doesn't mean it's evidence that it's fact. It means that there's evidence to indicate it. That is what I go by. That is as far as I go. There's no evidence to indicate that they're swingers. Shut up with that shit. Y'all sound fucking crazy. Like, all these people are fucking related. You think that they're all jumping into bed and fucking each other? What's wrong with you? That's just not believable. That discredits us as critical thinkers. It discredits us as logical people. Like, that's fucking crazy, bro. Like, stop it. You think Nicole Albert is jumping into bed with, like, Matt McCabe? Like, stop. Like, they're having fucking McAlbert freak-offs and shit. What the fuck's wrong with y'all, dude? Just crazy talk, dude. Crazy talk. Like, we don't engage in shit like that here, dude. We just don't. It's fucking... Those are distractors. Those are distractors, bro. Crazy. Fucking Matt McCabe. Like, hey, Julie Nagel. Yeah, could you grab that lube over there? Can you grab that lube over there? Yeah, come on, fuck my wife. That's cool. You think that's fucking happening, bro? Like, that's not realistic at all. Stop it. You sound fucking crazy. Listen to this. Calm down. They're swingers. Fact. True story. Shut the fuck up. You're talking out of your ass. You're talking out of your ass. So fucking stupid. Yeah, they're all swingers, right? Because fucking Higgins gives off fucking swinger vibes, right? Higgins, who has no idea how to talk to a woman, none whatsoever. And Higgins is a fucking is fucking Austin Powers over here. Get out of my face with that shit.
All right, so we're bringing the jurors over. I'll see counsel at 10.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a Jameson and ginger, and I'm gonna get the bed to start spinning. Okay, yeah, it's one of those beds that spin. Yeah. Jump in, honey. That's not Higgins. Higgins is like, wow, they make underwear that looks like that? Really? With the string? They make underwear that looks like that? That's crazy. Oh my God. I didn't know. I had no idea that they made underwear that didn't have a back to it, just a string. That's crazy. Wait, they make bras? They make bras that push up and make the boobs look bigger? Really? I didn't know that. That dude's not swinging. That dude doesn't even fucking know where the clit is, dude. That dude is not swinging. You think Matt McCabe knows where the clit is? Stop. There's no fucking way. Matt McCabe does not know where the clitoris is, dude. I heard of it. I heard about it. I didn't know. We're playing a little grab ass with my friends, but I heard that there was a clitoris. I don't even know what that is. I hear it's like a. They said it was like a little head of a dick. That's what they told me. I don't know. That dude doesn't know where the clit is, dude. That's like question 1 on the fucking swingers questionnaire. No man, no cuck man is gonna let another man near his wife if he doesn't know where the clit is. Like, just going around letting people with no knowledge of the clitoris fuck their wives. That's not how that shit works. Dude, it's not. I'm telling you, that's not how it works, bro. Dude, imagine that. Chris Albert is going to see Matt McCabe messing with his wife, and Chris Albert's going to, hey, just get away. You're mashing it, and you're not even doing it right. Go get away from my wife. Stop. You're gonna give her a complex. Move. That's how that would go. Yeah, this is totally the most out of control chat for sure.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
I apologize for that, folks. Nobody likes wasting your time.
Dude, every female McAlbert.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Every one of those female McAlberts are dry as a fucking bone on a chronic basis, bro. Okay? None of them are fucking engaging in sexually advanced activities. It's not a thing.
Facebook card, raise your right hand, please.
solemnly swear to the honesty of the court and jury in the case now here, to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Your Honor.
Oh, this fucking guy, Mr. fucking leaf blower, Gallagher.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, sir. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Paul Gallagher.
For the court reporter, would you mind spelling your last name?
Gallagher.
Mr. Gallagher, do you presently work?
This guy's like,
as a police officer, I'm retired.
When did you retire?
August 31st, 2024.
When you retired, what
Gee, I
department
wonder
were
why.
you working for?
Canton Police Department.
How many years had you worked for the Canton Police Department upon your retirement?
I was credited with 32 years, 8 months of service.
Did you have a particular rank when you retired?
Yes, I was a lieutenant.
I want to go back to the beginning of your law enforcement career and share your background with the jury. When did you begin your career in law enforcement?
I became a permanent intermittent police officer in Canton in 1992. What a permanent intermittent police officer is, it's basically a part-time police officer. You're required to attend a 16-week part-time academy. Your duties
Where
include
they,
regular patrol
teach you
duties that a
about
regular
leaf
police officer
blowers
would
and such.
do, but you're only utilized during special events, short staffing, and you're allowed to work paid traffic details.
Did that status change at some point?
It did in 1994.
1994, were you a patrolman?
Yes, and that required me to attend a full-time 18-week police academy.
In addition to the police academy, did you continue your training over the years?
Yes, I did.
Can you share with the jury some of the training that you would attend over the years?
Oh, sure. So I did constitutional law. I did interview and interrogation, terrorism, international terrorism, domestic violence, buccal swabbing, and DEA basic narcotics course. And last duties were I did background checks, so I attended background training, and I did internal affairs.
Before I talk a little bit more about your experience over the years and your progress through the Canton Police Department, I'd like you to share with us generally and briefly the structure of the Canton Police Department. The Canton Police Department, how big is it? How many officers are typically employed by Canton at the same time?
We would like to have 45, but unfortunately, we're short-staffed at this time.
At the Canton Police Department, is there different ranks?
There is.
And what are they?
They are patrol, sergeant, detective sergeant, lieutenant, deputy chief, and chief.
Given the size of Canton, is it a
So you're
small
short
department
staffed.
or a
I wonder if
typically
that
large
has
department
anything
for
to
that
do
size?
with the budget.
I would say it's a medium-sized department.
And you're overpaying a
Is
bunch
Canton,
of fucking idiots who don't know what the fuck
do you
they're doing.
receive traffic from other areas nearby?
We do.
Is Boston part of the crossroad through Canton at times?
It is. Route 138 runs from Boston, and it goes all the way down to the South Shore through Brockton, Taunton, et cetera.
Other cities or towns nearby that bring traffic through Canton as far as law enforcement is concerned?
They do, and other states. 95 runs through Canton as well and brings up traffic from Rhode Island.
For a relatively small town, is Canton a busy police department given all the crossroads and intersections?
It can be very busy at times.
You mentioned in Canton that there are different ranks. You started as a patrol officer.
Yes.
Did that change at some point?
It did.
When?
July of 2001, I became a detective.
Did you have any particular or special training to become a detective?
I started attending how to dust for fingerprints. My focus was narcotics. I had several narcotics classes.
Did you engage in those type of investigations on behalf of Canton?
I did.
Did you work with other agencies?
I did in 2005. I started working with the Drug Enforcement Administration.
Took a
in
leaf blower
2006.
seminar.
I was assigned as a
and,
task force officer for the DEA, initially out of Worcester Tactical Diversion Squad, which their mission goal was to eradicate OxyContin and oxycodone distribution at that time. It was during our oxycodone phase. In 2008, I was moved to Boston Division, and there we focused on all narcotics, not just oxycodone, heroin, cocaine, etc.
How many years did you spend as a detective before you received your next promotion?
Approximately 15 years.
What happened next in your career as far as progress?
I took the sergeant's exam, and I became a sergeant.
In order to become a sergeant, do you have to pass an exam?
An exam and an assessment, yes.
Is that enough to
we
become
had
a
to
sergeant?
play
or is there
beer
another
pong
process
with
you have
red
to go
solo
through?
cups.
That's
and
that's
learn how to
where
apply
they,
them in a
that's where they rank
investigation.
you after the exam and the assessment.
What year did you say you became a sergeant?
I became a sergeant in 2017.
Was that your first supervisory position?
Not actually. I also worked as an officer in charge, which you're not technically a sergeant, but when there's no sergeant to fill the shift, they'll use experienced officers to work as a sergeant, and you receive sergeant's pay.
How long did you work as a sergeant for at the Canton Police Department?
I worked as a sergeant for 1 year till 2018, and I was promoted to detective sergeant.
As a sergeant, did your duties change or expand from that of detective?
I was still assigned to the Drug Enforcement Administration at that time.
And you just shared a year later you were promoted to lieutenant. Did you have to take and pass an exam for that?
That was detective sergeant, and I did not have to pass a test for that.
Did your duties and responsibilities expand when you became lieutenant?
Yes, I was brought out of the DEA to work in Canton specifically.
Were there other lieutenants on the Canton Police Department when you worked as a lieutenant?
I became a lieutenant in 2021. At the time, there was 3 other lieutenants.
Were there any other officers above lieutenant at that point?
There was a deputy chief and a chief.
In 2022, January, were you a lieutenant?
I was.
Your duties and responsibilities, do they include actually going to scenes, or was it purely supervisory?
It was supervisory, but we were expected to respond to scenes.
What do you mean by that?
Our chief expected a supervisor on scene at all times, at all scenes.
Even if there was a ranking supervisor like a sergeant, were you still as a lieutenant expected to go to scenes?
Oh, yes.
Did you do that often?
Yes.
I want you to take us to January 29th, 2022. Were you working the overnight shift from January 28th, 2022 into January 29th, 2022?
I was the outgoing lieutenant. I did not work into the 29th. I was the last lieutenant to work on the 28th.
In the early morning hours around 6 a.m., were you on shift or off shift?
I was off shift.
Were you planning on working that morning?
I was planning on working later that day, yes.
Do you remember what the weather was
Canton
like that
did
early
recuse
morning?
themselves
Yes,
after he showed up.
there was a nor'easter,
They
which
didn't
was
know
snow,
it was a murder yet.
wind.
Did anything interrupt
They didn't know it was
your
a
plan of
murder,
working later
and
that day?
once it was established
Yes.
that Kevin
Tell
Albert
us what
worked for the
happened.
Canton Police Department,
Shortly
and
after
Brian
6
Albert's
a.m.,
house,
I received a
the
call
Canton
from
Police
Sergeant
Department
Sean
recused
Good of the
himself.
Canton Police Department.
After you received the call from Sergeant Sean Good, were you informed about a situation?
I was.
Were you told any basic details of where and what?
Yes.
Without sharing the actual conversation, where was this situation taking place?
I misunderstood the situation. I thought it was on Meadows Ave in Canton. I later found out through dispatch that it was actually Fairview Road.
When you heard that there was a situation in Canton, did you decide to change your plans about when you would come in?
Yes, I responded.
Why did you respond?
That's the expectation our chief had for us.
When you go into work, do you use a police cruiser or do you use your personal vehicle?
On this particular day, I used a personal vehicle because of the weather.
Was that different than typical?
Yes.
And why would you use a personal vehicle instead of a
Because I had a
police
leaf blower in
It
the
was
trunk.
larger. It was 4-wheel drive. It was the only way I probably would have got there to the scene.
cruiser? After you received the call about a situation, tell us what you did.
I loaded up the car
With a leaf blower.
tent, and I drove to the Canton Police Department, and I got some winter gear from the office, and I told on the radio, got on the radio and advised Sergeant Sean Good, who was at the scene on Fairview, that all officers were held to further notice.
What does that mean?
They weren't going to be going home at their end of the shift until they were relieved by
they
another
do have
supervisor.
SUVs.
Why
actually.
did you take a tent with you?
Because of the snow, the way the call was described to me was a person possibly not breathing. And if it was an unattended death, I wanted to be able to cover the person.
Yeah, he slipped like a motherfucker.
Respect.
That tent was a tent from your home?
Yeah, he slipped like a motherfucker, didn't he?
A pop-up tent.
You went to the Canton Police Department first before you went to the scene?
I did.
Why did you go to the Canton Police Department first?
I had some winter gear there, including a reflective jacket that I thought would be helpful, given it was dark out. Visibility was very bad.
When you got to the Canton Police Department, did you learn anything from any of your colleagues while at the police department?
The only one colleague at the police department at that time was Officer Kelly Dever.
Okay. After you got your gear at the Canton Police Department, did you head towards Fairview?
I did.
Other than the general description that you had heard, did you know anything about what was going on there?
Just that a gentleman was found unconscious in the snow, possibly not breathing.
You mentioned the term unintended death. What does that mean?
An unattended death is a death where someone dies alone, and you don't know the reason. It doesn't mean there's foul play. In fact, 99% of the time, it's natural causes.
Is there a process for the Canton Police Department when they learn of any death, unintended or not? Is there a process you need to follow?
Yes, there is.
And what is that process?
That's to call the Norfolk County DA's office, their CPAC unit, Crime Prevention and Control. They have jurisdictions over deaths and unattended deaths.
You mentioned a CPAC unit. What type of officers or law enforcement is the CPAC unit?
It's manned by the Massachusetts State Police.
Are you required by statute to contact CPAC or the Massachusetts State Police, even if it's an unintended death?
Yes.
Did you follow that process?
Sergeant Lank followed that process.
Is that one of the officers who worked under you?
Yes, that is correct.
Did you know if Sergeant Lank was at the scene when you were leaving Canton, or did you learn at some point when you got there whether Sergeant Lank was at Fairview?
When I got there, I saw the black Toyota Tundra, which is operated by our detectives there, and then I saw him.
When Canton Police Department first contacted the Massachusetts State Police or the CPAC unit about the information, did you have an understanding whether or not the Massachusetts State Police were going to respond or not?
They were not responding.
So when you got to Fairview Road, were there any other law enforcement officers other than Canton police officers?
No, there was not.
When you appeared at Fairview Road or arrived, were you the superior officer on the scene?
I was the highest ranking officer.
As you're pulling up to Fairview that morning, what's the first thing you see when you get there?
As I pull up, I see the last of the fire apparatus pulling away. I get out of the vehicle. The first one I encountered was Sergeant Sean Good, who was the shift supervisor.
Did you see any other of your officers there?
I did. I saw Lieutenant Lank further down, and further down I saw two other cruisers, which ended up being Officer Mullaney and Officer Sarif.
Did any of the cruisers or vehicles have lights on?
They did.
Did you hear any sirens?
No, there wouldn't be any sirens.
Why wouldn't there be?
Sirens are used to move traffic. There was no traffic. It was a blizzard. There were no cars on the road. You might see an occasional plow.
Did you ever learn the general area where the person was found?
Yes,
At that time, did you know who the person was?
I did. I knew him by name, yes.
Did someone inform you of who the person was?
Sergeant Sean Good did, yes.
Okay. And who was the person that you learned was on the ground?
John O'Keefe.
Had you known John O'Keefe?
I knew of John O'Keefe. I had never met John O'Keefe.
When you first arrived at Fairview, was Mr. O'Keefe still on the ground?
He was not.
Was he at the scene?
He was not.
So when you got to the scene at Fairview, Mr. O'Keefe was already gone?
Yes, he had been transported to the hospital.
So did you ever firsthand see exactly where Mr. O'Keefe was lying when he was found?
I did not.
Did anybody point out to you the general area?
Yes.
Did you have a chance at that point to, well, obviously you didn't have a chance to examine or look at Mr. O'Keefe. Did you have a chance to look in the general area where you were told he was found?
I did.
Tell us a little bit more about the weather now that you're standing outside Fairview Road. What's the visibility like? What's the temperature like? What are the conditions like?
So it was terrible. It was blizzard-like. The wind would blow in your face. It would change directions. The snow was an icy snow. In the wind, you had to actually talk loud to be heard. Somebody right next to you, and it was your typical New England blizzard, basically.
At this point, did you have any position as you assessed the area, whether this was a criminal investigation?
When we had no crime at that time.
When you were there, were you looking for anything?
Yes, I was examining the scene.
Okay. At that point, did you have any reason to start a criminal investigation?
This motherfucker is
Not
lying.
at that time, no.
When you learned that
All
Mr.
this makes
O'Keefe
me
was
think
found
is this is
outside,
why
did you go look
Higgins
at a
went back to
particular
Canton
area?
PD.
Yes.
This guy
Can you
knew.
describe the area that was shown to you where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
Sure. It was on the left
This
side
guy
of
went
the
to
property
fucking
of
One
34
Meadows
Fairview.
because Higgins came back to
You
the
could
fucking
see
precinct the
where,
night before
first responders
and was playing
and
lookout.
witnesses and police officers
Playing
had
keep away.
walked up to the area. It was by a flagpole on the
He's
property
running
line of
interference.
number 32 Fairview.
What was the lighting condition at that point in that area?
It was dark. It was sun was coming up, but due to the weather and the cloud cover and the snow, its visibility still was not great.
Were the law enforcement vehicles providing any light for the area?
No.
How about the house? Was there any bright lights coming out of the house illuminating that area?
I didn't see any lights, window lights on. There might have been an exterior, the door light at one or two houses.
In addition to the law enforcement officers that were there, did you see any civilians when you got there?
No, there were no civilians there.
While you were outside looking at the area, did any civilians ever come out?
No, not at all.
Any civilians ever come out of 34 Fairview?
No,
How about next door, 32 Fairview? Did you ever see any civilians come out of that address?
nobody ever came out of the house.
Across the street, is there homes across the street from 34 Fairview?
There is.
Did you see anybody come out of either one of those houses?
Did not see anybody come out of those houses.
When you were outside and you were shown the area where you were told Mr. O'Keefe was found, did you try to do anything regarding that area to identify the area itself?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
Yes. The area where you were told Mr. O'Keefe was found, did you try to do anything around that area to identify the area?
Well, it was marked out with crime scene tape at that time. And what I saw was pink blood, and it was in a circular pattern.
Was the crime scene tape holding up at all?
No,
No
it was
taillight?
not.
You
It
didn't
was
find any taillight?
blowing wildly in
Okay.
the wind. And at one point, it was actually blowing in. It was triangular, and it was actually blowing into the crime scene.
Was the tape helping at all?
No, it was not.
Was there any use of putting a tent up at that point?
No, there wasn't, not due to the high winds.
Did you learn whether any of the officers had at any point before you got there gone into Fairview Road?
Yes.
Who did you learn went into Fairview Road?
Both Sergeant Good and Detective Sergeant Lake went into Fairview Road.
Did you know how long they were inside for?
Oh, did you know that?
I did not.
At that point, did you go and speak to anybody in any of the nearby homes?
I did not.
When you were at this scene and you saw what was happening in the weather, did you make a decision to do anything?
Yes.
What did you decide you were going to do?
Since the state police were not responding, I decided to process the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found and try to find out why he had the medical episode he was having.
If you understood this to be a medical episode, and at that point you didn't have any information it was a crime scene, why were you taking the time and effort to process the scene under these conditions?
Because that's what we do. Even the hospital, there could be a reason that there's obviously a reason he's there. I think we had a duty and obligation to check around where he was found and see if there was any explanation to what caused his medical condition.
Did you focus on a particular area when you decided to look around?
I did.
What area were you going to look at?
Where it was pointed out he was found and where the blood pattern was.
Were you thinking about looking in any other areas around that?
Not at that time.
Why not?
We didn't have any reason to. We only had the area where he was found.
And at that point, did you have any idea what caused his injuries?
We had none.
At this point, when you were pointed or you're looking at the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found, was the area getting covered up at all?
Yes, it was.
With what?
Snow.
How quickly?
Very quickly. I believe it was forecasted to come down to 1 to 2 inches.
Oh, I
an
can't
hour,
wait till
if I
they show
recall.
the
Did you have
video.
any idea how hard the
Because there
ground
was no
at that
snow
point?
falling when he
It
was
was
blowing
frozen.
that leaf blower around.
So did you have any idea?
I
was
can't
frozen.
wait.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
How deep was the snow covering that frozen ground?
Approximately 4 inches at that time.
When you wanted to look around the area, did you consider using a rake or a shovel?
I did.
And did you?
I did not.
Why didn't you use a shovel at that point?
I was afraid I
Here we
would
go.
miss something or possibly
blower
break
gate.
something.
What could you break with a shovel?
Anything, glass or anything of that nature.
Specifically glass.
What was your decision about how you would
Tail light, wink,
search
wink.
that area? What did you want to see?
I wanted to see anything that was possible, whether it was any type of weapon or any type of medical bottle or any reason that he could have come to where he was.
Did you think of a way that you could look below
Come
the top of
on.
the snow without unresting the scene?
Yes, I did.
And
Here we go.
what did you conclude?
Here we go.
Because of the blood, the pink spots I thought might be blood. I thought a leaf blower would be the best method because I have seen it used and to remove light layers of snow, and it can be controlled.
And after having seen that before, making that decision, what was the benefit of a leaf blower over a shovel?
I wasn't going to miss anything with a leaf blower, much better control.
And control, tell us what your intention, what was your hope with the leaf blower?
Like
To
it's
clear
a
the
fucking
area,
tool that cops use and
control
shit.
slowly.
I wasn't going to
So
lose any control. with the leaf
potential
blower.
evidence of what happened to Mr. O'Keefe wouldn't be lost.
Did you have a leaf blower with you?
Did not.
So what did you do?
Sergeant Good volunteered to go get a leaf blower.
Did you remain at the scene?
I did.
And during this time, are you still?
We
have no
expected
information that it's a
to
crime scene?
possibly find a suicide
We had
note
no
carved in
information on
stone
the
instead of
crime
on
at
a
that
piece of
time.
paper. So we
Did Sergeant Good come back with the leaf blower?
we blew a leaf
He did.
blower around.
Did you try to get any other items to help you?
Not that I recall.
Okay. When Sergeant Good came back with the leaf blower, did you use it?
I did.
Was it successful?
Very.
Tell us what you did.
I started with low speed and began whisking away the snow. And then I saw how it was uncovering those pink spots were becoming brighter red.
Oh my God, bro.
So I verified it was frozen or coagulated blood at that time. And so out of the abundance of
Holy
caution, I decided that that was something we may want to collect.
Why did you want to collect that?
fuck out of here.
Just out of abundance of caution, DNA. I expected it to be John's DNA.
And
I wasn't going to get a second chance at it. It was either collect it or never have it.
Were you making quick decisions under these circumstances?
Yes.
Did you ask somebody to get a container
Wow.
to put the coagulated blood in?
Here we go.
I ended up getting the containers.
Where did you get them from?
The
I got them
containers.
from Lieutenant Kelleher, who lived in the neighborhood.
The
Did Lieutenant
containers.
Kelleher ever come over to the scene?
He did not.
Yeah,
Oh.
aka Red
Did he
Solo
work for the Canton
Cups.
Police Department?
He did.
Why didn't he come over to the scene with you?
Because he originally thought the scene was at 32.
Did you ask him to come over to the scene to help you?
No.
Did you expect him to come over to help you?
No.
Did you prefer he not?
Correct.
So when you get the containers, were they plastic cups?
Yes, they were red Solo cups.
And what was the purpose of using the red Solo cups?
They were plastic. They weren't going to leak. They weren't going to get soggy. They were large. I needed a small sample. My thought was because it was frozen or coagulated, that we could collect it, transport it, and transfer it to the crime lab, who could extract the DNA however they saw best fit.
Does sometimes the crime lab?
I love how he's trying to sell this
not?
shit to the jury, dude.
Of
I
course,
love
Is that
it.
your decision?
No,
You were telling us about the leaf blower. Does it serve to excavate the area?
it did.
Did you begin that process?
I did.
And when you did that, did you try to memorialize it?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that?
I had Sergeant Good videotape it.
Why did you have Sergeant Good
We don't make
memorialize your
mistakes.
efforts
We
to
have happy
excavate the
accidents.
area?
I thought someone may wonder why I decided to use a leaf blower, so I wanted to demonstrate its effectiveness.
So somebody was like, dude, you brought
I'm
a
going
leaf
to
blower?
move
What are
to
you doing?
introduce 2 videos. That,
Hold on. This is
council
very
has.
effective. Hold on. Somebody was like, yo, dude, what are you doing? Hey, relax. I've seen this
So there's no
before.
objection to these videos, right?
All right, here we go, folks.
51.
Thank you.
Here we go.
With the court's permission, can I show the jury the videos?
Yes.
Oh,
Ms. Gilman,
please
can we
show the
number
jury
1,
the
please?
videos. Look at all that blinding snowfall. Right, Scott McGinnis? Snowfall? What's blinding? We couldn't even see in front of us. Blinding snowfall.
Could you just come stop at the end of the video so it's a still frame?
Bro.
That's good right there.
Yeah, that's good.
Sir, who's the person holding the leaf blower?
That is me.
That would be me.
Did the leaf blower
I'm
work
the
as
only
you would hope?
moron.
It was great.
It was great.
You see other footprints around that area.
Correct.
Do you know how those footprints got there?
Some of them were from first responders.
Wow.
Some of them were for witnesses. The ones up top by the flagpole were for when the
Guy is a
officers put up the
moron.
crime scene tape.
What
Did
a
officers
fucking
try to
party
wrap the crime
fight.
scene tape around the flagpole?
They did wrap it around the flagpole, yes.
I see. And from that vantage point, could you see the side and front yard?
Great.
Yes.
Did the side yard have any footprints or evidence that anything was dragged through the side yard?
No, not at all.
How about the front yard? Did the front yard have any evidence that anybody had walked across it or dragged anything across it?
It had one set of prints from Sergeant Lang.
Other than Sergeant
All right,
Lang's
Jason.
footprints across the front yard, was there any other impediment?
No, not that I saw.
I'm going to ask if we could see the second video, please, Ms. Gilman. Can you stop there, please? You see the end of the leaf blower?
I do.
There's an object just below it at like 7 o'clock. You see that?
I do.
Did you discover something in that area?
We did.
What did you discover?
It's a cocktail glass.
Was it?
No taillight,
Did it
but a
have any
cocktail
damage to
glass.
it?
It did.
Okay.
Describe that for us.
It was broken on the top.
Could you continue the video, please, Ms. Gilman? Stop, please. There's some red spots. Is that what you identified as coagulated blood?
That is.
Below some of those spots and to the left, there's an area that's not white. It's brownish. Do you know what that is?
That's, I believe, just bare ground.
If we could finish the video, please.
But the ground was covered.
Thank you. Could have the lights on, please.
Oh, the jury can't hear the music from me.
Did you or
but
any
it's
officer
playing
in
in their heads.
direction obtain and preserve that broken cocktail glass?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm showing you two photographs. The first photograph, do you recognize what's in that photograph?
I do.
What is it?
It's a after we exposed the broken, I exposed the broken glass.
Is the broken glass depicted in that photograph?
Yeah, it is.
Is that similar or substantially the same way it appeared? You're welcome,
Stu.
That's exactly how it appeared. Yes.
Do you know if that photograph was taken as a still image of the video or not?
I do not.
Okay. Second photograph, can you take a look at that?
That's a close-up of the cocktail glass.
Of the same photo?
It is. Yes.
I'd move these.
Like, I love how Brennan's trying to sell this shit as like legit investigation.
To be
Like legit standards in an investigation. I love how he's trying to sell that shit to a jury. So fun.
52 and 52A.
Lieutenant, what was done with that cocktail glass?
It was bagged and seized as evidence.
Was it brought anywhere that morning?
It was brought back to Canton Police Headquarters.
What happens when it gets back to Canton Police Headquarters?
It gets logged into evidence and it's assigned an evidence number. The officer types in a description of the item. In this case, it was a broken cocktail glass or broken glass. And once he hits the space bar, it automatically generates a property number for it. And I believe in this case, it was 22-18-PR, which means 22 is the year, 2022. 18 is how many pieces of evidence that the department as a whole had collected that year so far. And PR, I believe, means property room.
Why is it assigned a particular number?
Everything is assigned a number by the computer.
You said it's brought to the evidence room. Is that a separate or a special place?
So we have two rooms. We have a temporary evidence room, and then there's a permanent evidence room. Only two people have access to the permanent evidence room.
Is there a reason why access to the evidence room is limited?
There is.
Why?
For security.
Even in a police department, the evidence room is limited as far as people who have access?
That is correct.
In the evidence room, is there an officer assigned as an evidence officer?
Not full-time. There is an assigned admin sergeant who is assigned as the evidence officer.
Does anything happen specifically with the evidence? Is it packaged or stored in any particular way?
The glass was put into a locker, I believe, and temporary evidence. And then it's the evidence sergeant's job to retrieve it. But in this case, we were going to transfer it to the state police.
Was it transferred to the state police at some point?
It was.
I'll allow it.
Were you part of the transition of that item to the state police?
I was.
And when was it transitioned and to who?
It was on February 1st, 2022, and it was to a criminalist from the Massachusetts State Crime Lab.
Do you know who the criminalist was?
I don't know the name, no.
Did the criminalist come to your department or did you bring the item to them?
They came to our department.
And then we had
In
a
addition
mentalist.
to the glass, there was plastic cups with coagulated blood?
That's correct.
What did you do with those cups?
Those were placed in temporary evidence and placed in a refrigerated unit.
To carry them from Fairview to the police department, did you hold the actual cups or did you put them in something?
Nope, they were stacked in a bag.
Stacked in a bag. Stacked
What
in a
type of bag?
bag.
It was a craft paper bag. In this particular case, we utilized the Stop and Shop bag.
We
Is that
utilized
any
the Stop and Shop bag.
Than a bag from the police department?
This made of the same paper, craft paper, the same size and dimension, other than Stop and Shop and evidence and probably price. They're basically the same bag.
Why did
Oh,
you use one
really?
of those
So you
rather
don't
than a bag that
sanitize?
said evidence on it?
They're not
I don't know where
sanitized bags?
that bag came from. I was in a
not-
personal car. Sergeant
Get
Lang
the
was
fuck
in
out
a
of here,
Tundra.
bro.
If that bag is upside
They're
down,
not
you
sterile?
wouldn't know it didn't say evidence.
Your evidence
on it.
bags aren't
I'm
sterile.
not sure
Is that
where
what you're
that bag
saying?
came from.
And the plastic cups, do you know what happened to those?
Yes, they were turned over to the criminalists as well.
Canton
Where
Police
did you store
Department
them
have
before
an
they were turned over to the
autoclave
criminals?
by any chance?
Temporary
No?
evidence
No?
in a
You guys don't
refrigerator.
sterilize your evidence bags? Good to know.
Temporary evidence in a refrigerator.
Is the refrigerator part of the temporary evidence area?
It is, yes.
Did you bring that piece of evidence, the broken glass, with you today?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I'd like to approach the witness.
I love how they're trying to legitimize Stop and Shop bags to the jury. It's the same thing, you know. Same thing. We don't use sterile bags because preserving evidence is not actually important. Collecting it is what's important. So we take dirty bags and put stuff in it, and then we refrigerate it so that the dirt
Red tape on it. Why?
and the nasty germs
It's a secure for
that contaminate the
transfer of
evidence
custody.
are also preserved. Just so you know. What a fucking moron this guy is. This guy's fucking killing me right now. Dude, Brennan is sitting here trying to sell Stop and Shop bags, red Solo cups, and leaf blowers as standard police practice in collecting and preserving evidence. And the jury is supposed to be treated like they're stupid. I love this shit. Like, I love this shit. Because right now what Brennan's doing is making a huge mistake in winning the jury's favor. He's not going to win the jury's favor by patronizing them and treating them like they're stupid. Because I guarantee you that there's at least two people that understand the process, or at least the mechanics of cross-contamination and the dangers of cross-contamination. Obviously, one would use sterile evidence bags in order to collect evidence so that, call me crazy, the evidence doesn't become contaminated by the fucking bags themselves. Are you kidding me? Unfucking real that this guy, like, this is Brennan trying to fucking dupe the jury. Like, if I'm crossing this guy, not only am I going to make him look like the fucking jackass that he is, not only am I going to do that, but I'm also going to somehow, now, this is why these guys are great trial attorneys and I'm not, but I mean, regardless of my degree, this is why they know what they're doing and I don't, because what they're going to have to do is show somehow that Brennan is trying to dupe the jury. He's going to have to minimize this shit for what it is. Not minimize it, but show it for what it is. Dude, this is the craziest shit I've ever seen in my life, dude. I don't understand why. Yeah, like, where's the 47 pieces of taillight? Where's the 47 fucking pieces of taillight that were found? Just one piece of taillight? This fucking, this amazing, very resourceful and very much applied method of investigations of using a leaf blower was very effective because it found a very small piece of broken clear glass, which we identified as a cocktail glass at the scene, by the way. But we could not identify one of 47 pieces of taillight at the scene. Little droplets of blood? Sure. That's easy, especially with a leaf blower. But a taillight, a little bit more difficult to find. Thank God for the snow, because the taillight pieces would have melted before the CERT team showed up and found them hours and hours later. Amazing. Thank goodness that The snow was on the ground because it kept the taillight pieces from melting. And the CERT team was able to find them. Thank goodness.
Lieutenant, before you open the box, were you one of the officers that discovered that broken glass?
Yes.
Did you personally bring the glass from Fairview to Canton?
No.
Do you know who did?
Yes.
Who?
Detective Sergeant Lang.
Sergeant Lang?
Yes.
When you went back to the station, you said that the evidence was then put into an evidence locker. Did you place it in the evidence locker?
I don't recall.
And then inevitably, it was transitioned to somebody from the forensic unit?
That's correct.
Were you personally there when it was taken from the evidence locker and given to the person from the forensic unit?
Yes, that was me.
Did you have a responsibility and role in that process, or were you a passive observer?
I had an active role. I was the chain of custody. I was turning it over to the criminalist to the state police lab.
Okay, so
After that glass was given to the
but you don't
criminalist,
remember if you were the
Did you
guy
have ever
with the very
possession of it
limited
again?
access to
Never.
the evidence locker.
did you ever package
You don't
it or
know if it
touch
was
it
you who
again
put
in
it
any
in
way?
there.
No, never.
Did you ever process it in any way?
No.
Did
that's
you
not-
put it in that box and tape it up yourself?
No.
Okay, I'm going to now ask you to open the box, please.
What's in the box? What's in the box?
Is there an item in that bag?
There is.
Would you please open the bag and show us what's in that bag?
This is my new authentic Green Lantern ring that I ordered online, and this is the unboxing of my brand new Green Lantern ring, the authentic Guy Gardner Green Lantern ring, not Hal Jordan, and not John Stewart Green Lantern, but Guy Gardner, my Guy Gardner Green Lantern ring.
Thank you. If you could put it back in the bag and the bag back in the box, please. Lieutenant Gallagher, does that appear to be the same item that you found in the area where John O'Keefe was at Fairview that morning?
Yes, it does.
I'd like to have the box and the item marked for identification, please.
Okay.
This guy's such a fucking clown, dude. I can't take this guy seriously in the slightest bit. I wouldn't call this guy to find one of my missing socks, bro.
When you were looking around the area that was pointed out to you as where John O'Keefe was found, did you expand across the front lawn into the street during your search?
No, we didn't, with the exception of uncovering the 6-foot asphalt berm.
Did you say 6 foot or is it?
Excuse me, 6-inch.
What's a berm?
It's basically a curbing, but it's made of asphalt. It's curved. You probably have seen it. It's asphalt. It's curved. It separates the street from property line.
Why did you clear that piece?
Wanted to see. We were trying to find out why John was having a medical issue, and we didn't know if he could have tripped over a curbing or what turned out to be an asphalt berm and possibly hit his head.
After you made efforts to look in that area, did you return to the Canton Police Department?
I did.
About what time?
It was shortly after 8 a.m.
After you returned to the Canton Police Department, did you receive any information or have a reason to return back to Fairview?
Yes.
About what time?
A little after 9 o'clock.
Why did you go back to Fairview after 9 o'clock?
Sergeant Lank got a phone call that Jen McCabe had more information.
And where did you understand Mrs. McCabe was?
At 34 Fairview.
Did you go back to 34 Fairview?
I did.
Did you go with anybody?
I went with Sergeant Lank.
Did you travel together or separate?
Together.
When you got back to 34 Fairview outside, what did you do?
We parked in the driveway. We walked up, and next to the garage, there's a side door. I don't know if we rang the bell or not, but Brian Albert, the homeowner, answered the door.
As you walked up to the door, did you have a chance to look around at the doors in the area in front of that side door?
Yes.
Did you see anything out of place?
No.
You've been a police officer at that point for a long time?
Yes.
Do you receive any training in observing areas or people?
Always.
What type of training? What are you told to look for when you're speaking to people?
I've been BOSAR trained, which is behavioral observation, suspicious activity training, and you look for clues when you're speaking to people. Whether they cross their legs, cross their arms, is certain behavioral characteristics.
At this point, did you have any understanding that this would later be a crime scene?
I did. Yes.
What happened? How did you come to that conclusion?
Oh, no, not at that time.
Oh, not at that time.
No,
Okay.
not at that time.
When you went into the house, what part of the house did you go into?
I went into the room. It's adjacent to the kitchen, and I stood there with Brian Albert.
Can you describe what kind of room that would be?
Yeah, it was just a typical family room type room. It was not large. It was between the garage and the kitchen.
You met with Brian Albert?
Brian Albert answered the door and let us into the house.
Did you understand what his relationship was to that house?
He was the homeowner.
Did Sergeant Lank walk in with you?
He did.
Did he stay in that living area?
No, he
Did
went
you have
to
to
the
take a look
kitchen
around?
area and sat down with Jen McCabe.
Could you see the kitchen area from where you were?
I could see a portion of the kitchen area.
Did you see anybody else in the kitchen area with Mrs. McCabe and Sergeant Lank?
There were people in the kitchen area. There was nobody with Sergeant Lank or Miss McCabe.
Could you hear their conversation?
No.
Were you trying to listen?
No.
Were you speaking to Mr. Albert?
I was.
Did you take the time to make observations of him?
Objection, Your Honor. I'll allow it.
Did you take the time to make observations of him?
Yes.
Did you speak to him?
Yes.
Did he speak to you?
Yes.
Was there anything about his mannerisms or affect that caused you any concern?
No, it was just a social conversation. There was nothing of concern at all.
Oh,
Was
it
there
was the
anything
social
about it that caused
conversation.
you to
It wasn't fact
hone in
driven,
or
or
be
we weren't
concerned?
trying to figure
Okay.
out what happened. It was a social
I'll allow that.
conversation. Got
No.
it.
Did you get a chance to look around that living area at the
Sure.
items?
I didn't look around, just with my eyes.
Did you get to see that area?
I did.
Did you see anything broken or looked out of place?
No, nothing.
Anything that caused you any type of concern?
Nothing.
When you looked towards the kitchen, did you see anything that looked different or suspicious in any way?
Nothing.
Was the interaction, did it cause you any alarm or concerns?
No.
After Sergeant Lank had an opportunity to speak to Mrs. McCabe and you spoke to Brian Albert, what did you do next?
We left.
Where did you go?
We went back to the police department and were informed that the state police were going to respond to the hospital and that we didn't need to respond to the hospital.
When you heard that the state police was then going to get involved in the investigation, what does Canton do when the state police takes over an investigation?
Well, it was based off of a conversation I had with my chief in the detective sergeant's office.
Was there a decision about Canton's involvement in the ongoing investigation?
There was.
What was that decision?
That we should recuse ourselves from any further investigative interviews.
And why was that?
Because our best detective, his name was Kevin Albert, and he was the brother of the homeowner.
Our best detective.
And I didn't want any potential bias, whether unconscious or subjective, to be perceived by the O'Keefe's, by the O'Keefe family.
So when the state police got involved and you had the conversation with the chief, was that the end of your efforts towards this?
It was the end of our efforts until, I helped facilitate during the search warrant on February 1st.
And so at some point, was the defendant's Lexus brought to the Canton Police Department?
It was.
Was it put in a particular area at the Canton Police Department?
It was.
What area?
The Sally Port.
What's a sally port?
Sally port is where, when we have an arrest, we bring our prisoners in. It's basically a extra large garage. It has 4 doors. They're numbered 1, 2, 3, and 4.
This is unreal,
We
bro.
typically
This is a
go
fucking
in door
clown
4
show.
and pull towards door 3. Door 4 is lowered, and then prisoners are walked into the booking area, which is also secure. The exterior doors to the sally port can only be opened by the dispatch counsel.
When crime scene services came to look at the car, was that the same day, the 29th, or later time?
No, it was February 1st.
Did the Lexus remain in the Sallyport area from the 29th until February 1st?
Yes.
When representatives from the crime lab, from the Massachusetts State Police came on February 1st, who provided them access to the Lexus?
I was one of the people there that was there. I don't know if I provided them direct access, but I certainly would have. And I assisted them if they needed things. That's when the chain of custody, the exchange of custody for the blood samples and the glass occurred as well.
And during their processing of the Lexus, were you there for parts of it?
I was in and out, yes, but I did not partake.
Thank you very much.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Please.
We're going to get some cross from Jackson. Oh, shit. Here we go. Here we go. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it.
Popped, right, Charlie? Oh, you popped. You're going to be famous. Here it is. Here it is. Stop.
This is Ken.
Mr. Jackson, is this video up there yours or is it?
This is going to be awesome. Because the jury's going to walk away for the rest of the night knowing that they just watched the clown show from the Commonwealth.
Mr. Gallagher, you have already established that you were at the scene on January 29th, early morning, January 29th, 2022. We've seen the video of the leaf blower, correct?
That is correct.
So you were integral to at least an initial search of the scene, which recovered the drinking glass that you've shown us, as well as some of the blood byproduct that you've shown, that you've talked about.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. You were the ranking person on the scene. You've already described that.
The yes, ranking
person. There were also several other officers from Canton PD who were there with you.
Yes, there was 4 other officers, yes.
Can you just name those other officers?
Yeah, Detective Sergeant Lank, Lank, Detective Sergeant Good, Goode, Officer Mullaney, Mullaney, and Officer Saraf, Saraf.
Okay. When you initially, let me back up and ask a different question. Given the fact that you were the ranking officer, the way that it works in a police department is everybody sort of reports up the chain of command, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
So they would have all reported up to you in some particular.
That's correct.
And then, of course, you report to the deputy chief, and then the deputy chief reports on up to the chief, correct?
That is correct.
You were involved in not only the exposing of some of that blood byproduct, but also exposing the glass with the leaf blower, correct?
That is correct.
You were responsible for utilizing certain equipment. You chose a leaf blower at the time, correct?
I did, yes.
There was also, I'm guessing, there was also some use of your hands and or the gloved hands with some others to recover some of the items.
Yeah, I didn't use my hands.
How did you get the glass into a bag?
That was Detective Sergeant Lank.
Somebody had to pick it up, right?
Correct.
That's what I mean. The use of hands to manipulate some of the evidence, correct?
Yeah, I apologize. I didn't understand that question.
That's okay.
I thought you were speaking about me.
It's probably my fault, not yours.
No, that's okay.
There was also some plastic cups that we've talked about. We'll talk more about those in a second. Those were utilized as well, correct?
They were, yes.
And you were responsible for the use of those as well?
Yes, it was my decision, yes.
In terms of the search of the scene, the recovery of evidence, the recovery of biological material, the use of tools to recover those biological materials, all of that rested at least ultimately at the scene on your shoulders, correct?
Yes, it did.
Isn't it true that you weren't interviewed in this case with regard to anything having to do with this case until April 3rd, 2024, correct?
Yes, we can call it an interview. It's when I met with the prosecutor, yes.
And that was about 2.5 years, nearly 2.5 years after this incident, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Michael Proctor, you know that name?
I do.
Who's Michael Proctor?
He was one of the troopers assigned to investigate the case.
As a matter of fact, he was the lead investigator for the case, correct?
I don't know if he was lead or trooper mechanic. I don't know.
As you sit here, you don't know that Michael Proctor was the lead case agent for...
I know he was one of them, yes.
Okay. Do you know that he was the lead investigator assigned to the case?
I don't. I had nothing to do with the DA's office.
Right. I know you didn't have...
I don't know how they assign their cases, counsel. I don't know what you want me to say. I can't say what I don't know.
Mr. Gallagher, I'm not asking you to. I'm just asking if...
I did not know he was lead. I knew he was one of the leads.
Okay.
I believe they do it in a tandem, but I'm not sure.
Okay. He may have had a partner, correct?
That is correct, yes.
But it's not unusual to have a lead case agent, the person who's responsible for most of the search warrant writing and the memorialization of documentation of evidence collection and the movement of evidence and booking into evidence, things like that.
That is correct, but I don't know anything about who wrote their affidavits or who logged their evidence in. I wouldn't know that.
You're also familiar with Yuri Buchanan, correct?
I know who he is.
You're also familiar with Lieutenant Tully?
I know, yes.
They're all Massachusetts State Police officers, correct?
Yes, they all are.
Did Michael Proctor interview you before April of 2024?
He did not.
Did Yuri Buchanan interview you before April of 2024?
No, he did not.
Did Lieutenant Tully interview you before April of 2024?
No, he did not.
Did anybody else from the Canton Police Department, your deputy chief or the chief, interview you formally about your conduct and responsibilities before April of 2024?
I don't understand that question.
Did anybody at Canton PD, separating out Massachusetts State Police, did you sit down at Canton PD and provide an interview with anybody at Canton PD about your conduct at the scene?
What do you mean by conduct?
Going to the scene, collecting evidence, securing evidence, transporting evidence, booking evidence, those kinds of things. Your conduct at the scene, sir.
Yeah, we briefed. Yeah, I briefed my superiors. Yes.
Okay. Other than briefing, was there a formal report written?
No.
Or a formal interview conducted of you?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Tell us when you wrote your report about what happened at the scene, memorializing what you did at the scene.
Yeah, when did you write your report?
You
didn't.
About the scene that day at the scene?
Correct, about this investigation.
I only did the metadata report. I did not write a report.
You did a report on the metadata?
The fact is you never wrote any report about what happened at the scene, correct?
Correct.
What
You didn't
metadata?
memorialize that in any formal way on Canton PD letterhead to describe what you did and how you did it at the scene.
No.
What metadata? What are you talking about?
Normally, when you report to a scene as a first responder, you would be expected to write a report about that, whatever that conduct is.
I'm not the supervisor, no.
What if you're the ranking person at a scene that ultimately turns into a homicide scene?
Well, we don't know it's a homicide scene at this time. We don't even know there's a crime committed at this time. My responsibilities are to make sure reports are written, not to necessarily write.
Did you
reports
meet
myself.
those
I'm the
responsibilities?
supervisor. It's
Although-
my job to make sure reports are written, evidence is logged.
But you didn't meet those
Under ordinary
responsibilities, did you?
circumstances, you would respond to a scene as a supervisor, and you would oversee what other people are doing. What you're
That's
supporting.
correct.
Can I finish?
Sure.
I don't want to talk over each other.
I apologize.
You would want to supervise or oversee what your subordinate officers, whatever he or she might be doing or they might be doing. You're going to oversee that. But they're the ones actually conducting the investigation or picking up evidence or doing the interviews, writing those things of that nature.
Correct. Detective Sergeant Lake's investigation, yes.
So in that circumstance, you wouldn't be expected to write a report because all of that conduct is memorialized by others subordinate to the supervisor, correct?
Correct.
But in this case, quite the opposite happened. You were the one that was in the video utilizing the leaf blower, correct?
That's correct.
You were the one that actually exposed the drinking glass, correct?
Correct, yes.
You noted the drinking glass and actually called somebody else over to take a look at it, correct?
That's correct.
You directed someone, Sergeant Lang, to pick up the drinking glass and recover it as a potential piece of evidence, correct?
That is correct.
You noted the blood or the coagulation of blood in and around that area, correct?
That is correct.
You noted where you believe the drinking glass was, in other words, what location, if there were grid coordinates, where it would be, correct?
Correct.
And you instructed others to transport that important evidence back to Canton PD to have it booked, correct?
That is correct.
You also secured the plastic containers in which to recover the blood.
That is
right?
correct.
You
Right.
also directed someone to get a bag.
And you didn't
to put the
memorialize
plastic
any
containers
of
in
this.
and ultimately transport it, correct?
That is correct.
So you would agree with me, Mr. Gallagher, that in this circumstance,
It would
you
make
were
sense that
the
you would be the
centerpiece
person to write the
of the
report.
recovery of evidence and the investigation as it was at that time in that limited context. You were the centerpiece of what was happening at the scene, correct?
And I made sure it was documented by Detective Sergeant Lang.
But you didn't find it important enough to write a report yourself.
I think that's poor misrepresentation. There's a person fighting for their life. It was very important.
When you were there at the
So
scene,
why didn't you do it?
What time was it, by the way?
I got there shortly after 7.
Okay, you knew that that person who was fighting for his life had already been transported and was in good care, as best care we can provide at Good Samaritan Hospital, correct?
That is correct.
So certainly you're not excusing away the idea that you didn't memorialize your conduct because you were too busy fighting for someone's life. That's not what you're saying.
No, it definitely is not what
Okay.
I'm saying.
Jackson is amazing. I know exactly what he's doing here. This guy is too stupid to not
Obviously,
absolutely make a fool out of him on the stand.
Reporting to a scene and supervising a scene is one thing, but actually gathering evidence is a whole next level. You would agree with that?
Sure.
Because just to put a fine point on it, responding to a scene as a supervisor, you want to make sure everybody's doing their duty, but the officer or officers who, for instance, uncover, let's say it's a knife or a gun or some weapon or something like that, actually documenting and picking up that evidence and handling it up in an appropriate way, that is all highly, highly technical. It's very important to get it right and memorialize it all, correct?
That is correct.
That's why you're highly trained to memorialize and report everything that you do in that regard in a report that can later be used forensically, in other words, in a courtroom setting, to recreate as best you can with as much detail as you can exactly what you did and how you did it and where it was done, correct?
Sure. Yes.
Officer Lank wrote a report in this case.
Sure.
Did Officer Mulaney?
I believe he did, yes.
Did Officer Seraph?
Yes.
Officer Good? Sergeant
Yes.
Good?
Yes.
But you did not?
I did not.
Who was the first officer to find any potential physical evidence at the scene, be it blood or glass?
I can't answer that. It was not me. I was not the first thing that was spotted was the pink spotting, not the glass.
Okay. Who was the first person to see the glass?
I think it was myself as I uncovered it with the leaf blower.
One of the important things that we've talked about, Mr. Gallagher, is documenting the details of evidence recovery, not just the fact that something was recovered, correct?
That's correct.
So you'd want to know what time of day it was recovered, correct?
Sure.
You'd want to know who was there and who was around when it was recovered, correct?
Yes.
You'd want to know what the item is, the condition of the item, right?
Yes.
You'd also want to know exactly where it's recovered, correct?
Yes.
In other words, as best you can to pinpoint the exact location where an item was found. That could play a huge role in any investigation, be it criminal or otherwise.
It could. It could.
Did you diagram or draw a diagram back at Canton PD or
I did
out
not.
at the scene
No.
about where that glass was found?
No, I did no reports or diagrams.
Did you diagram exactly where you recovered the blood spots that you did recover?
No.
Did you at least, if you didn't write a report, did you at least take notes on a pad about what you were doing?
The conditions weren't, it was pretty hard to take notes at that time, but I did not take notes, no.
At some point, you mentioned a person by the name of Tom Kelleher, Deputy Chief Kelleher.
That's correct.
Who is Deputy Chief Kelleher?
He's the deputy chief of Canton Police.
He was on active duty at the time? When I say active duty, I don't mean that morning, that hour. I mean just generally.
Yes, he was a lieutenant at that time.
He was someone to whom, as a matter of fact, probably the only person to whom at Canton PD you actually reported, correct? Up the chain of command. He was the only person to whom you reported up the chain of command, meaning he was your direct report.
He was in charge of detectives at that time.
And then, of course, the chief would be above him, correct?
Deputy chief and chief.
Okay. When you responded to the scene, Deputy Chief Kelleher did not come out of his house and take over the investigation, correct?
Correct.
That was yours to detail.
That is correct.
At least while you were there.
That's correct.
So can you describe what you did to preserve the crime scene? I'm sorry, to preserve the scene, because at that time you said you did not know if it was a crime scene. Is that right?
That's correct.
What did you do in terms of actually preserving the scene for later investigation? What steps did you take?
For later, can you explain later investigation?
So let me take a step back.
Sure.
Have you been trained to preserve scenes?
Yes.
Okay. What's the reason that you want to preserve a scene? What does that mean?
Collect evidence.
Collect evidence and make sure nothing is disturbed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Civilians can't kind of traipse through or walk through evidence, correct?
That's correct.
You've heard the phrase forensically, evidence in, evidence out. Someone traipses through a crime scene, you bring evidence with you, and you take it back out. It's on your shoes or on your feet or your breath or your saliva, whatever it might be.
Very familiar with that, yes.
Preserving the scene
Very familiar with it.
is best efforts, is best practices to make sure that nothing is moved, touched, messed with in any way, correct?
That's correct, and that's what was done here.
What did you do? That's
Really?
my question. What did you do to preserve that scene?
So there were no civilians ever to trample through. Were rescue efforts made on Mr. O'Keefe? Yes, that's priority. So rescue workers do go into any type of scene. Medical life-saving measures come first. Once all apparatus was off scene, the original officers put out crime scene tape to mark an area. And later it was documented, it was photographed, and evidence was collected.
And it was searched by you, at least initially with the leaf blower.
Correct.
Okay. So you were interested in the area that, by the way, I want to clear this up, make sure I'm not mistaken. You described for Mr. Brennan basically where Mr. O'Keefe's body was, correct?
Yes, yes,
You never saw his body in situ. You never saw his body in place.
that is correct.
You were told by Sergeant Lang generally where his body was, correct?
Yes, and Sergeant Lank actually never saw Mr. O'Keefe either.
That's my next question.
Okay,
Sergeant Lang-
and Mr. Good, and Sergeant Good as well.
Right. Sergeant Lang never saw John O'Keefe actually in place, correct?
That is correct.
So you're receiving information from Sergeant Lang that he did not have personal knowledge of, and then you're providing that information later to crime scene investigators who are trying to establish a diagram or some sort of a chart about where that evidence was, where the drinking glass was, where his body was, correct?
No, I never spoke to anybody in that manner about that.
Didn't you ultimately go out to the scene along with others at Massachusetts State Police when they had a drone overhead?
No, you're mistaken. I can clarify it for you if you wish.
Sure.
So on February 1st, after the execution of the warrant, they wanted to go down to the scene. It was Trooper Proctor and somebody from the CARS team. I'm not sure of the name. Once they got down there, I did show them where I was shown John O'Keefe was. They did want to put up a drone, but they could not do it because they were too close to Norwood Airport and because of FAA regulations.
Okay.
And that was the last of my involvement with that. I hope that clarifies things for you.
Forget the drone. I'm interested in the first part, which was you accompanied Trooper Proctor to the scene, correct?
Correct.
There were other members of CARS, C-A-R-S.
I think there was one. Crash accident reconstruction section, I'm assuming.
Okay, so it's forensic, a member of MSP who does forensic diagrams, correct?
I would say, I don't know if they do diagrams. I don't know what they do.
Or reconstruction of some sort.
Sure, reconstruction of some sort.
So you were there to help provide information about where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
And be a Canton police officer present in case any neighbors had come out.
So you were there to help provide information about, or at least you did provide information to them about where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found.
Oh, sure, yes.
Except you didn't see Mr. O'Keefe's body, did you?
No, I did not.
So that was a guess on your part.
It was what I was shown. It's the information I had.
Yeah, it was the information you were told by Sergeant Lang, correct?
Yes.
Who also didn't see John O'Keefe in place on the ground at 34 Fairview, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So his would be a guess also, correct?
Well, we're going backwards. So he was told by Sergeant Good and et cetera. So it was information passed along, which is what police officers do.
What's up, buddy?
But the police officer that was out there at the scene, who was helping the reconstructionist establish the formal report, and the CARS report was an officer who not only didn't see where John O'Keefe's body was, you got information about where John's body was from someone who didn't see it either. Correct? Can we at least agree on
No,
that?
you have to go back to the beginning. I didn't understand the beginning of that question.
Sure,
It was very
I'll try it again. The point is, Mr. Gallagher, you happen to be tapped as the person who is going to assist the CARS folks, the MSP, in creating their CARS, ultimately their CARS report.
No.
Isn't it true that you accompanied Trooper Proctor and members of the CARS unit to document Fairview Road and the scene of the incident?
Yeah, I thought I explained it could not be done.
Okay.
So
I'm not
I wasn't, I only went to show them where Mr. O'Keefe was and in case any neighbors came out. I wasn't there to assist in any documentation at all.
You were there. You know who Brian Tully is.
I do.
Have you reviewed Brian Tully's report?
I have not. You showed me one section of it.
Is it true that what you actually told Brian Tully is that you went with Trooper Proctor and you're already shaking your head now? I didn't finish the question.
No.
I got that part wrong? You accompanied Trooper Proctor?
No, what's wrong is I was interviewed by Lieutenant Tully. That was a meeting I had with Prosecutor Lally.
Okay.
Trooper Tully was present. Trooper Tully never asked me any question. I don't recall Trooper Tully ever asking me a question, sir.
So let me be a little bit more defined. So in Trooper Tully's report, where he reports what you said, you were actually talking to Adam Lally, my colleague sitting up in front.
Correct.
Okay. So now we've got that cleared up. Let me ask you again. Did you say in front of Trooper Tully that you accompanied Trooper Proctor and members of the CARS unit to document Fairview Road?
Meeting, they were documenting Fairview Road. It's not clear. The report's not clear. They were going to document Fairview Road.
Wow.
So you just said something that I want
Whole lot of finger pointing going on. Whole lot of don't look here.
So that's an inaccurate.
Look at them, not me.
I wouldn't call it inaccurate at all. I'm just saying you're misinterpreting
That's
the wording.
this guy.
I see. And I'm misinterpreting it even though I just read it directly from the report.
Yeah, sometimes sentences have different meanings.
Okay.
Yes, you are.
Okay. The reality is you did end up going to the scene, correct?
I did.
And you accompanied, I don't want to use a word that you'll challenge, you went with Trooper Proctor, correct?
I took my cruise at 34 Fairview, yes.
You were there at the same time Trooper Proctor was?
Yes.
And you were aware that the CARS
Your
team
personal
was
cruiser.
there
Got it.
so that they could document the scene, correct?
I don't know what the purpose of the drone was. I'm not familiar with that section. I thought I answered that question. I'm not familiar with what they do.
But you do believe that as you sit here, you were there, we weren't. You do believe that that's the reason that they were there was to document the scene.
Put up a drone.
Okay.
I don't know what you mean by document. I don't know if it was to photograph, I guess, which if you mean by document photograph, I guess it could, I would agree.
Right.
If it means
But no
take
accident
measurements, I wouldn't
report
know.
was filled out.
Okay. Did you tell
That's interesting, isn't it,
any of the
Scott?
members of the CARS team?
No
where you
accident
believed
report was
John's
filled out.
body
Yet
was?
collision
I believe it was
analysis
Trooper
and
Proctor, but
reconstruction
I
section
believe he was there,
showed up
yes.
to the scene, right?
Trooper Proctor obviously was not there when John's body was there either, correct?
That is correct,
So
yes.
he would have gotten that information.
From you. That is correct.
So now that's 3 people.
It's probably more, quite honestly, yeah.
Well, I'm just talking about this report.
Correct.
Car's report has 3 people in line. None of them saw John's body, John O'Keefe's body, as it lay in the lawn when he was recovered.
That is correct, yes.
And there's no photographs
Of,
of Mr. O'Keefe
oh, no.
at the location.
No, we wouldn't, nobody would photograph somebody undergoing life-saving measures. Wouldn't be appropriate.
There's no video specifically.
They wouldn't take video of somebody undergoing
there's
life-saving measurements.
There's no
either.
body cam.
We don't have body cameras.
There's no dash cam that shows it.
Well, dash cameras would be on the road. Mr. O'Keefe was
The answer is
approximately 8
yes,
to 10
they
feet
do.
off the road.
Well, hang on a second. You're not sure where Mr. O'Keefe was because you never saw him.
That's why I used a range, yes.
Right.
I know where the blood was. I know where the glass was.
Right. You don't know if he was 7 to 9 feet off.
That's correct.
Or 12 feet off. You can't say.
I could, only approximately. You are correct, yes.
You did meet with Officer Seraph. You met with all the officers when you arrived at the scene, correct?
Yes.
And Officer Seraph had been there from the beginning of the morning.
Yes.
Officer Seraph didn't report to you at that time any statements attributable to my client, did he?
He did not, no.
You later went back to 34 Fairview with Sergeant Lank.
That's correct.
And you rode back. Did you ride back to Canton PD with Sergeant Lank or separate cruisers?
Which time? I apologize.
I'm sorry. That's a vague question on my part. You went back to 34 Fairview with just Officer Lank, and you described the circumstance in which you went in, you were let in by Brian Albert. He went to the kitchen. You were in the family room or some other place.
Right by the kitchen, yeah.
Right by
the
the
room
kitchen.
off the kitchen, yes.
Okay, so right next to where he was interviewing.
That's correct.
Jennifer McCabe.
Yes.
Did you ride back from that meeting with, or that event to Canton PD with Sergeant Lank?
Yes.
And Sergeant Lank didn't say anything to you about his interview with Jennifer McCabe at that time?
I don't recall our conversation on the way back.
Okay. And you didn't write a report about any conversation that you had with Officer Seraph? You didn't write a report about any conversation you had with Sergeant Lank?
No, they're responsible for writing their own reports.
Got it. You did say that let me back up and ask a different question. You testified about a year ago in another proceeding. You talked a little bit about the evidence collection of the biological material, the blood, or I'm guessing at that time, presumed blood. You haven't done any testing.
That's correct, yes, sir.
But you assumed it was blood just because of your experience and it looked like it could be blood on the snow.
That's correct.
How far were you from Canton PD? Approximately.
Mile and a half.
Mile and a half. You had your cruiser with you.
I had my personal vehicle with me.
Your personal vehicle. In other words, your ambulance where you could get from point A to point B if you wanted to.
Yeah, I was the scene supervisor. I wasn't leaving the scene.
Okay. But you also had subordinate folks at the scene that you could have dispatched had you wanted to.
Correct.
They all had cruisers.
Yes, they did.
Or personal vehicles, I'm not sure which.
I'm sorry?
Or personal vehicles, I'm not sure which.
I was the only one with a personal vehicle. Detective Sergeant Lank had a Toyota Tundra pickup truck. that is
Personal
not
cruiser,
marked,
actually.
but it's assigned to our detective unit.
So if you wish to, as the ranking officer at the scene, you could have dispatched one or more of those officers to run an errand, to go do something in furtherance of the investigation had you wanted to.
Yeah, I actually did that.
Okay, you did. What did
Yes.
you do in that regard?
Remember, I sent Sergeant Good to get the leaf blower.
Got it. You also know that Canton PD has evidence collection bags at Canton PD.
Yes.
You also know that they have materials and tools to gather biological material, correct?
We do have swabs, yes.
And those swabs go in little containers to maintain their sanitary nature, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
In other words, if you see a blood stain, you don't just walk up with a Kleenex that you find on the ground and wipe it up. There's your blood stain. There's a process for gathering that type of evidence, correct?
Sure. If you're looking for DNA, you can use a bloody Kleenex, to your point.
It'd be kind of an emergency.
Yeah, absolutely. My point exactly.
But if you're a mile from the Canton PD.
Yeah,
You could have gone back and done a swap,
could have.
but you didn't.
Didn't want to because of
Didn't
the
want
weather.
to.
Because you just said because it's an emergency, and we thought it was an emergency there. I mean, the storm was coming down terribly, and I believe if we didn't collect that biological matter, we weren't going to get that biological matter.
But Canton PD was a mile and a half away, 4 or 5 minutes.
In a blizzard.
There was no blizzard.
It's 3 minutes.
There was no blizzard. Stop it.
4, 5, 6 minutes in a blizzard, correct?
We saw the video
I'm not
footage,
sure.
bro. There was no
12,
blizzard.
15 minutes.
Blizzard was
Sure, you
over.
could have gone back. If you wanted to, you could have dispatched one of your officers to go back and get swabs and properly collect the blood material. right?
Sure. And I believed 15 minutes would have made a difference.
And what you did instead is, well, 15 minutes would have made a difference, but you asked Sergeant Good to drive to his house and get a leaf blower.
Yes, and while he was doing that, we were documenting the scene with photographs.
You could have documented the scene photographs even if you went back and get a swab. What's the difference?
Because we were ongoing. It was ongoing. I wasn't leaving the scene.
I didn't ask you to leave the scene. I didn't ask if you were
I
leaving the scene.
needed the other officers. We talked about scene security. I already let one officer go. I now have 3 left. We're securing that scene.
So you saw pink stains in the snow, correct?
That's correct.
And you said, Officer Good, probably called him Sean, Sarge, go home and get a leaf blower.
That is correct.
Could have said, Officer Mulaney, get your butt over to Canton PD and pick up 10 swabs, correct?
He wouldn't have had access to the swabs.
Oh, so now one of your officers could have gotten the swabs, even if the lieutenant, a ranking lieutenant, had dispatched him to go get a swab.
Because he doesn't have access to the BCI, the Office of BCI, where our stuff is kept.
Could you have made a phone call?
No, nobody there would have had access at that time. It was only Officer Dever on the desk.
So you're the only person that could have gotten those swabs?
Sergeant Lang could have gotten them as well.
So Sergeant Lang could have too?
Sure.
But you didn't say that?
No, definitely didn't.
Okay. What you did do, however, is you went to the neighbor's house. That would be Tom Keller.
I mean, the
The
snow
deputy,
wouldn't have, the
lieutenant of
cold wouldn't have
detectives, yes.
preserved any DNA
And
evidence
Lieutenant
while
Keller
you
made
waited to get.
red solo cups.
Come
Yes. I asked for plastic or glass containers. He had solo cups, and I utilized them.
The same kind of solo cups that we all see at backyard barbecues.
I
Yep,
utilized
they hold
them
liquid terrifically.
terrifically.
They're also not sealed, correct?
They are not.
They're also not used normally.
Terrifically.
They were here. They're not normally used for evidence collection, correct?
Oh, absolutely not.
This guy's a clown, bro.
And then you decided you needed to transport that very important biological material back to Canton PD for storage and safekeeping, right?
That's correct.
And why was it important to transport that blood material so quickly? What are the factors that you considered weighed and balanced in terms of getting that material back to Canton PD in good condition, sanitary condition?
So a criminalist could extract a proper DNA sample.
What would happen, for instance, if that blood material, I don't know, were contaminated?
Contaminated how?
You tell me, you're the professional.
So DNA is pretty hardy, pretty forensically stable. The only things that are going to harm it are radiation, ultraviolet light, harsh chemicals such as bleach. That's not present here. I wasn't. Then you would have 2 sets of DNA when it's tested, which would benefit you.
Well, depends on whose DNA it is.
That's correct. That's correct.
Right. So why the fuck would you use solo cups to fucking preserve it, dummy? Are you trying not to get fucking justice for the victim, you idiot? Which would benefit you. You hear this, dickhead?
While you were, I'm going to stay on this for a second.
What a fucking
So
moron
obviously
this guy
the
is.
reason why blood swabs or biological swabs are handled with such care. For instance, a DNA analyst is going to put on gloves.
Correct.
Oftentimes they're going to put on a mask, right?
I don't know about that.
Oftentimes they put on goggles, is that right?
It depends what they're testing.
Right.
Yeah.
But in order to go out and collect something, you'll see CSI, crime scene investigators, in full body suits when they walk into a crime scene.
Yeah, you can.
Because you don't want to contaminate the scene with your own hair off your arm or an eyelash falling into a blood stain, correct?
That is correct.
Right. So there are protocols. I mean, you said just a second ago, Mr. Gallagher, well, it's DNA. Unless somebody pours bleach in it, you're pretty much golden, right? That's not quite the fact.
And that's not quite what I said.
No, it's not quite.
That's pretty much what you said, bro.
It doesn't really matter.
No.
If it's contaminated or not. If there's multiple people's DNA, it just benefits everybody.
No, I simply asked what you meant by
No,
contamination.
it benefits the
So it
defense,
could be contaminated
is what he
with
said.
you, is that right?
Sure, it can.
It could be contaminated with other people's DNA, is that right?
It can.
It could be contaminated with foreign items, foreign either aerosols or somebody's spittle when they're talking, correct?
Sure.
Contaminated with 1,000 things.
Hypothetically.
Right. Of course, these solo cups didn't have lids on them, right?
They did not.
They were open.
Yes.
You didn't photograph where you picked up the samples.
No.
You didn't document where you picked up the samples.
No.
So if the samples were in 6, how many solo cups were there?
6.
6 solo cups.
You didn't mark the
We don't
place,
know
you
as we
didn't
sit
fucking
here
document it.
where each of those solo cups contents came from specifically, do we?
Specifically, no.
Okay. Then those solo cups with no lids were placed into a bag, right?
That's correct.
You said on direct examination that this was a brown paper bag, right?
It is. Stop and Shop, I believe.
And you said that
he said it with such confidence.
that Stop and Shop bag is, other than having the words Stop and Shop on it versus evidence on it, basically the one and the same thing.
Same dimensions, made out of the same materials, yes.
Right. But with an evidence bag,
Oh my God, bro.
you know
Stop.
exactly where it came from and who's handled it.
Not necessarily.
Exactly.
It comes from a manufacturer whose job it is to secure those bags so that they are not mishandled, so they can have some sort of bona fides that they're clean and ready to accept evidence.
Kind of
Say,
like
for
an
instance,
autoclave, maybe. I
the
don't know.
investigation of a homicide of a police officer.
Okay.
Important stuff, right?
We're not at a homicide of a police officer at this point.
I'm just talking about evidence bags in general. Evidence bags in general. In other words, I'm trying to think of some of the most important investigations.
Did you
around.
think that he might
The
die?
manufacturers of those evidence bags manufacture them and send them in a way so that their bona fides, the provenance of those bags is maintained, correct, and protected.
That's the way they ship them, yes.
Right. And Kenton PD pays extra money for those bags for that very purpose.
I'm sure they do, yes.
You mentioned almost tongue in cheek, look, except for the price, they're probably pretty close.
Yes.
There's a reason that there's a price difference, right?
Right. Because they're fucking
What would be-
sterilized.
what's the reason?
Well, it's not the shop. I can go pay 10 cents for that bag. It's not really good. Oops. Where it's been.
Distilled water for the autoclave costs
Right?
money.
Got my milk and my eggs in it. Really don't care.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how they price it because of how they package it. I don't have any knowledge of that.
Well, you didn't want to mention the price. I'm just
Oh,
trying
no,
to
no,
make a
no.
point.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
I'm sorry. We're speaking over each other. Okay.
I apologize.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gallagher. You gotta wait for me.
Yep.
There's a reason. My point is there's a reason, right?
Yes.
That evidence bags are more expensive because there is a way they're manufactured and they're taken care of, and Canton PD is willing to pay that extra price, like every other law enforcement agency, because of that. Correct? All right. So they're not quite the same, are they?
No.
Those
I wish you would have brought
solo
up
cups were placed
sterilization.
in the evidence bag uncovered.
Yes.
The evidence bag was then placed in Sergeant Lank's vehicle.
It was closed and Sergeant Lang transported it to his vehicle. Yes.
Okay. When you say closed, you mean the top of it was rolled up?
Correct.
Or folded over?
Correct.
Okay. It wasn't forensically sealed.
Not at that time, no.
There was no evidence tape that went on it.
Not at that time, no.
Matter of fact, the cups were still open and could slosh around.
Slosh around.
Assume they melted.
Yes.
There's liquid blood and liquid water, like
That's correct.
snow.
That's correct.
Right. Jackson's like,
And you indicated that
Bro!
those were, at least you believe, those were placed in an evidence locker, temporary evidence locker, correct?
No, the blood samples were put in a refrigerated unit.
My mistake. I thought the refrigerator was the temporary storage locker. It's different?
Yes, lockers are not refrigerated. That's where the glass would go into a locker.
Okay. This was placed into an evidence refrigerator.
That's correct.
That was to maintain the integrity of the sample, the biological sample inside the cups, correct?
That's correct.
You have an evidence log of that.
I don't know.
You've never seen an evidence log.
Bro.
Those were actually put into a refrigerated evidence log.
I removed them myself, so I know they were in the refrigerator unit
When did you remove them?
on February 1st.
Who put them in?
We're talking about January 29th. They were taken to Canton PD by Officer Lang, Sergeant Lang, on January 29th. I'm just asking, well, let me ask a foundational question. Does Canton PD maintain something called evidence logs?
I don't know the answer to that. I'm not
How
the
do you
evidence
not
officer.
know that?
No.
There is, it's all
You're a
computerized.
supervisor.
Right.
So like I explained earlier, when they do get logged in, the officer puts the description of the property, hits the space bar, and the computer generates an evidence number.
Right. And that evidence number is associated with just that piece of evidence.
Just that piece of evidence, correct?
And every time it's checked out or put back in, there is a log created, correct?
Yeah, they do it by computer, yes.
It's a digital fingerprint.
Correct.
All right. I mean, you're a former narco specialist, right?
Mm-hmm.
You did narcotics for years, right?
I did.
Drugs, about the most sensitive thing out there, right? I mean, you get a bottle of fentanyl. You're not just going to set it on the evidence subject's desk. You're going to make sure that damn thing gets logged exactly how it's supposed to, correct?
Of course.
Well, we didn't log it that way because we supplied Chris Albert with his inventory.
Who has access to it, correct?
That is correct.
You've never seen an evidence log for these items that were taken from 34 Fairview and supposedly put into, well, not supposedly because you took them out, and ultimately went into a refrigerated evidence log.
Yeah, I wouldn't have access to the evidence log. Our evidence room is a very strict process. There's only 2 people that can even have access to the permanent, once it goes into permanent evidence. And it's the admin sergeant that changes the custody when it comes out for court, if an item has to come out for court, or it has to be transported to another agency.
This guy has no responsibilities
or if an officer needs
whatsoever.
it removed from evidence for further inspection.
$322,000.
The admin sergeant would take care of that.
That's the way
Mr. Jackson, you're not going to finish today, right?
No, I'm
In
not.
2 minutes.
Two questions, and I'm also.
All right, 2 questions.
Thank you. That's the way it's supposed to work, correct?
Yes.
But you've never, as you sit here, you've never seen an evidence log determining where that blood went and who was handling it between January 29th and February 1st.
I have never seen an evidence log.
That's all I had, Robert, at least at this time.
All right. All right, Lieutenant, we're going to have you come back tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Jury files that you can file.
Thank you.
So juries, that's it for today. The same 4 cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about it, please disregard it and let us know tomorrow, and be very careful with your social media use. All right, see you tomorrow.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your notebooks, follow me.
Goodbye.
Yeah, so that's a whole lot of buck passing going on there. Whole lot of buck passing going on there. Really interesting how that went down. Because
you don't need me for anything, right?
No, Your Honor.
There's one very, very short issue.
Please be seated.
That's how I go with court permission.
Yes.
Oh fuck. I wonder what this is about. So, whole lot of buck passing going on. Fascinating stuff. But what I love the most is how Brennan clearly coached this guy to sit up there and act like his evidence collecting was business as usual. Like the jury's fucking stupid. Like, oh, yeah, oh, well, I utilize a leaf blower because I've seen it done before. A leaf blower. Oh, I asked the neighbor for red Solo cups. They work terrifically. They worked terrifically. What, dude? Terrifically, they worked. I mean, it's crazy because, like, the jury already knows this shit. But Jackson's got to stand up there and be like, and explain to a jury why red Solo cups are fucking not okay. Like, that's mind blowing to me that this guy is well, stop it, shot bags. They actually, they work the same way. They're essentially the same. Like, well, are they sterile? Stop and shop bags are sterile. Like evidence bags are supposed to be sterile? No? Oh, okay. So you've just got melted snow, water, dirty water, swirling with blood around in a red Solo cup. And you preserve that, right? Okay. Right. And I love that. He's like, I don't remember if I put it in the evidence room. Of course, the evidence room has very, very limited access. Only a couple of people have access to it, but he doesn't remember if he was the one who put, I mean, he's the supervisor. He's the supervisor. So he's not sure. He's not sure who put it in the evidence room, and he's not sure who logged it. He's not sure if anybody logged it. Huh. Okay. Yeah, this is just fucking crazy, dude. I mean, I'm gonna wait and see what happens here. See if if there's something involving emotion or something like that that gets discussed here. I guess not. Looks like law and crime is already logged.
Hey there, Karen Reed.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I can't wait to hear the rest of the cross on this Gallagher guy. This Gallagher guy's a fucking idiot. Plus he mentions, now I want to discuss something else. This guy claims that he mistakenly went to 1 Meadows Ave before going to 34 Fairview. Now, the argument that I'm seeing on X in regards to that is because Kerry Roberts at 5 a.m. reported John missing. Okay. But this guy put together that John O'Keefe, the guy that was called in and it was told that it was said that he was missing at 5 a.m., that at 34 Fairview, he's found, but he goes to 1 Meadows Ave by mistake. Why? Now, I want to go over something real quick. Let's see. I don't know. I just want to know for my own peace of mind here.
You share with us that you were trying chest compression.
You have some.
45.
Yes.
No, this is for what?
Yes, I'm someone from the 34 Fairview Road, Mass. There's a man passed out in the snow.
You can't hold up. You can't know, okay?
Yeah, I don't know why I did that.
You have to tell us right on.
I can keep going.
Can't even understand that shit.
Okay. I know. Where's the budget? I don't keep going to Karen.
911, what's your emergency?
I need someone to come immediately to 34 Fairview Road, Camden, Mass.
What's going on?
There's a guy unresponsive in the snow.
In the snow, 34?
Yes, 34, the Alpha resident, yes. I just pulled up and found it.
Okay, 34 Fairview?
34 Fairview, Camden, Mass, yes.
911, that's not your motor, where's your emergency?
I don't know.
Hello?
Yes, I'm sorry, can you come to 34 Fairview Road in Camden?
34 Fairview?
Yes, there's a man unresponsive in the snow.
Okay, well,
he's gonna get here, okay?
okay, what's going on? Is he face down?
We just switched him over.
Okay. And who's that in the background? Is that someone related?
girlfriend, his name is John Keith.
Okay, how old is he?
John is 46 years old.
46, how long has he been outside?
I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and it could have been a couple of hours. Is he, Carrie? Is he? I don't know if he's breathing. There are two women trying to use his body and they're hysterical.
Okay, can you just try to ask him? I know it's tough, but we already have the fire department going, they just gotta know.
Is he breathing? It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to test CPR?
Yes, he's got to do CPR. No, I guess he's gone.
Okay, they don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's passed away.
Okay.
I think he's passed away.
Please run on the way. If everyone's declining CPR, then
That's not even what I
I'll
want.
hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys outside?
Right up front of the car. I know, I'm on the phone with the Andrews. I know, honey, I know. Carrie, you gotta get off of me. Carrie, you gotta get off of him.
You know if there was any alcohol or drugs involved?
He had been out there.
They've been out drinking?
Yes, but I'm talking hours about maybe, and I think I don't know how long he's been.
All right, hold on. This is much cleaner. Hold on.
No, please, it's a court line. What is your emergency?
Yes, I need someone to come to 34 Fairview Road in Canton, Mass. There's a man passed out in the snow.
You're in Canton? Hold on. I'm going to transfer over to Canton, please. You're connected to Nolan, okay?
Yeah, I don't know why I did that.
It's the towers. I'll stay on the line.
I think he's dead. We need, you got to get here ASAP, okay?
I think he's dead. You got to get here ASAP, okay? Already, she's already made the fucking assumption that he's dead.
I'm going to transfer the line. I'm going to transfer to Canton.
Okay. I know. Where are the blankets? I don't see blankets, Terry.
911, what's your emergency? Hey,
Yes, I need someone to come immediately to 34 Fairview Road, Canton, Mass.
What's going on?
There's a guy unresponsive in the snow.
In the snow, 34?
He passed out, yes. 34, the Albert resident, yes. I just pulled up and found him.
Okay, 34 Fairview?
34 Fairview, Canton, Mass, yes.
911, that's not recorded. Where's your emergency? Hello?
Yes, I'm sorry. Can you come to 34 Fairview Road in Canton?
34 Fairview?
Yes, there's a man unresponsive in the snow.
Okay. Is he blue at all?
You've got to get here, okay?
Okay. What's going on? Is he face down?
She's the third time.
We just flipped him over.
Okay. And who's that in the background? Is that someone related?
Okay, that's his girlfriend. His name is John Keith.
Okay, how old is he?
John is 46 years old.
46. How long has he been outside?
I don't know. I don't know. He got out of the car and
is he breathing?
A couple of hours. Is he, Carrie?
Okay. He got out of the car? Got out of what car? I thought you didn't see him get out of the car, Jennifer McCabe. I thought you didn't see him get out of the car. And how do you know he's only been there a couple of hours? How do you know that?
Is he out of the car and
is he breathing?
A couple of hours. Is he, Carrie? Is he? I don't know if he's breathing. There are two women trying to do his body heat, and they're hysterical.
Okay, can you just try to ask him? I know it's tough, but we already have the fire department going. They just got to know if he's breathing.
Is he breathing, you guys? No. It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay, do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to attempt CPR?
You guys, Carrie, can you guys do CPR? No, I guess he's gone.
Okay. They don't feel comfortable doing so?
No, I think he's passed away.
Okay. All right, we have the fire department and the police department on the way. If everyone's declining CPR, then I'll hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back. Where are you guys outside?
Okay. Now, why in the fuck would I suspect or even entertain the notion that Jennifer McCabe performed CPR after the fact. Because here she is saying, no, he's deceased. He's passed on. He's passed on.
Oh, right out front, you'll see the car. I know, I'm on the phone with the ambulance. I know, honey, I know, I know.
He's not
This, so, Carrie, you got to get off him, honey. Carrie, you got to get off of him. This is a scene.
Do you know if there was any alcohol or drugs involved?
They had been out.
They've been out drinking.
Yes, but I'm talking hours ago, maybe. And I think I don't know how long he's been in the snow.
Okay. Is there any bleeding or anything? Maybe hit his head out?
Yes, possibly. There seems to be bleeding in the face.
Okay, bleeding from the face. All right.
Yes.
And how big's the pool of blood, if there is any?
Something's coming out of his nose, and one of the women is doing CPR.
Okay, one of the women is doing CPR?
Yes, they're both working on him.
All right, if she's doing CPR, just let me, just give us a call back if he becomes responsive, right? But we're on the way.
Okay, thank you.
Let me say.
All right, so she mentions John O'Keefe's name once when she says that he's 46 years old. She mentioned his name once, but it still doesn't explain why Gallagher went to One Meadows Ave first. I mean, if he's there to assess the scene, well, no, I get that Carrie called and said this. I'm aware of that. But it doesn't make sense as to why Gallagher, being a top cop making $322,000 a year, would go to the wrong fucking address. So either he knew something that he shouldn't have known way too early, or he's just fucking stupid. But I'm leaning towards the latter. That's where I'm at. I'm leaning towards the latter. But it bothers me that he would go to One Meadows Avenue first. Like, the scene of the crime is not there. It makes no sense that he would show up there. And he also says that he took his personal cruiser, whatever that means, a personal cruiser, over to 34 Fairview after he went to One Meadows Ave. Went to 34 Fairview. But why? He said it was because of the weather. But the fact of the matter is that Canton PD has SUVs that are equipped to drive through inclement weather. That's why they have SUVs. No, he said cruiser later. He said car at first, but he literally said my cruiser. Later on, he said this. He used the word cruiser. So, now, again, I'm leaning towards the latter, that it's just plain negligence. I think this guy's just a fucking idiot. But he's also lying because he's sitting there trying to sell the methods of utilizing red Solo cups, leaf blowers, and Stop and Shop bags. And that's another good point. Maybe he went to Chris Albert's house first. But the thing is, though, I mean, yeah, none of this shit adds up. None of this shit adds up. Yeah, I think this guy is both a liar and an idiot. Both. Like, why did he feel the need to say, our best detective, Kevin Albert. Our best detective. He threw that in there too. When talking about Kevin Albert, he said our best detective. Okay. Like, this guy clearly has a bias towards the Alberts. Clearly. Yeah, I know for a fact that Canton has SUVs because I've seen them. I've seen them with my own eyes, and I've seen them on video. Berkey's son was caught by mass accountability in front of the courthouse with an expired Canton Cruiser with inspired inspection tags on it and a missing taillight. The entire well of the taillight was missing on that Canton Cruiser. So I know for a fact that they have SUVs. Makes no sense that this dude is trying to say that because of the weather, he had to use his personal vehicle. That doesn't track at all. Anyways, guys, I am going to wrap this up. We're going to talk some more about this. If not later tonight, we'll talk about it tomorrow. But I will be back bright and early tomorrow to cover the rest of the trial, or at least the rest of this cross-examination. But I'll be covering the rest of the trial, of course. But tomorrow, we're going to pick up on the rest of this cross-examination of Sergeant or Lieutenant Gallagher, whatever the fuck his name is, because this guy sucks and he's an idiot. Anyways, guys, thank you guys for logging in. Make sure to subscribe. If you're not subscribed already, make sure to hit the like. If you haven't already, it means the world to me. Thank you guys for all the support. No better way I'd rather spend 7.5 hours of my day than to be hanging out with you guys. You guys are absolutely amazing. Thank you guys so much. I love you guys very much, and we will do this again very soon, my friends.